himself. He's like, it's a chapter called Aphorisms, and he just quotes himself over and over again. Like who quotes themselves? Like, these are my best quotes that I made up, that I picked out, that I get to share with you. Let's see, cosmic religion. Yeah. Do. Might have to pull it up elsewhere. Hold on. The cosmic religion Einstein. All right. Einstein's Cosmic Religion on JSTOR. Here we go, archive.org. So yeah, George Bernard Shaw did an introduction. I think this is it. Okay. Yep, so contents, here are the chapters. An Appreciation by George Bernard Shaw, Cosmic Religion, Pacifism, the Jews, Opinions, and Aphorisms. All right, let's go down to aphorisms. There's some amazing choice quotes in here that just kind of reveal how cuckoo bananas he is. Okay, opinions and aphorisms. It was the scientists who first made true democracy possible. For not only did they lighten our daily tasks, but they made the finest works of art and thought, whose enjoyment until recently was the privilege of favored classes, accessible to all. Thus they awakened the nations from their sluggish dullness. The basis of all scientific work is the conviction that the world is an ordered and comprehensive entity. Boy, relativity sure isn't. Which is the religious sentiment. My religious feeling is a humble amazement at the order revealed in the small patch of reality to which our feeble intelligence is equal. We can only see the universe by the impressions of our senses reflecting indirectly the things of reality. Oh, how nice.
Hello, governors.
Hello, just going through Einstein's aphorisms here. I'm trying to pick out a couple that I recall that were absolutely boneheaded.
While you're thinking, just as a quick follow up to our conversation, I believe from Saturday, uh, is it in fact Einstein that there's obviously some contention that some of his students wrote some of his supposed works when really you and I discussed that that's just misunderstanding of the corporate entity of the day?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? His
Well,
wife
there's
seems
somebody
to.
like
His wife was like a
Einstein or
mathematician or
somebody.
something, right?
Yeah, there's somebody here in more recent times that they alleged that with, but I'll dig that up separately. But continue on with what you were going on. I just,
Okay. Section 24 from the Cosmic Religion. The cosmic religious experience is the strongest and the noblest driving force behind scientific research. Can we cue Crit with the overview effect? I'll read that again. The cosmic religious experience as
Yeah,
the
there it is.
strongest and the noblest driving force behind scientific research. Here's another quote from section 25. A contemporary has rightly said that the only deeply religious people of our largely materialistic age are the earnest men of research. Good stuff, Einstein. Yeah, relativity is not exclusive to a globe at all. General relativity isn't. Special relativity, you could maybe kind of say is, and that was a problem. So, general relativity, think of it as an open source sandbox. Think of it as like the Python dev environment itself, where you can code anything and make it possible. This is where flat can mean curved and curved can be flat. The coordinate reference frames in one case may be stretched and in another compressed. Maybe bent, maybe straight. Time could be slow when we experience it fast, and time could be fast, but it's actually really slow, guys. The star could be here, but it's actually over there. The horizon could be there, but it's also up there. But we know that Earth is most definitively a curving surface within Einstein's geodesic framework. Oh, but we're going to leave out the part where it could be relatively curved and actually flat in another frame of reference. And you just got to tweak the coordinate reference frame a bit, tweak those Christoffel symbols on your manifold a little bit, and you can preserve all the dynamic forces in the real world. It's a very much have your cake and eat it too kind of thinking. It gives every argument an out, and in every argument an in. It's so non-definitive. It's what's so frustrating about it. And when you have people who commit their lives to so-called science, who are trying to definitively rule out possibilities to prove things are true, and introduce relativity, which doesn't allow you to do that, but these people buy into relativity and at the same time call themselves scientists, and it's like, what the hell is going on? I mean, it starts to look like this postmodern relativism might have been an outgrowth of Einstein's own cosmic religion. Where now morals and truth and ethics and things of this sort are also relative.
So let me interrupt you real quick here.
Yeah.
So you have had over the last 100 years or so this movement that various religions claim to be some sort of science, even, if you will, to loosely lump in everyone for a moment, this idea of theology. So my question for you is, how do we really truly, with Einstein's own words, how do we separate where Einstein is talking actual science or actual study versus a system of doctrine?
Well, I don't think Einstein proposed a single scientifically testable hypothesis in his entire body of work. So the whole thing is unfounded dogma. It comes from his imagination, which he writes in his own screed that imagination is what makes all things possible in the real world. There's an actual quote that he says that goes along those lines. I wish I had a true photographic memory in that regard. Maybe somebody can pull it up. Einstein on imagination. mean, he wrote a lot of things on imagination. There's one in particular. Um, Imagination is more important than knowledge.
I mean, it can be that
Because
way.
knowledge is limited to all we know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, I think that's Einstein, right? Or maybe I missed it.
Yep.
Yeah, because he had talked, I got in this conversation with globalists. A global server, I almost left it because they are just insufferable. Like, just, like, can you imagine yourself? They're basically talking about the overview effect and the space age and whatnot. Can you imagine a version of yourself out there in the universe that's not extremely triggered by flat Earth? And they couldn't do it. They really couldn't get. I'm like, how is that possible? That you're trying to convince me of a model of endless wonder and amazement. Anything is possible, but the only variable, the only possibility you can think of is you're upset by a topic that you can't even define what it is. Like, riddle me that. And then they went on to say, like, do I think nukes exist? And started asking about, like, oh, wait, do you believe Einstein? Like trying to get these, like, really weird, cringe gotchas. So I was like, I'm not going to talk about me. What I'm talking about is, are you advocating for a model with endless wonder and amazement? Or are you advocating for something more like a flat Earth? A contained, fully explored, categorized, mapped out, where you know everything.
They hate the idea that we claim that there are things you can know absolutely for true. I think that's really the underlying motivation behind their frustration with us.
Well, they walk themselves into a contradiction because they say you
They
can't
do.
know stuff, and you know that. Well, no, I don't know that either. So you do know stuff then? Nope, don't know that either. So what do you know? I know that you don't know that you don't know that you do know that you don't know. And then I'm like, wow, really, dude? And they're like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, or some sort of other poisoning the well type thing. It's like, how am I supposed to figure out that the Earth is not a flat when you don't tell me how you know it's a globe, because you know it's not a flat, but you can't tell me what a flat is? Meanwhile, when I quote back to you people like Einstein, these other people, supposedly I can't use them because for some reason, which you won't explain or take questions on, you think I'm talking about nuclear weapons being fake. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, we can, as flat earthers, we can appropriate Einstein for our use. 100%.
He told us we could. Like, in his own words, he's like, hey, use this.
And it'd almost be unfair because we'd be committing the same fallacious reasoning that the Globers do. But we could appropriate Einstein, and we can say, yeah, it measures flat, but there could be a Lorentz contraction happening, creating curvature in this direction in a higher geometry that we just don't have access to because of relativity. And they should be fine with that explanation.
They should have told us that. That's
They
if
should
they
have, but they
read or
don't want
paid
that to be
attention to
true.
any of it, they would have been the ones to tell us, hey, check this out.
Yeah, you can't have a Pac-Man Earth, guys, because the different edges of I hate to put it this way, the different edges of the map are actually connected together, creating a looping surface.
Here, crap, I'll be right back.
You can have that, flat earther. If you accept Einstein, you can have that. Which makes your claim unfalsifiable, just like the globe, but you can have that. You can have what the globe has, which is unfalsifiability. No way to determine whether something is true. Isn't that nice? Absolute insanity. It leads back to the brain in the jar. The same brain in the jar that we've been fighting this whole time. The brain in the jar is both the final boss and the beginning boss at the same time.
So the question is, Yoder, how do you have logical discourse with people who follow somebody such as Einstein that said such crazy nonsense?
Yeah, how closely are they really following Einstein is probably a good question. You really want to be an Einstein acolyte? Go read The Cosmic Religion and get back to us. Go tell us with a straight face that level means curved and curved means level.
So,
Destroy your own
how does Notebook LM summarize the cosmic religion into a few paragraphs? Have you tried that by chance?
I mean, if I could just describe it, it's so Einstein was very proud of his Jewish heritage.
Well, sorry to interrupt, but I was meaning is there like a way to get a, say, fairly neutral-esque summary that could be copied and pasted in, so when somebody's talking about Einstein, hey, look in the side chat and let's deal with this issue of Einstein?
I don't know. Go find out, I guess. That's what I'd say. Go create one. But what I was trying to describe, though, is understand that mainstream modern Judaism exists today in a way that is more about cultural identity. For the most part, I think that's a fair statement. This is because they had a series of false messiahs throughout the Middle Ages and I think as late as the 1600s, and left a lot of them feeling like maybe they've been abandoned, and has led to them incorporating almost a universalist approach to their cosmology and their theology. It's why you'll find you'll find a lot of occult literature that's wrapped up in this stuff. So, with that in mind, I mean, there's a playground of theology available to them that also removes God and exemplifies man as God. A message that you also find in Freemasonry. It's very, very old in essence. I mean, these are just more Gnostic thoughts. The idea that God was once a unified man and God basically broke himself off into billions of pieces, which became humanity. And we're all trying to assemble each other back together to become one whole entity again. And it's even broader than that, the whole emanation theory, that God basically broke himself apart and became all of creation, and everything is trying to reintegrate itself back into a center whole. I mean, this kind of thought means that, well, there's no God, no overmind in heaven. There's only man and man's collective consciousness. And this leads to this notion that the collective consciousness of man is often most moral and virtuistic and correct. And it leads to ideas, notions of democracy being noble and pure because it's getting the most amount of people to agree on things, and therefore it's probably true. It leads to this kind of thinking. Monism. We are all God's thoughts experiencing separate aspects of himself. You are God, I am God, we are God. That's where Einstein's head is at when I read The Cosmic Religion. So with that kind of relativistic framework already made theologically, all is one, then you've got this all is one when it comes to different frames of reference and describing the motions of the heavens and physics and things like this. All is one gigantic relativistic contradiction. Man is a woman, up is down, level means curved. Man is God. God is man. The uniting of opposites and so on and so forth. These are just ancient ideas, and they're just formed into this metaphysical framework that now has pervaded science.
Yeah, and it is interesting because, you have people like the Chabad Lubavitcher Rebbe, who I don't remember when he died. I think it was around the year 2000.
Yeah, they thought he was the Messiah.
Yeah, they thought he was a Messiah. They're still accepted into mainstream Judaism, even though they teach that the earth is flat. And they taught that Schneerson, Rebbe Schneerson, was a Messiah.
Yeah.
So it is interesting that to keep the identity, traditions, life such a way that they do have to have a little bit of a broad acceptance of nearly everything. So that is interesting. I had not considered that that would play a role into Einstein and maybe even more modern cosmologists.
Yeah, ultimately you are Messiah too, is also the thing. You are responsible for your own death and resurrection. You're simultaneously alone and also part of a grand unity of beings at the same time. You are one and you are all, and all is one. It's kind of sounds Pythagorean. So yeah, I mean, who was Schneerson but a messenger, right, that can teach people to be their own Messiah.
And there's still people who write letters to Schneerson, and they put if you send a letter to them, or to him, I should say, they'll take it to his gravesite, and there's people who believe that they've got healing and all sorts of stuff from that. So it's it's certainly interesting. I'm not offering any commentary other than just observation. That, but it is interesting that somewhere along the lines, this has to play an effect because he's not the only supposed Messiah. Like you say, there have been multiple ones, and then you have that, as you say, you are your own Messiah, blah, blah, blah. So it must play an interesting view in modern science. Or not view, but it must have a interesting influence on modern science.
Yeah. Yeah, they certainly has. And the character of their faith changed significantly from seeking a Messiah that was a great warrior that will be a demigod to instead this inner Messiah, inner salvation, inner repair work that people engage in. Man, the name of this guy is just, I just forgot his name, but it was like in the 1600s or something. This Messiah that had come, I think he was, he eventually converted to Islam or something, and that's what shocked the entire world. Oh, what was his name? It'll come back to me if I dwell on it, but
And yeah, and it is interesting because there was some cult group, and I can't remember the name of the cult group, to where the leader had this, or I should say, the cult group had this extreme cult of personality built up around the leader. And then at some point, when you got to a certain level, you were taught the secret that really he was nothing, and that you were your own cult leader, more or less.
yeah, there you go. That's the royal secret, folks.
Yeah.
You are God. Or you can skip all the way up to the 32nd, 33rd degree.
And that attitude really does seem to match what they call modern science. Like you become, twisting their words a lot bit. You become a god when you study and explore things and answer every question.
Yeah, you're God figuring out who he is and remembering where he came from and all that. Yep. That's exactly what's fueling a lot of this. And you have Michio Kaku, like reading the Zohar, reading Kabbalistic texts, and getting involved in astrology. Studying the Tree of Life diagram, which is really just a table of emanations in a Gnostic sense. Calling that the Big Bang. It's giving a lot of these ancient Greek ideas a modern veneer of technical scientific sophistication. You can extrapolate that further to ask, well, what might aliens be from other worlds? But the same demons of the ancient past.
Well, I think you've heard my diatribe of what they call outer space is just a codification of a spiritual underworld. And it's kind of misinterpreted to be the heavens. And that's what explains for the floating through walls and things like this, and et cetera, of ancient yore, where now you just have supposed cosmonauts who float between various quote unquote planets. And my wife adds in to serve man. And of course, that is where how you get the silliness of the demonic critters like the Canaanites and everything else is that it's literally just a codification of the demonology of yore.
Here's a quote from Einstein's aphorisms, and it relates to the prior discussion on the eclipse. I believe in intuition and inspiration, he says. At times I feel certain I am right, while not knowing the reason. When the eclipse of 1919 confirmed my intuition, I was not in the least surprised. In fact, I would have been astonished had it turned out otherwise. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. It is strictly speaking a real factor in scientific research. And then he says, by furthering logical thought and a logical attitude, science can diminish the amount of superstition in the world. There is no doubt that all but the crudest scientific work is based on a firm belief akin to a religious feeling in the rationality and comprehensibility of the world. This guy's all over the place. And I kind of wonder if this is where science took on more of this anthropomorphic quality to it. Science does things. Science is this. Science is that. Science is a verb. He uses it in a very similar way that modern people do. A law, so like a natural law, I guess he says, yep, a law cannot be definite. Really, a law cannot be definite for the one reason that the conceptions with which we formulate it develop and may prove insufficient in the future. There remains at the bottom of every thesis and of every proof some remainder of the dogma and infallibility. There is no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. Wow, that's a good one. I am going to screenshot that. And I'm going to drop it into the text chat. Check this out. This is great.
Hey, Quantum. Hello.
Hello.
So I would like to discuss your assertion that the Schwarzschild tensor does predict the time dilation of satellites accurately for a GPS to work on Earth, but it can be explained differently, specifically for a case where Earth is flat, using different metric. No, within
Right.
the Schwarzschild metric, but with different vectors, right?
Yeah, GPS doesn't inherently prove a globe at all. You can use the
Well, it
same
does. Well, it
pseudo
does.
ranging. Well,
I,
okay.
I wanted to tell you that what is a Schwarzschild metric to begin with. It's the exact solution to Einstein field equations that describe the space-time geometry around. Basically, the object has to follow three conditions in order for us to apply the Schwarzschild metric. It has to be static. it has to be non-rotating, and it has to be spherically symmetric mass distribution.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah, right.
yeah,
So how do you know? How do you know that that's true? How do you know that the radius is straight and not curving?
Radius and not curving, because for a vector we take the shortest distance and not the longest distance.
Yeah.
For
So what about
vectors.
the Schwarzschild radius? I mean, how could that thing? How can you know for sure that that's actually straight when it could be curving in a higher dimension?
Well, we want to use its application in 3D world. That's why we mainly focus on the what we can observe in 3D, which is the Schwarzschild radius that we observe is
No one
613.
observes the Schwarzschild radius. That only comes out in math and descriptions using mathematics. You can't go out and observe and measure a Schwarzschild radius.
Yeah, so let me continue to what I was
Okay.
talking earlier. So so the object has to be static, non-rotating, and it has to be spherical, symmetrical. And we do have a lot of other metric as a solution of Einstein field equation. For example, the Kerr metric KERR for black holes, and for the universe we use the FLRW for measuring cosmic micro background radiation.
How do you
And
know
we do
black
have
holes are
other
real in the first
metrics for
place?
like
How do you know
black
black
holes
holes
are
are
what?
real?
Yeah, black holes are real. So what?
How do you know? How do you know that's true?
Well, in 2019 we did find they published it a lot. Didn't you see that the first image of black hole?
Yeah, I did. What's the evidence for it? What did they actually do? What instrumentation was used
Well,
in?
it was a complex evidence, and I would let's stay at the topic, okay? So we do have different metric, but why do we specifically use this Schwarzschild metric? That is the key. In case Earth was flat, we use something called the Israel Darmois formalism, or Israel thin sheet formalism
Yeah,
for a
I
flat.
know. I told you about this earlier. That's the coordinate reference invariance.
Yeah, but we do get we when we apply the Schwarzschild metric to measure the time dilations, then we get the accurate time dilations in order for the GPS to work. If we used any other metric than Schwarzschild, then uh, there's something called error analysis in physics, and the minimum error would be 10 kilometers per day, which would make the GPS and navigation system it would make it futile. It wouldn't work really. That's why
Oh,
we use.
I've got a first-hand reference actually. Ron Hatch, who owns dozens of patents for the GPS system, said that you don't need these timing corrections because there are other corrections that cancel out those timing corrections. Special relativity is canceled out by general relativity within the own GPS system. And I can explain
Well,
further.
but we do
Because
use
first, and
Schwarzschild
what's also destructive to this is GPS systems require an absolute frame of reference in accordance with special relativity, which debunks general relativity. That's number one.
Okay,
Number two, Earth being treated as a sphere with an equatorial bulge in general relativity produces a time dilation effect that cancels out the accelerated time in special relativity for the satellites in motion.
well, you
So you
have to
don't
be
need them in the first instance, as if they're not even needed as a consequence.
well. You can calculate that yourself. You can avoid using the Schwarzschild metric.
Well,
Then you will
this
get
is what
an
Ron
error
Hatch
of.
published in his papers.
Well, can you fill the papers in the chat?
Yeah, yeah. Give me a second.
Um,
I've got
um,
zip files.
and I will read them tomorrow, because I think you connect all these things to your web of beliefs. Basically, I think you also believe that the Bible says yours is flat.
No,
So it must
I'm
be
not
flat.
discussing the Bible here at all, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
That's
showing you that what is described within your own worldview is inconsistent internally and does not withstand its own capability to provide consistent evaluation of observations that are made.
Here, I'm going
Furthermore,
to add something real quick. Oh,
go
after you're
ahead.
done. Okay. The Bible part, everyone in this channel, there won't be a single person here, Flat Earth, who's going to follow your Bible talk. Okay. No one here cares about your Sky Daddy. I don't care
Okay.
if your interpretation of the Bible tells you the earth is a globe and that someone else's interpretation that you think is wrong says it's flat. That all that stuff is a complete non sequitur, irrelevant to the conversation. Just like if one person says their read of the Bible says pineapple belongs on pizza, it doesn't matter. Your personal interpretation of your holy book is completely irrelevant to anyone else's interpretation. And even more to the point, your globe side Bible thumps all the time. And that's one of the major reasons why people have rejected the globe model. The deeply intrinsic, like Catholic Church indoctrination, astronauts going to the moon for the glory of God and country, is one of the reasons why they've rejected heliocentric.
Well, Quantum, I would like to get back to your stuff. You said that the time dilations get cancelled out by the general relativity, and we don't need the Schwarzschild metric to
Right, because
make
special
the
relativity negates
cancellation.
general relativity. The time dilation effects
Well,
exactly precisely cancel each other out. And
I think you're moving from general observations to obvious conclusions. Um, I'm better at yeah. So let me analyze the papers you wanted to send.
yep, give me a second. I've got it pulled up here. I just need to make a
Okay.
copy. Yep, and I need to transfer it to. Yeah, fortunately, my phone is not interacting well. Let's see, share.
Quantum, you can whenever you find them, you can ping me in the chat and share those, and I will read them and discuss them tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Goodbye.
Yep. So furthermore, GPS uses pseudo ranging. So they're just beacons that are beaming. They're beaming a timestamp, and they also carry some additional data with them, like Keplerian orbital elements and nautical almanac. But the beeping of the beacon pseudo ranging and its message traffic does not inherently prove that Earth is a globe, because you can take the GPS signals and you can assemble a moon out of it, which NASA has done. They created what they said is a lunar receiver. So they basically created a 3D model called a datum of the moon with a coordinate reference grid, and they utilize Earth's GPS signals to provide the pseudo ranging needed to place the receiver somewhere on that lunar datum. GPS receivers can also work on a flat Earth. The same process where you take the same pseudo ranging and you apply it to a flat datum instead of a round datum like a globe. Surveyors today use GPS very much exclusively with their total stations. And their total stations allow them to choose a coordinate reference system to apply the GPS signals to. And they can choose old datums of the globe, where you have one set of coordinates, or new versions of the globe with new coordinates, or even a state plane coordinate reference grid, which is flat. GPS itself does not inherently prove Earth's shape at all whatsoever. And what does that mean these satellites are doing? Well, we need proof that they're in an orbit. But here's the problem. The very concept of an orbit itself relies on first assuming that Earth is curved, and we measure the Earth flat. The orbital coordinate reference system that is used a lot in satellites is called IGP-4, which is taking the WGS-84 datum and adding an altitude to it. WGS-84 is a model of Earth that was developed off of how the sky appears to be behaving and is interpreted. It's not based off of ground-based measurements at all. So, to bring this back down to Earth, so to speak, what this means is that this coordinate reference system is a choice. The coordinate reference system for satellites or the coordinate reference system that your satellite beacons can give you on the ground are both choices. They're arbitrary. Just as arbitrary is the coordinate reference system that you think is true within Einstein's relativity framework, which is also just a choice, a preference, and you can use that same framework and develop other coordinate reference systems. You can, with general relativity, draw those geodesic lines as curving, as looping, or as flat as you want. And it preserves the underlying physical dynamics because you just add higher dimensionality and it becomes unfalsifiable because you're not supposed to be able to measure the difference in frames because all the frames are relative to one another and you have no way to choose whether or not that you're in a proper frame or an absolute frame. There's only chosen frames of reference, and these are all mathematically derived from imagination. So to come here and absolutely say, as a relativist, that the Earth is absolutely a globe is actually betraying what Einstein tried to do, and that is deliver you an open-ended field of infinite possibilities for what the Earth should be, for what the universe should be. It can take on any shape. The Schwarzschild radius doesn't have to be straight, it can be curved. It adds extra math, of course. You can assume that it's straight in one reference frame, but curving in another. And you have no way to choose which of them is the true one, because the point is there is no absolute true one. So, arguing for the globe as a relativist is self-defeating. And to say that GPS relies on relativity to prove a globe is self-defeating. And physically is not true, as Ron Hatch points out in his own research, that the relativistic corrections that are applied are actually canceled out by other relativistic corrections elsewhere within the same system. You can greatly simplify GPS by honoring that. So I'm running into some frustration here because I've got the zip file, and the only way for me to share this right now at this point is to give you a link to my Google Drive, and I'm not going to dox myself. So what I'll do instead is I'll type in the name of this guy, Ron Hatch. And his assistant is Ruyong Wang. Ron Hatch, after learning this, devoted his professional career to refuting Einstein and to try to simplify and correct GPS systems he himself had originally built and patented. Isn't that funny? So as Einstein said in The Cosmic Religion before you showed up, there is no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. The human mind is apt to take the globe, which is a coordinate reference system for a map, for the reality, which is that in reality, we use physical instrumentation to measure the Earth flat. In reality, the US Navy is using flat Earth to improve the precision of their targeting for aerial drones. Check this out, Naval Postgraduate School, thesis. Incorporation of a differential global positioning system, that's what I referenced earlier, and the control of an unmanned aerial vehicle for the precise navigation and the local tangent plane. That's right. Did you know, by the way, that GPS receivers initially provide your coordinate reference grid locally as a flat Cartesian plane? You can use the same beacon, though, like I said, for any coordinate reference system. All right, here's the abstract from the paper. The purpose of this thesis is to incorporate GPS and inertial navigation systems for the guidance of an unmanned aerial vehicle seeking precise navigation in a local tangent plane. By applying the differential positioning technique, GPS position data becomes more accurate. This position can then be referenced to a known location on the ground in order to give the aircraft's position in the local tangent plane. How many local tangent planes are there? There's one for every receiver. Every receiver on Earth initially produces a local tangent plane, taking the receiver data and providing what's called east-north up and east-north down coordinates from the Earth-centered Earth-fixed coordinate reference system. How many local tangent planes can exist on a curving surface of a ball? What the math does is it chains together all the flat local tangent planes of every receiver and uses higher dimensional geometry called a hypersphere to loop them all together, such that there is no curvature taking place in reality, but only in the math. The radius is curved in higher dimensional math for the ECEF system to work with every receiver given initially a local tangent plane. And you're going to argue that that curvature exists in reality? When your own systems that you think you use for a globe actually put the geometry in a higher dimension that you can't access? I mean, what did Einstein say earlier? There's no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. The human mind reifies concepts into reality all the time, and that's what you're doing. People are imagining that Earth is a globe, and then they use math to try and take every physical measurement of a flat Earth and conform it to a globe. The whole point of relativity is to ensure that you can't definitively say one way or another whether the Earth is flat, in my opinion. So why would you say it inherently proves that Earth is a globe? Well, yeah, you've got a way to mete it out when you choose a coordinate reference frame to begin with to operate under, like a heliocentric globe framework, which does offer you Schwarzschild radii that are straight. But the framework of relativity says that this is not absolute and cannot be said to be inherently true, because all reference frames are equal, including the one where your radius is actually curved in the math. So how about we get back to the fundamentals, right, and get out of this reified mathematical concept land and start looking at detectable reality itself. Start measuring the Earth. Look at our laser tests, folks. Look at our long distance observations, both in the visual spectrum and in infrared from high altitude. Go get a camera and zoom in on the horizon. Ask yourself if the inferior mirage above the marine layer of the water is curvature of the Earth or not. Be honest with yourself. You've never seen the globe except as depictions on TV and on the internet and in books and magazines. Nothing you can do will allow you to experience a globe that is moving through space. In fact, that very notion is an absolute frame of reference. Relativistically, any frame of reference is true. That globe could be flat and could be stationary. And the universe, if it appears to be in motion, moves around it. But then again, maybe the universe is also stationary. And there's yet another frame of reference that we're operating with. It just gets insane. There's no reason to defend any point of view if you're going to adopt the position of Einstein.
Uh, Batman. What's up? I love you, baby. Questions. Okay, 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 okay. Let's just try.
All right, my Ron Hatch zip file is like 200 megs. So you can find his work out there. It's not behind paywalls or anything. Wouldn't it be funny to suggest that gas molecules violate relativity?
Elaborate.
Right, like if relativity is what's responsible for molecular behavior producing atmospheres around balls, then how come when we measure what gas does in reality, doesn't appear to conform to such behavior?
So, because they don't conform to the behavior that's been prescribed, it's not true.
Yeah, unless I guess they could say that, yeah, well, gas molecules only appear to be conforming to this ball inside a gravity well of space-time. But in reality, their free expansion is observed. So maybe space-time is compressing in the presence of molecular expansion. There you go. You can have your cake and eat it too.
Is there anything anywhere in the description of bending and warping of space time that would suggest that um, space time is having an effect and causing the gradients? Like, I remember AI saying at one point, I'm not exactly sure pinpoint it, but uh, what if it's, I might be messing up what he said, but here's what I remember. What if it's the case that the bending and warping of space time is the reverse of um, density, right? Like, if the surface of the sphere has the most dense fluids, which would be the oceans, and they get denser the further down from sea level you get, and it's less dense the higher up you go, and it's this fabric of space time that's causing this gradients of density because higher up that fabric is more dense and closer to the object it's uh, less dense. Is that suggested anywhere, or is that just like, you know, theory on theory?
Oh, Aurelian says I'm misinterpreting a paper. Oh.
Well, maybe Orwell might be inclined to tell us the right way to interpret the paper.
Yeah, how we can use relativity to definitively prove that Earth is a ball in outer space. It's always the interpretation, man. You see, you just got interpreted correctly. You may have misinterpreted something. I'm going to teach you what the religious dogma actually says. That way you know for sure that you can't know things for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he says I misinterpreted the paper where they say that they can improve global positioning by using a local tangent plane with differential GPS. Huh. So,
They've
yeah,
actually
how many local tangent planes can you have on a ball?
infinite.
Normal GPS doesn't use local conversion because they don't need military grade pinpoint accuracy. Oh, citation required. I'm old enough to remember when GPS was purposefully degraded for civilian use because it was principally developed for the military for pinpoint accuracy. Hmm. Normal GPS doesn't use local conversion because they don't need military grade pinpoint accuracy. You know what? Do you think GPS receivers or satellites are responsible for providing coordinates? Yeah, and Brew One thinks he got a sharp gotcha. LTP is tangent to what? Yeah, it's tangent to a spherical coordinate reference system. Goober. Stop trying to reify the globe like Einstein said. I feel like I'm going to have to repeat myself because I pre-bunked all of these objections. And these inaccuracies occur because of many other reasons that are not related to Schwarzschild radius. Yeah, way to muddy the waters further. Yeah, can you be any more imprecise? Yeah, I'd like to find out. I'd like to find out if these coordinate reference systems are arbitrary in relativity or not. They occur because of Earth not being a perfect Schwarzschild mass, tides and etc. Oh, really? So you're going to tell me that the gravity is reversing the free expansion of gas? We're back to that again. How do you know what the mass of Earth even is? Please tell me, Cavendish. Please tell me, Cavendish. I'm already ready to go. These people are helplessly lost. It's like they don't even understand that their own framework for their cosmology is relative.
Fun fucking attempt.
They're arguing with such absolute certainty that everything is indeed relative, subject to interpretation, different frames of reference, none of which are absolute or inertial. I gotta wonder, I keep thinking about this, like, imagine a very sharp, bright, first year physics student struggling against this incomprehensible pile of crap and wondering if he's actually smart enough, doubting his own intelligence and confidence, and then drops out because everybody else seems to get it. But in reality, what's happening is everybody else is faking it and regurgitating information and aren't really processing what they're being told. They're just trying to get past the next exam and memorize how to solve equations. and apply formulas. That's it. That's what's really going on. If you try to apply any logic and reason against this stuff, you're going to have a bad time. The RTK GPS is even more accurate. All uses the same base signals received from the satellite that performs all the Schwarzschild calculations. Oh, this is such full of crap, dude. What do you think, I'm typing this in chat, is transmitted from GPS satellites? My next question after this is going to be, what do you think is transmitted to GPS satellites? Yeah, we all have heard that they're passive beacons, and that's the case for the end user, but not for the maintenance operators. More of a check on learning. I already described some of the data that is transmitted. He says the receiver is not arbitrary. They transform Schwarzschild metric data from the satellite to local ECF. This is like partially true. Yeah, and it's a 3x3 matrix. Here, let me show you something.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but what are you guys talking about?
GPS systems.
Oh, and what about GPS systems? I mean, Samsung,
Yeah, I'm
Civic
replying to
or
your guy in
something.
chat. Yeah, if you want to listen.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry for interrupting again. Go
Yeah, it's
on.
all right. All right, here we go. I told you before, Aurelian, that it is arbitrary for this very reason. Based on reports from NASA and the Italian Space Agency, a significant achievement in lunar exploration was made on March 3rd of this year. The lunar GNSS successfully acquired and tracked Earth-based navigation signals on the moon for the first time in history. You know how they did that? They did that using Earth-based GPS systems. How did they do that? Remember what I said before about how your own internal worldviews are inconsistent? This is one of those things. You think GPS systems prove a globe because they can only work on a globe and they're orbiting the Earth, and why would they work any way else? Well, your own technology doesn't work the way you think it does, because what's providing the coordinates is the receiver. He's just now replying to himself and avoiding the discussion. It's like he's just now finding out about all these things that I told him about earlier, and is pretending to be an expert. Like earlier when he piped in to describe how general relativity is based on Einstein's equivalence principle, which I already discussed with him in a prior chat. He's trying to bring this information to me as if it's new and I never heard it before, some form of rebuttal. And I'm like, what is going on here? So we got another quick study, guys, another expert in a second.
I believe it's true. I have no information as to how to support what I believe is true, but whenever I search it up, it's yeah, that's true.
What data comes from GPS satellites? Any clue? Like, are you aware that GPS satellites don't inherently know where they are? That they're told where they are by the ground station? The satellite's atomic clock runs faster at 45 microseconds. Dude, it doesn't cancel out entirely. Not according to Ron Hatch, who built these systems. You're only looking at one aspect of the whole system. Are you aware what data gets uploaded to the GPS network? And by whom? And from where? You're professing to be an expert on this, and so far you've avoided answering what data is transmitted by the GPS system to the receiver in the first place. I keep asking this. I don't think you're ready for that, let alone ready to describe what data actually gets uploaded to the GPS system. Truth be told, nobody really knows. The black box. Nobody really knows unless they have a need to know. Yeah, no kidding. On the moon, we use these coordinates. On the moon, we use lunar coordinates with respect to the lunar gravity model. No shit, Sherlock. That's what I'm telling you. Thanks for continuously repeating back what I tell you. This is the pattern. Satellite signal, time plus ephemeris, goes to ECI, goes to ECF. Not true. Hold on, satellite. Yeah, so okay, so all that stuff goes back to the ground. The time plus ephemeris is computed on the ground. the coordinate reference system is created. You can create other coordinate reference systems from the same data. The map is not the territory. You know what gets uploaded to the satellites? They are told where they are with respect to a chosen framework of coordinates. You don't have access to the uplink. Nobody here does, or likely ever will. So basically, there's like a loop that's created. The loop goes something like this. An observer sees the satellite rising and descending in their arc of position. The observer sends his globe coordinates with his observation to a central processing station, and multiple observers are feeding this data in the same time. So they've already baked in the globe, okay? Using this base coordinate reference system and using these observations of angles over time, the processing station then computes where the satellites think they should be with respect to the globe that the observers assumed that they were on in the first instance. So now those are sent up to the satellite. Now the satellite has its coordinates up in space, and the satellite then bleeps and bloops where it thinks it is, along with a timing packet back down to Earth. Receivers on Earth, they get a difference in timing from the different beacons. They also get some of the data from where the satellites were told where they think they are in outer space. And then from there, a map is created, a coordinate reference system is applied. You can have a flat one, you can have a round one, you can have a teeny tiny moon ball, or you can have a big fat old Earth ball. It doesn't matter. The same data can be used to construct any coordinate reference system that suits your purpose. Surveyors will use flat ones if they're doing a state plane coordinate survey. They'll use GPS on a flat coordinate grid. Yeah, that's right. And the very fact that the backhaul of GPS is already baking in the globe, baking in WGS84 is arbitrary in and of itself. And you're going to need a curvature measurement to make that true. And if you don't have a curvature measurement, and if you're just using a reference ellipsoid in order for all of your mathematical models to work, to make accurate predictions of where satellites appear to be in the sky from an observer's location, also presuming where they are in a ball, then you've just created one gigantic self-licking ice cream cone of confirmation bias, and you haven't externally validated anything. Now we have done the external validation. We went out there with lasers to measure the surface of the Earth itself, found it to be flat. The consequences of this mean that without corrections, those spherical coordinates alone, in their pure form, are not going to produce the same distances and orientation as you'd find with actual ground measurements using lasers. Period. You were not aware of the paper then. Yeah, I am. I told you about it. And it's not just one paper. No, these GPS satellites were used from Earth orbit for LUGRA, which is a lunar-based coordinate reference system. Jeez Louise. All right, I have to go take care of things, but I'm going to start reading this article out loud. He seems to think that there's moon base orbital GPS satellites. So I'm posting the article. They refute this claim from NASA, as well as an image, and I'm going to start reading this, okay? And you're going to sound dumb. Okay, so what does this say? For the audience that's listening, NASA successfully acquires GPS signals on the moon, March 4th, 2025. Okay. NASA and the Italian Space Agency made history on March 3rd when the lunar GNSS receiver experiment became the first technology demonstration to acquire and track Earth-based navigation signals on the moon's surface. They didn't say moon-based navigation signals, Earth-based. LUGRA, L-U-G-R-E. The payload success in lunar orbit and on the surface indicates that signals from the GNSS, that's Earth-based, can be received and tracked at the moon. These results mean NASA's Artemis missions or other exploration missions could benefit from these signals to accurately and autonomously determine their position, velocity, and time. This represents a stepping stone to advanced navigation systems and services for the moon and Mars. On Earth, we can use GNSS signals to navigate everything from smartphones to airplanes. For NASA Scan, says a guy from NASA Scan program, Kevin Coggins. Now, LUGRA shows us that we can successfully acquire and track GNSS signals on the moon. This is a very exciting discovery for lunar navigation. With the receiver data flowing in, anticipation mounted, could a moon-based mission acquire and track signals from two GNSS constellations, GPS and Galileo, and use those signals for navigation on the lunar surface? Listen, this whole article, dude, is about using Earth orbiting satellites, not moon orbiting satellites. Well, he's just avoiding direct discussion left and right. Moon clock gravitational correction is 6 microseconds. I mean, listen, dude, all of that is, all of this is happening in one part of the system. So now he's saying he never claimed that GPS did provide evidence for the shape of the Earth. No, I'm not letting that fly. Yep, you're moving the goalposts, Aurelian, and you're copying and pasting shit that you don't even understand yourself. I don't expect you to understand this. Any other metric than the Schwarzschild would create big errors for Earth, dude. What about the moon? They're crying out loud. All right, so he said that he never claimed that GPS signals inherently tell you the shape of the Earth. But then he goes on to say that you have to use GPS signals that are computed from the Schwarzschild radius of Earth and WGS 84 for it to work. Like, talk about inherent contradiction. You contradicted yourself.
Dude, I was calling him a Kool-Aid drinker. I'm like, because he was like some sort of like government space business liaison, so he's also into the political aspect of it.
Yeah.
Like he's got his fingers in all of it. Like he's not at the like the engineering stuff. He's at the like the evangelizing the government
Yeah.
crossover. Because
Wow.
I was like,
I find it stranger that he's here. Then that makes it weird. Being he's just an evangelizer for
he
space.
said something like, "You can't do that in space. That's illegal." I'm like,
Wow.
how are they going to stop me? Like, they don't have no jurisdiction in space. And he's like, well, you're a citizen of that country, and you got to, like, dude, it was, dude, the conversation is just so crazy because we covered so many different aspects of, like, the whole outer space, from the government to the military aspect, and how everybody's like, well, there's 127 space agencies, so, like, blah, blah, blah. But then, on the other hand, all that shit's inaccessible, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like this same old thing, right? They talk out of one side of their mouth, but they do another.
Yeah.
Right? If we really wanted to know what's really going on, that aspect would never be accessible. It'd be black box, right? Because we'd have to be in the military aspect.
Yeah, of course. You need special clearances and stuff as well.
Yeah, exactly. And he's controlled by ITAR, right? So his technology, which is the International Trafficking of Arms Regulations, so
Right.
restrictions. So even he said his the fort he works on is restricted, is a ITAR restricted section where like normal employees can't go because ITAR, you can't violate ITAR, you're in deep fucking doo-doo, it's a crime. So it's simultaneously, there's 127 space agencies and 400,000 employees on NASA. How could they all be lying? And all he did was support our, the contention that they don't know anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have any access to the actual information, which would go one way or another. Yeah,
you can glean pieces of information from people like him. It's good. Probably sounds like a good conversation. Yeah.
He's got contacts or whatever. What he's saying, like, we can go to Ames, and I know people there, and we can run around and we can touch the rockets. Basically, what he's saying is we can look at all them building it, and like, I mean, it's I was very entertained by it.
Was this in here or in politics?
It was on politics. Oh, no, it was in here, actually. As a matter of fact. It was in here. It was a few mornings ago.
Trying to remember which server he frequented. So it is this one. That's cool.
He's on politics, though, but he was here.
Oh, was he? Oh, okay.
In the middle, he's like, I gotta get my flu shot in 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. We're like, what?
Okay.
I wonder why he's popping up now.
How do you mean?
Did he come back alive?
He hasn't been back, man. So, I don't know.
Oh, send it a search party.
They got an autism section in the mental hospital.
Of course.
T-Dub, you were here that morning.
Was I active? I don't know. I might not have been.
You talked for a little bit. Well, at the beginning of so when I pulled the video, you were talking at the beginning of it. So we were talking about
okay.
The level thing, remember? The freaking the level diagrams, like the canals and all that stuff.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that day. Yeah, I think you might have left. Yeah.
Speak there.
Oh, sorry, did I talk over you or something? Sorry about that.
No, you just did like a a spazzy impression right after I spoke. I was like, oh, my mic must be muffled like shit or something.
No, I was talking about the guy that went to get the flu shot.
Oh, okay, right.
Like right in the middle of the
just
conversation,
timing.
it's like, I'll be back in 10 minutes and go to get a flu shot. I'm like, what?
Isn't Josh the guy who always makes excuses at the end of his conversation as to why he leaves?
Josh? He's the freaking Amazon dude.
Really?
Amazon satellite dude? That dude?
Yeah, I know the guy you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, he does make excuses to leave all the time.
Oh yeah. He was in here earlier actually. Yeah. Well, probably about 5 hours ago.
He only talks to us on short windows, he has available during like commuting, whatnot.
We got him for like a couple hours, man. At least 2 hours he was in here. Because he didn't go into work because Amazon was laying a bunch of people off. And he didn't want to go in there and deal with the freaking wreckage of watching people bring their belongings out of the building or something. So he was on here running around getting flu shots and, getting cooked by us because it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why a personality like that is showing up now.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Just look at his resume on his LinkedIn, and you really wonder. Well, if you listen to it and how he got his jobs, it's very. He said he hasn't applied for any of his jobs. That people have just called him and been like, "Hey, you want a job at NASA?" And he goes over it in the little freaking podcast I made. He goes over all this. Dude, it's something that like I can talk about it in parts, but it's something that has to be listed about in totality.
Yeah.
And then think about like what this dude just said in totality and how fucked up everything he said is. It's just a jigsaw puzzle where the pieces just don't fit together, man. And I think probably at the end, I think that he was like, man, some of these jigsaw dude, the space pills, man. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't even heard Globers claim that. Regular Globers.
That they're making pills in space and sending them back to Earth.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Are they dick pills? How do you even do the clinical trials on those? You don't have enough pills. Anyway, so what else I asked? I asked him about like who's responsible for the pay? Who's responsible for the who's liable if the rocket blows up? Is it SpaceX? Is it their payload? Who has to pay? And then we start like, he's like, well, it's insurance companies. Like, who the fuck would insure that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what insurance company's gonna insure that shit?
Hey, India.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm a Globarter. You wanna try and convert me?
No.
Why not?
I'm not in the conversion business, dude.
You're not in the conversion business.
You need to convert yourself.
He's been talking to too many space evangelists. That's what it is.
Yeah, I know. Why would I try to convert you?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd just be like them, right? I would just be like, hey, believe me. And then you, just like the same reason you believe the globe because somebody told it to you and you just believe them. Then I would I would just replace them with me. Why would I want to do that?
Yeah, well, at least
I'm going to brainwash you to think for yourself, brother, not to follow me.
I get that, but like I did like astrophoto, but because like
photo of what?
Astrophoto, like taking pictures of the stars, and like I don't know how a flat Earth would work with that, like the stars perfectly aligning with like a globe model.
Want to know what? So here's another question you should ask yourself: how does the globe model work with a flat Earth?
How does a globe model work with a flat Earth?
Yeah. So you're wondering about how the stars would work over a flat Earth. We're wondering how the globe model works at all, considering the Earth is measured flat.
But like the Earth isn't measured flat. You can just see
Oh
like
yeah, it is.
both.
So it certainly
But
is.
you can. How can you see like boats, curve and like disappear
You see
beyond
boats
the horizon?
curve.
Yeah, you see them. No, you don't see them curve. You just go. You see them go over the horizon or like under the horizon. How does that work?
Well, do you live by the ocean?
I've went
So
there
you've
before.
never seen this for yourself, right?
I've seen. There's a beach
Seen
in
videos
my
here and there. Yeah, I'm sure you see like 10, maybe 20 videos. This is not a common occurrence.
I've seen it.
Hold on, bro. I live by the ocean. I'm like literally a mile away from the ocean right now. I have never seen this ever. In fact, I've seen a ship sail 30 miles away and still be visible 30 miles away.
But I've seen them disappear.
Not with your eyes. You've seen videos.
Yeah, honestly,
and you asked, how does it happen? And I just told you, typically there's an inferior mirage right at the horizon that makes it so you can't see the bottom of it because you can't see through the inferior mirage. What you'll see is kind of like a little mirrored section that's a really thin mirrored section at the horizon.
Am I wrong? Yo. The Earth might actually be a flat or whatever.
Well,
I don't really know.
We don't need to rely on just looking at a boat and just going. And I should also tell you that we can replicate this on a surface that we know is flat. The same visual thing, right? So say the globe horizon is 2,600 feet away. That's like, I don't know, freaking 700 meters or something. Right? And you take a camera and you put it really close to the water. And you use a lake, which isn't that far, right? So say the lake is 100 meters across. Right?
Yeah.
But the horizon's supposed to be 700 meters away. Right? So it can't be Earth curve blocking any boat or anything. Well, we can observe. You take a miniature RC boat and sail it across, you'll see a horizon and little boat disappear behind it. The same way. But in that distance, a distance that short, it can't possibly be the curve of the Earth doing it.
Yeah,
the lake is only 100 meters long.
I gotta test this for myself, bro.
Yeah, you should. Look, bro, listen, don't take my word for anything at all. Test it for yourself, dude. Like, I'm dead serious. You can test this. Just find a very short lake, right? Get like a little remote controlled boat or something, and you can just. But you don't even need the remote controlled boat. Just get a short lake that's shorter than where the horizon distance should be, and see if you see a horizon on the water. Because there should be no horizon there if the horizon is the curve of the Earth. You understand? If it's the curve of the Earth, and the curve of the Earth should be 1,000 feet away, there's no way you should see a horizon at 500 feet away. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I get you, but like, yeah, I guess you are. Well, I'm not a scientist or anything, but
I'm just saying I wouldn't rely on that. Right? That's an interesting observation, but that's not like proof of a flat Earth or proof of a globe.
Yeah.
So that is actual measuring the surface of the Earth, not just looking at it. Right?
Yeah, you know what actually kind of at one point why this kind of actually made sense to me. It's because of Antarctica. Like no one lets us go there for whatever reason, or like anyone actually, for that matter.
Well, they don't want you to destroy the environment.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like.
Well, think about what's the environment that they don't want destroyed, right? It's the coldest place on Earth. There's no plant. There's no animals. There's nothing there. It doesn't snow. It doesn't freaking do anything. It's just like a frozen wasteland that no one can live in, and they don't want you to destroy it. How can it get worse? Like literally, how could it get worse already? There's no plants or animals there. How can you destroy something?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of impossible
you
for
gonna kill the
anyone
ice?
to live there. Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do to the ice, dude? Is the ice like?
I bet there's answers for this.
Well, let's get back to the measurements, right? So tests have been done so I'll just give you one example of a laser test that was done in the Netherlands. This is a lake like IJsselmeer. It's a saltwater lake they blocked off the ocean and turned the bay into a lake. So some engineers took a laser and they shined it across this lake to multiple distances. And they did it a couple times, like 3 weeks apart. So the height of the laser above the water is like 1.92 meters, which is 10 feet. They shine the laser 40 kilometers. Right?
Yeah.
Right. So at that distance, if you go from that 10-foot end of the laser to the other end, the globe Earth should be curved away from the laser and be under it 127 meters. Okay?
Yeah.
But when they did this test, they measured the laser height at 1.5 meters. It's a big difference, right? 127 versus 1.5 is a big difference.
I mean, I feel like it's still not evidence, right? It could be faked, and I feel like it's more difficult to like.
They did it again 2-3 weeks later. It's all films, documented. There's a report, all that stuff. And that's not the only one. That's just one that I know, and the reason I used it is because I know the values in meters, right? So the only way you should have seen this laser is if you're standing on top of a 42-story building, which is a pretty tall building, right?
It's pretty tall.
Yeah. They saw it at the level of the lake.
Huh.
Okay. So this is just one test. So these people actually, they were doing, that was like their 5th test that they did. They'd done them every year, probably starting in like 2015. And Globe Earthers were like, no, you did it wrong. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do that. So then next year they would approve the test and improve the test and improve the test and improve the test. So in 2019 or 2018, they got a powerful enough laser. They engineered a aiming device that's really hard to aim 40 kilometers away. It's freaking difficult because even if you move the laser a tiny bit. So it took a while to get up the resources to get the proper equipment where you could actually do the test. So this isn't just like someone taking a handheld laser and shining it across a lake.
Yeah.
These are actual engineers. In fact, the guy Mike Kavanaugh has 3 engineering degrees. Okay. So and that's just one test. That's just one laser measurement test. That someone posted, Kiwi Buzz posted in the chat, as a matter of fact. So the point is that when we measure the Earth, right? So the idea is that, water is conforming to gravity into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
And that the surface of Earth is mostly water. So we can test that water and we measure the water and figure out if the Earth is a ball. And that's all we have to do, because if the water does not curve and if the water lies flat and level, then the Earth cannot be a ball.
Yeah, that does make sense.
It's pretty simple. It's a simple proposition. It's really not complicated. It's not complicated math. It's not none of that stuff. They tell you that. They tell you that so that you're too lazy to inquire. They tell you, oh man, dude, you have to be a scientist. You can't figure this out for yourself. You gotta have an advanced physics degree. You gotta be an astronomer. You gotta be a big egghead. You can't figure it out. But they also tell you what? What do they also tell you?
What?
If you think the Earth's flat, you're dumb.
I mean, yeah, that is.
So how can you be dumb and smart at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know. Why would they do this anyway? Like, why push the globe Earth?
Most people don't know. I mean, why did you just push it? You came in here trying to push it. Why did you do it?
I don't know why. I'm being forced to
dirty globe pusher.
Physics in school and stuff.
Dude, we don't want no that globe, man. I'm scared straight. No, listen, the globe is kind of like it's an idea. It's like a meme. It's literally a meme. And it just spreads and has spread just like Santa Claus. Everybody believes it. They don't know it, right? I could bring anybody in. Like when you got in here, I was talking about a guy, he works for Amazon. He thinks they're putting satellites in space and they're connecting people's internet.
Yeah.
And we've talked to him a bunch of times, but we're like, no, he's worked for NASA. He's worked for like all these space agencies. He was the freaking UN liaison for freaking youth outreach or some shit for space shit. But what does he actually know?
What?
Does he have any primary knowledge of that the Earth is a globe? Has he been to space himself? Has he looked at the globe from space? Does he actually know anything, or does he just believe a lot of things?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. So, and then think of someone like you, or just the average person, right? They're believing that people like him, that they know. So they're placing their belief in someone like him. But then when we talk to people like him, he doesn't know anything either.
But
You know
like,
what I
I feel
mean?
like but like, I feel like it's more than a meme when you like send billions of dollars up to space for nothing, or like, you know what I mean? Why would they do that? Like, I feel like it's a waste of their time.
That's a good question. That's the number one. Like, really, you can ask. That's a smart question, and I'll tell you why. Do you think if we took all the money that's been spent on space since the beginning of space programs versus the money that's been made from space, do you think they'd be in the red or in the black? Do you think we've made money or lost money?
I'd say we lost money. No, what do we even?
A lot of money, huh?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would we do that? Why do we invest in something where we know we're going to lose money? Doesn't even make sense.
I mean, maybe
Look,
in the
there's
Cold
never
War.
I know they say things like, "Oh, we're going to find a freaking an asteroid made of gold in outer space or something and bring it back to Earth and we'll be rich," right? Or there'll be space tourism or all these things that they promise that somehow there'll be money to be made in space. You know, getting some resource from space where we can actually, make money off of. But that's bullshit. First of all, okay, so you think about, space tourism. Right now, the tourist industry, their operating margin is like 11%. So for every dollar invested, they make 11% more than that dollar. They have very tight margins. Okay, we're talking about the hospitality industry. People going on to the pyramids, people going to the Grand Canyon, people going all these places, right? Space is just another tourist destination, right? I'm a space tourist.
Yeah, something like
How are you going to make money when you just added the cost of actually providing that tour to millions of dollars? How are you going to make money? Can't make any money off that shit.
Yeah, I guess where you're coming from.
So let's go another one. Space mining or something. We're going to haul an asteroid from the asteroid belt. It's made of solid gold back to Earth. It's freaking 100 million tons.
But like, what was the point of like?
Now, what's going to happen to the gold market?
Yeah, that's what I was
gold
gonna
is going
say.
to fall through the floor.
Yeah.
Gold isn't going to be worth anything, and then you have just made no money again.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, if you get like a
the
bunch
value
of gold,
comes from scarcity, not from abundance.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, like, why are they dumping the money that's made in space? Is like, it's like a circle jerk. It's like, we'll make a rocket. The rocket will go into space, and I'll make money off of making the rocket to go into space. And that's just
it's like a never
really just the money is in the churn of like keeping this so-called space industry going, but they're not going into space to get anything of value.
I mean, what does the government even spend money on? Don't they just have everything? To be honest, like
They want all the smart people doing shit that's useless, so they don't frickin' pick up the torches and pitchforks.
What can we even do, bro? We can't really do anything about the government and like whatever secret society that exists because we don't even know anything about them.
You mean the death cult?
Something like that, bro. Everything's like connected in some way, bro. I don't even know how it works.
Well, it's probably worse than any of us can imagine. quite honestly.
What I'm saying, like, if something like that actually existed, it would be so much worse than whatever conspiracy theory that exists right now. Like, we would never be able to figure it out if something like that actually does exist.
So
You know
that's
what I
one
mean?
of the things people ask us, why would they lie? And I'll tell you, like, how would I know? If I knew that, I'd be in on it. And I can't think of a reason why they lie. Like, yeah, that's the point. That's literally the point.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess
it
that is a
it could
good
be a
point. Yeah.
reason that you can't even conceive of. Something you have no idea because you always assume the Earth is a globe. Like, why would they lie about that? And there could be some freaking grand reason that you just never thought about. It's not in the public, like, because you don't have enough information to even guess. You can't even figure out who's lying. That's the hard part. You have to figure out who exactly would be lying.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's not even like this idea came about after NASA was formed. I mean, people were saying the Earth was a ball in space before that, right? These guys are just exploiting that popular held belief system.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get you. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, let's do a little exercise. Who would have to be lying? Would Donald Trump have to be lying? What would he know?
Honestly, though, like,
Yeah,
there's
Donald Trump
no.
doesn't got to know. Well, I'm being serious. Like, let's figure out who has to be lying. Well, I mean, we can go the Apollo astronauts, the guys that said they went to the moon. They have to be lying. Okay, so let's just take those people, put them off to the side. They have to be liars because they said they saw the Earth as a ball with their own two eyes. So they would definitely have to be lying.
Yeah, given that
So okay, let's go. Everybody else that's ever lived. What do they know?
That's crazy, though. But like, how have we not gone to the moon again if we were able to like
Again?
so many years ago?
We didn't go the first time.
Oh,
Nobody went to the moon, brother.
that would make sense. That would make sense. But yeah, I guess,
Well, when they
it would
first
also
proposed
make
the
sense to
idea, it was
take
in a work of science fiction by a Nazi, ex-Nazi named Werner von Braun. He was a Nazi rocket scientist that got sucked up in Operation Paperclip. And he ran NASA. He was the NASA director from the beginning of NASA. And he wrote a book about going to the moon. And he said it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building to get there.
Yeah, but like my point is, if we were able to do that like so many years ago with like not even 1/100th of the computers and like the technology we have now, why can't we do it again? And why isn't it like easy at this point because of how much everything's advanced?
That's the question.
We should have gone to the moon like 8 times and probably like built a house there or some shit.
Dude, Pan Am was selling freaking moon tickets, dude. Back in the 60s and 70s.
How long has it been since the moon landing? Wait, Google this.
Dude,
56
they were
years.
promising space colonies in the 70s, man.
Computers in 1969. That's crazy. They went there with this shit. This is like 32 kilobytes of RAM. We have gigabytes now. And that's like everyone, all of us probably in this call.
Oh, it's so much worse than that. Like, bro. Okay, it's worse than whatever you're imagining. Unless you're familiar with the way things worked back then, it's worse than that. So memory was not solid state memory. They had something called iron core rope memory. So they took literally like a bit was a little iron ring that they wrapped electric wire around, like a solenoid, and they would magnetize the ring and demagnetize it. Now these things had to be sewn. So there was literally people with a needle that sewed the wires through the rings on and made a big rope out of it. And
what?
Dude, it's bro. I'll show you a picture.
There's no way. And they went to the moon with that?
Yeah.
And they talked to the people on the moon and they landed it again? And they can't even land your freaking SpaceX rockets now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Those are wires,
Can't be.
and
There's
in those wires, there's like an iron ring that gets magnetized when they run a current to it. Each iron ring has its own line, 3 lines that go to it because there's the because you got to change the polarity, right, to demagnetize it. So when the current's flowing one way, it magnetizes, south on the bottom, north on the top, and when it goes the other way, vice versa. And that's considered the 0. But you have to have a sense line which actually reads the magnetic field. Okay, so yeah, bullshit, bro. Horse.
okay, crazy though.
Shite. As a
Like, how does physics work then? It's crazy.
Okay, so check this out, bro. You ain't seen nothing yet, dude. They hired weavers.
Weaving software. What the hell?
Yeah, this is how they made memory. They weaved it. There was no such thing as solid state memory, dude. I don't know what what you're confused about. Did not exist.
Then why can't we go to the moon now? Now that we have everything that they needed back then, but way better, like millions of times better.
Well, wait till Josh comes back in the morning and ask him, dude.
This is but like this is like exponentially better. This is like millions of times better than what we had back then. Like an average computer, and we have like supercomputers, and we can't do that again. There's no way. There's no like.
It was bullshit, dude. What aren't you understanding? Okay, it was just a propaganda thing. That's all it was.
Yeah, but like I'm just thinking, why would they do that? Like, what could it even be? Is there any like? I don't even
Keep
know.
people busy, dude.
Keeping people busy.
Doing nothing. What is the government?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're the government, what are your goals? The government's goals aren't the same as your goals, right?
Yeah.
Their budget isn't the same as your
honestly,
budget.
you're right, though.
Look, because they can print money, right, and you can't. They have different motivations than everybody else, right? So, for instance, you don't want people just running around unemployed because a bunch of angry unemployed men burn everything to the ground, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you need to keep them busy. Busy. And if it's doing nothing, then so be it, because it's better than the alternative of them burning everything to the ground. They did this during the Great Depression in America. Unemployment was like 30%. Like 1 in 3 people did not have a job. Okay? And it was getting a little sketchy. So what FDR did, he made a program called this, it's like some civil service thing, and the government hired people to build roads. Okay? Cobblestone roads.
Yeah.
So they're big, huge. I don't know if you've ever seen like cobblestone roads. The fucking rocks are heavy. It's all heavy manual labor. But these roads didn't go anywhere. They didn't connect anything. They didn't connect any towns. They just made roads that just like went off into nowhere. It's called the roads to nowhere.
Yeah, I've heard of that actually.
But it kept people busy, right? So the government is paying people to make some fucking thing that's completely useless to keep them busy so they don't burn everything down, right? So that's what I mean by torches and pitchforks. They don't grab the torches and pitchforks and storm the White House and burn it to the ground, because people will do that if they're starving, right? And there's no hope and there's no future.
Every creature except us doesn't need like money and like a social construct to be living. They just live on their own. They're like free living beings, except us. We say we have consciousness, but we're just confined in other people's like. You know what I mean?
NASA, well, NASA has 2 purposes. It's a government slush fund make work program used to prop up private industry and whatever else and people to grift off of. But if Yoder was in here, he's got documents from NASA's founding documents that NASA was created to create the perception of a technological superiority so that no adversaries would ever try to attack us.
That's crazy.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
he's
I
got all
get.
the documents for it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, NASA is like something super big. I get why they would like make something that would like, suppress anyone's urge to say like, yo, that maybe this is not this and this should be this instead. And they made it like super, like massive and like, oh, you can never think about how smart a guy working at NASA is, so you better just leave it up to the professionals.
why would you think anyone at NASA's smart? That's an honest. Like, why? Where did
That's
you ever
just
get
what
that
that's
idea?
just what
Have you
I
ever met
know.
somebody from NASA?
No,
Okay, then why would you think someone from NASA's smart?
you're
See, this is all propaganda, right? Oh man, fucking go to NASA. You're a fucking genius, dude. Automatically, even if you're stupid, I can be stupid. Go to NASA as soon as they freaking go. You're hired. I'm smart. Like, how does that work?
true though. Be true.
No, the freaking brainwashed freaking plebs. Those are the ones that work at NASA. They're the guys that got good grades and suck the government dick, and they're the ones that want to work at NASA.
Yeah, I mean, they
Kool-Aid
they
drinkers,
gave us
man.
no way out except to like study for like 11 years and then
Well, if
work
you're
9 to 5.
anti-government, right? Do you think you could get a job at NASA?
No way.
Yeah, so that's never going to happen, right? So only certain types of people are ever going to get in there. They got to be pro-government. They have to, pass all the background checks. They got to do all this stuff, right? And they have to have gone to the right schools and took the right classes and kissed the asses of the right people. They're not smart. They're connected.
Yeah,
Ever
that
hear
does
the
make
phrase,
sense.
it's not what you know, it's who you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, we talked this satellite dude. We talked about this very thing with him about how he got his job at NASA, not because he knew anything.
Yeah.
It's because he had a friend that worked there,
Yeah.
and they had an intern. The intern decided they weren't going to do it, and he knew that this dude was doing nothing for the summer. So he's like, "Hey, you want to come work at NASA?" Like, okay. You got to interview in 45 minutes. Let's go to what he says in the podcast. You got to interview in 45 minutes. And they hired him on the spot
45
because he
minutes?
knew. Yeah, he didn't even apply for the job, dude. They called him.
What the hell, bro? And that's just how people get at NASA. It's not like actual good students.
Dude,
It's crazy.
look, if you talk to him, you're not going to think he's a smart person. You might think he's clever, but not smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does make sense wasting people's time and everything. 'Cause like that's what the world made to like waste our times in school and then college and then uni and then a job when animals are like literally every other organism can just live and not have to worry about these things.
Yeah, well, I mean, neither do you, man. Look, bro, learn how to shovel. You always have a job. It's not glamorous, but you'll never be unemployed.
Yeah, I guess so.
What can you do? I can shovel really good. You're fucking hired. Dude, and no matter what the economy does, something always needs to be dug up or someone needs to be put in the ground.
Yeah, actually though.
I worked
Well,
in the
what do you
cemetery
think
when I was
about
a
like
teenager.
yeah, what do you think about like
Burying
general
people.
AI, like stealing all our jobs and shit? Like, what are we gonna do then?
You can steal our jobs.
Yeah, I can't. Why do you think they can't?
I'll believe it when I see it.
When you see it, but like that's gonna be soon. AI can already like code and shit. It's only so far until they
Have you
start
used it for
making
coding?
smarter AIs. Yeah, I have. It's not that good, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. But what are you talking about, bro? If you're gonna code something simple, you want to code a Discord bot. It's good for that. But anything more complicated than that, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's not good at anything complicated, but like it is true that it's actually like getting stronger. Like if it could make an AI itself and like not let us know, then how are we even sure at all that it exists? You know what I mean?
I use it to do things that would be laborious that I could do myself, but it would take me a lot of time to do it. I use it for that. Like if I want to
Same, man.
research something, I can get it to like find all the shit for me, so I don't have to freaking Google it. It's basically I use it as like a freaking Google assistant, research assistant. That's kind of like the only thing it's really good for.
Yeah. Anyway, bro,
It's
that
wrong a
was looking
lot.
crazy. Yeah, I don't know. That was like actual like evidence, like low key evidence, because I don't know how like real that is. I haven't seen the source of those laser experiments and stuff.
How real it is?
Yeah,
Are you
I
serious?
haven't seen the actual evidence. I've only heard it from you, right? Can't trust you
Someone posted
completely
the
yet.
video, bro. You can watch them do it.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in the side chat here some pictures real quick. Hold on, let me send this. Okay, I posted some pictures. I saw this on Twitter. So this is the comet that what is it called?
3i divided by Atlas.
Yeah, 3i divided by Atlas. So what's really interesting to me is that the worst image in this picture is the one from NASA, and the other three are from amateur astronomers that post that I found on Twitter. I also
They're taken
found
through cloud cover. Did they take these through cloud cover? Like, why do they like so? Looks like they're like behind a cloud or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I just like I know that all I know is that the one that's the least clear, the one that's like most distorted, is the one from NASA. And there are representatives in Congress. I'll try to find it. There are representatives. Yeah, let me try to find this. There are representatives in Congress that are trying to unclassify information regarding this comet. I saw in the pictures, it looks like there's some weird dots around the comet. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts are, if you had any on what this really was.
I haven't really formed an opinion. There's so much misinformation about it. I don't think. I don't even know what to say at this point. There's a lot of bullshit out there. There's shrines here like 9/11, where there's like so many different freaking stories and some of them contradict each other. It's like a contaminated crime scene, where this crime scene's staged, but there's still evidence of the crime there, and you can't tell what's staged and what's evidence, and you have to freaking sift through it and try and figure it out. That's what this is. I think there's like disinfo, misinfo, speculation, and some true information all freaking mixed into one, and you kind of can't tell what's what. You know what I mean? Because you got that Avi Loeb, who's like a freaking Harvard astronomer, astrophysicist. He's saying shit, which who knows what could be true or not. And plus, he's biased to already think aliens exist. So he's trying to say, like, this was the wild radio signal that was detected, fucking 50 years ago. So there's a lot of bullshit out there about it. But I'm sure some of the shit's true. The thing is, how do you tell what's bullshit and what's true? You kind of can't. That's kind of the problem. I mean, what do you think about it? Have you researched this at all, mathematician? Can you give us any information?
Well, I just find it uncomfortable just in general, just not being given answers to these like what should be easy questions, like why is NASA giving us a blurry picture?
What instrument did they take it with? Did they say?
Let me see if I can find that.
Obviously, it wasn't like the Hubble or fucking James
Oh, I
Webb,
thought
right?
when you said members of
says
Congress
from
were
8
commenting, when you said members of Congress were commenting, I thought you were about to say they were going to demand a budget review of why I'm giving you so much ass money, but you're giving me these shitty quality pictures.
Yeah, that's a problem. So did you what telescope?
It says 8 different spacecraft, satellites, and telescopes.
Took one picture?
I guess so.
So they
Hold on.
combined the imagery
here
of
it is.
8 different instruments?
No, I guess not. Okay, hold on. Here, let me post this from the subtitle of that picture.
The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter image comes. Oh, yeah, this is the one from a while back. I don't know, I'm not too hip on that freaking particular image that they're saying.
Yeah, they're not releasing. Let me see if I can find the member of Congress.
How could they even focus in on that, dude? The shit wasn't designed for that crap. Even if you believe all that shit, right? That they have a satellite up there that's taking pictures. It's not designed. When they design these things, they're designed for to do their purpose very well. And they don't you can't just be like, yeah, we're going to design a frickin' a surface surveyor, and then we're going to just turn it around and point at the sky and do astronomy. The shit don't work like that. This isn't a fucking consumer camera that's made for general use, purpose use. These are very specific instruments. That's why you can't really take an astronomical telescope and start looking around and get good images of your surroundings terrestrially, because they're made to take images of low light conditions with a dark background. That's why you can't go frickin' really bird watching with one, and that they make ones for bird watching, and you can't use those for astronomy. So I find it hard to believe they just took the Mars frickin' Reconnaissance Surveyor camera and just fucking whipped it around and were like, hey, dude, now we're doing astronomy. Just find it hard to believe. Why is that image so pixelated, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. What's freaking weird to me though is the amateur telescopes. It just doesn't look like a freaking comet, man.
That was the thing. Wasn't its tail pointed in the wrong direction or something? That was one of the other things that it really? Became the brightest. I don't know how they knew this when it was on the other side of the sun, but then when it started being close to the sun, instead of the tail being pointed away from the sun because of the solar wind, it was pointed toward the sun.
Yeah, you're right. I just looked
at something weird like that they were saying. But like I said, I never verified that, and you couldn't actually. I don't know how they would even figure that out. Kind of, that's one of the other things that you have to kind of trust what they're saying, because your viewpoint from Earth, you can't look at the sun. It would be very close visually to the sun, So you would need a special instrument to block out the sun, and then C3I Atlas, and that would be so fucking small. Like, this is one of those things you kind of got to take their word for it that this is what's going on.
Well, that's why I'm looking at these amateur pictures, which are way more clear. Like just from some of these, the people just said I took this from my telescope in my backyard.
Yeah.
And these look freaky as hell. Like, I just hate, like, if this shit is this shit's weird, like, if it is really weird and this isn't just like a coincidence or something, I just hate knowing that there's this much hidden information. Like, I just wish they would just tell us straight up, like, we don't know what the heck this is in the sky. But here it is. This is what it looks like.
I want to ask yourself why you would assume they know anything anyway. You were alive during the pandemic, right? Obviously, there are a bunch of fucking morons in charge.
I kind of think they don't know why, but they're pretending like they do. I think they're just pretending like they do know why by providing us with a blurry image. I think they know it's a blurry image. I think
their job is to tell a story and keep people from freaking the hell out, or make everybody freak the hell out in a controlled situation. But their job.
You know what Atlas stands for, though?
No, what?
Atlas is the advanced. Hold on a second. They just stood this up not that long ago. The Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. So this is something that didn't even exist until 2015. So it's a decade old. And NASA was taking up, so it was a freaking, I remember even back then, I'm like, man, they're fucking so full of shit. They were giving grants for people to invent systems on how to deflect Earth-threatening objects. Like, you know, a la fucking, what is it, Armageddon, the movie Armageddon, and blast asteroids, you know, out of the way from hitting Earth. Now, coincidentally with 3i Atlas, I think it was on October 28th, there was supposed to be also detected by the Atlas program a near-Earth object that was going to come within 90,000 miles of Earth, and which is between the moon and the Earth, according to their nonsense. And then they just canceled all the data. And that night, that there was what was it? There was some sort of burst in Moscow, but it's hard to say whether that was the fucking Ukrainians shooting a missile at them or it was, you know, some space debris. But this never made the news or any other thing. I got all this off of Telegram, Russian sources. So the Russians were talking about this. It wasn't being talked about in America. The point is that is this some fucking bullshit to keep funding their program? Like, I don't know. Because it is kind of a bullshit program, man.
Yeah, but like, I don't see why they wouldn't just use their telescopes. I mean, they have to have a freaking telescope that has a better image than this. I mean, even if it's one of the dude's hobby telescopes or whatever that they had when they were a kid, like, they can get a better image than that. And like, I would imagine they would just say, "Oh, this is a weird thing. We don't know what this is." Like, they just
they're saying that that's gas, that they can't resolve it and focus in on it because that's just like emitting gas, right? That it's I think they were saying it's CO2 or something instead of water. that's frozen carbon dioxide, dry ice.
Do you
And
believe
that's why
that?
it's that color. I don't know. That's why I said there's so much garbage that's floating around. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, like,
Why just like there's some items in the news when I just hear too much shit coming from too many angles, I just ignore it because I can't. There's no way I can sift through the information and determine which claims are true and which aren't.
Yeah, I get that. For me though, I have seen the device. I've seen the device that they use to identify the signatures, the color signatures on the spectrum of certain chemicals, and like it's pretty freaking accurate. If you point it at something in the sky and that thing is emitting a certain chemical, like it's going to have a certain light signature that's
How do they
detectable.
know it's accurate though? That's really a problem. How do they know it's accurate?
Well, because you can test that instrument on things on planet Earth, and it does actually give the exact same phenomenon. So, like, if there's like a very specific signature that is emitted from Earth, and the thing is though, the stuff in the sky, like whether it's a bunch of stars that NASA claims it is, with these galaxies that have billions of stars for trillions of light years, whatever. That to me could be very well all be bullshit, complete bullshit.
Are you talking about spectroscopy?
Yeah, spectroscopy, but
it doesn't really work in the lab the same way it works in astronomy. Quite a bit different.
How
It's a little
so?
bit
I didn't know
different,
that.
dude. Because you get smearing and shit. The lines aren't in the lab. Everything's well defined. You have well defined freaking well defined absorption lines. The shit that's supposed to be in outer space, you get like what's called like Doppler line broadening, and then red shifting, and then like all this shit is smeared, right? It's not it's not like crisp. I'll just use an analogy. It's almost like a sharp image versus a blurry image, where you're like you're trying to figure out what something is by looking through like smoked glass or something.
Yeah, redshift does from what I understand, the redshift blurriness doesn't really affect anything at a local level, like a comet. Like a comet is, according to the model presented by NASA, a comet is really close. It approaches the sun, and like all the redshift. That stuff's like that noise is gone. It seems like those lines are not so blurry for things that are at least within our solar system.
Well, I mean, I don't know. All I know is it's not as straightforward as people think it is in practice. It isn't just they just point something at the sky and go, "Oh, look, it's made of frickin' CO2." It's not that simple. A lot of it's theory laden. You know what I mean? A lot of it's like their interpretation of what they're seeing. It's an interpretation of what they're seeing. It isn't just like a straight measurement.
Do you think the lines are like blurry for the moon?
Well, that would be reflectance spectroscopy. So that's a whole nother fucking issue.
What do you mean?
Just saying that this thing is an emitter, okay? Because it's going so fast, right? Energetic particles are making the freaking comet glow. They don't claim that with the moon. They're claiming with the moon it's that the moon's not a source of light and that it's reflecting light. So you got the spectrum of the light initially, and then you got the resulting spectrum from reflection. Now, those are two different things, and like one is definitely reflecting spectroscopy is definitely theory laden, and I'm very skeptical about it for this reason. Well, why can't you use it on Earth and tell you what shit's fucking made of here? Take a picture of Statue of Liberty, see if it's made of copper. You're getting reflected sunlight, right? Just do the same thing here. Right? The moon's just reflected sunlight from the sun, right? And they're taking a picture of that light and they go, "Hey, dude, the fucking moon's made of Swiss cheese." Right? So why can't you do that on Earth, dude? Why can't you take a picture of fucking Ferrari, and go, yeah, it's fucking steel fucking walls.
Yeah, I think your point makes sense. But what your point is basically that if I use the instrument on the moon, I should get a very clear signal, right?
Well, it's reflectance. It's the light has a spectrum that's hitting the moon, and then
Right,
that
yeah.
light's being reflected, and you're seeing the reflected light.
But
right?
you're
So
right
not
that I
seeing,
can't
you're not
point it-
seeing the original spectrum. You're seeing a resulting spectrum, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. But on Earth, if I point a spectrometer at the Statue of Liberty, it will tell me it's copper, right?
Will it?
I think so. Isn't that how it works?
Dude, fucking goddamn, man. The real dude, some CSI investigators would be they'd like to talk to you. You'd be solving a lot of crime scenes from their freaking cameras.
Well, I remember what maybe I'm missing something. I remember in AP chemistry, they turned the lights off and they lit up this
sodium lamp, right?
gas.
Yeah, I seen the sodium
whatever.
lamps and all that shit, right?
Yeah, and then you look through the thing and you can see the lines like absolutely clearly where they're supposed to be according to the signature or whatever.
Yeah, I understand the principle in the lab. I understand all that.
But so then why doesn't that work?
That straightforward?
Because it emits light.
Because nature's messy. Nature's just messy, dude.
I think I see what you mean. The only reason I could see it is because the only source was that material,
exactly,
not the sunlight bouncing off of something else.
Yeah, and there was also no intervening fucking gas, and it wasn't in motion, and it also wasn't fucking superheated like it fucking because the other thing that affects the spectral line width is the temperature.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, that is also another confounding variable. So, all I'm saying is that maybe it's fucking accurate what they're doing, but it's heavily laden in theory, and then it comes to how do you actually verify? So if you got an observation and then your interpretation's heavy laden in theory, how did you verify that extra component that you slapped onto it, the theory, is actually correct? You'd have to go to that fucking place and take a scoop of 3i fucking Atlas and go, yeah, we're right. But you kind of can't do that with any astronomical things. So there is some level of, uncertainty in this stuff.
That makes sense.
And I'm not even trying to be super skeptical. I'm just being fucking, just doing a rigorous evaluation. Not even that rigorous. Just an evaluation. Hey, dude, can I fucking rely on this 100%? No, I can rely on it, but not 100%. There's a chance the theory could be wrong. Maybe 80%, maybe 70%. I don't know. But the 3i Atlas thing is interesting. But
yeah, I just hate stuff like that. I
have you heard of the WOW signal? Have you seen that connection between this thing and the WOW signal?
No, I haven't.
So they got a WOW radio burst fucking in the 70s or something, SETI did, with a bunch of radio telescopes. This Harvard astrophysicist said that if you roll back, just according to him, where this thing was at the time that WOW signal was, based upon its trajectory or whatever the fuck it's doing, that it was in the same place where the WOW signal originated from way back in the 70s. So it's radio telescopes. They're looking for what is a non-nature signal, right? Some signal, some radio emission that appeared to come from intelligent life. So SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So they're looking for some radio signal that could not be natural. They got a signal and it said WOW, and they wrote WOW on the fucking thing. That's why it's called the WOW signal, because the person that was monitoring it wrote WOW on the printout. Dude says that this 3i Atlas was at that location in the sky when that wow signal came out. And he can tell from rolling back, I guess, where it was, 30 years ago, based upon its current trajectory and path. Now, this is part of the story. I haven't verified whether any of this shit's true. It's just like, I just hear this shit in passing, like on Twitter or fucking YouTube or whatever. I don't know if any of that crap's true. I know Avi Loeb is a big frickin' alien nut, and I don't even know how he's still on the faculty at Harvard. 50 years ago, they would have fired him in like 3 seconds, but,
A
I
part of
got
me,
some
though,
for you.
makes... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to post it. Give me a second. So this is a YouTube link. This is a screenshot from the comments. If you watch this whole video, you see some very weird stuff going on. There's numerous people that have recorded videos like this. It's basically low light, infrared, or night vision goggles looking up into the sky. Now, a lot of people believe there's all kinds of satellites up in the sky, and they would be, something that's streaking across your vision, right, in a pretty consistent rate of speed in a pretty consistent direction. But when you go out and you actually look at these things, you see things that are going very fast, then all of a sudden they slow down. You see things that are going slow, then all of a sudden they zigzag and take off in another direction. I've witnessed that with my own eyes. Other people have witnessed it and recorded it, and plenty of people comment about it all the time. So when you look up into the sky with advanced vision devices or low light vision devices, there's all kinds of unexplained aerial phenomena going on that makes no sense from any standard mainstream interpretation of what's going on up in the sky. You could just go out and look at it yourself.
It's an entirely different dimension of anomaly, Is he speaking? Or is he just lighting up?
No, I'm just like watching this video.
So, I would imagine like the people that have a more true cosmological understanding of Earth and whatnot would understand that there's, along with the cycles that they allow us to know about, there's probably cycles they don't allow us to know about, where there may be an uptick in anomalous activity in the sky, and then they of course co-opt these anomalies and write them into heliocentrism in some way to reinforce that whole structure.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm never gonna understand it, dude. Fucking, what's wrong with these Zoomers, bro?
Yeah, well, speaking of Zoomers, man. So this guy in the clip, I isolated a little clip out where he's focused on one, and he's zooming in, and you could see it streaking in the sky. And normally you'd think, well, it must be a sky satellite or something, and it's just going to keep going at the same speed across the guy's screen, but don't. It streaks in, and then it slows down very quickly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, brother. People have eyewitness accounts and even some video accounts of quote unquote sky phenomena like that. Zips in, stops abruptly, and sometimes will even take a 90-degree turn. And there's nothing that we know of, dude, that can move like that. You're talking tens upon tens of what the scale would be, thousands of miles an hour, come to essentially an eighth of the speed almost instantaneously and then take off in another direction. Like if a human being was in something like that, they'd be liquefied.
It's like fucking blinking. What the hell? That thing just slows. That's so weird, dude. It just slows down.
Yeah,
The way it
there's many,
slows
many
down,
people,
too,
dude.
is-
Yep.
You know, I'm pretty sure I saw some weird shit like this in the sky before, and I remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no way I saw that. Like ever since then, I keep telling myself, there's just no way I saw that. And it's like it's such a weird anomaly, and I just hate like just thinking, well, I guess I'm just gonna move on my day and keep doing whatever because after witnessing something like that, I always think though a lot of our ancestors, well, maybe not yours, but a lot of the people back in the ancient civilizations would worship the sky.
Oh, have you heard the new hotness? Oh, they went back and they looked at photographic plates of the stars from back in between 1947 and 1950. Could have been 51. Yeah, and they detected things that they seem to be satellites for the space program. Yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Satellites before satellites. This is peer reviewed in the astronomical journals. This isn't like me making shit up or some dude I saw on Twitter. It's in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. I think it was in November or October edition.
And what do they say? Like there are these lights in the sky that move for some reason?
Yeah, that there's these lights in the sky that move that are consistent with being freaking orbiting spacecraft, but it was pre-Sputnik.
Wait, like 60s Sputnik?
Yeah. So they're photographic plates from the 40s, the 50s.
The horizon should be, and check if that's actually happening. And we find that it's not doing that. Like we see a boat sail out, say you got a giant cruise ship, right? If you got real clear conditions and no waves, the cruise ship will just go out, and it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective, and then it'll get so small that you can't see it anymore. Okay, and it looks like it's gone. You can still see the horizon, but you can't see the cruise ship anymore. And then you can pull out a camera, like a super zoom camera, and zoom in where the cruise ship was, and then you can see the whole cruise ship again. So it didn't actually go over any curvature, which it would have had to if the Earth was a globe. It just went out of your field of view, right? Your range of perspective. But I get why, like, they didn't have these high-powered optics back in the old days, right? Where they might have seen a boat go out and they can't see the boat anymore, and they're like, oh, it must have gone over the curvature of the Earth. And then sometimes, obviously, if you've got like ocean swells, then it's going to look like the boat's disappearing bottom up because the boat's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But those ocean swells are still close to you, right? So it's kind of like the ship's going to reduce in angular size and it's going to look like it's disappearing behind the ocean swells bottom up. And then sometimes you can have some miraging effects and things like that make it look like it's sinking, right? One of the miraging effects is called sinking, where it looks like things are sinking in the distance. So, yeah, it's not caused by the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I got a video here of a big giant cruise ship. I think it's a cruise ship. Anyway, it looks like a giant ship. But you'll see that when this guy, he's zoomed out, he's just standing at the beach, nice calm day, no waves. And when he's zoomed out, you can't see the boat at all. And then it's not until about halfway through his zoom that the boat starts to come into view again. And then once he fully zooms in, you can see the whole boat again.
I don't know how far that boat is. Probably like a few miles.
It's probably about 10 to 15 miles out because of other videos that I've got where it's like a similar sized boat, and we know the distance to the boat because you can check them on shipping radar apps, right? And it'll tell you the size of the boat, the name of the boat, and stuff like that. Yeah, like I got an observation here. I'll just find it. And we know the exact distance to this boat, and you shouldn't be able to see it. It should be completely hidden by the curvature of the Earth. Right, so here's a different observation. Right, so he's got on this one. He's got the second. Yeah, so with this one, he's got the camera set up at just 1 meter high. Okay, so the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers away. Okay, and you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon, right? Because the horizon's like the line where the sky and the ground meets. Right, but he's looking out and he's got a wind farm out there. And the wind farm's like 11 point something miles away, 11.2 miles away. And then you can see a boat, when he zooms right in, you can see a boat out past the wind farms. Okay, and the guy that did this observation, Dr. John D., he tracked the boat on shipping radar, on 2 different shipping radar apps. And he looked up the name of the boat and how big the boat is and how far, it says how far away the boat is. So it's called the Shetland Trader. And he looked up the height of it, and then he did the math and worked out that, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see any of the boat. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It's 14 nautical miles, 14.1 nautical miles out, I think. 12.1 nautical miles out. Hold on, I'll post the screenshots from the shipping tracking radar. All right, so that's the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader. It's the only boat that was out there. And yeah, 12.1 nautical miles, which is it's like about 14 nautical miles out. Okay, and this is the ship. And then he shows you like this is what height the ship is. And then here's the calculations on an Earth curvature calculator to tell you how much should be hidden over that distance, right? So I'll just open up the curvature calculator. Okay, so the eye height, the camera height, 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Oh, he's got it in metric there. Yeah, 1 meter. And then the target, the ship's 22 kilometers away, which is 13.9 miles. Okay, so it says the target hidden height is 27 meters. Okay, which is 89 foot. Okay, and now we check the size of what the boat is. So I'll just post this. Just 1 second. Right, so this has got the height of the boat. Yeah, so it's like 7 meters or something like that.
Like 7 meters were visible?
No, the boat's 7 meters above. Like, can you see the image I just put in the side chat? So from where the water, because some of the boats like under the water, right? Because it's sitting in the water. So that's like 7 meters to where the deck is, and then it's much higher, above that, just the masts and things like that. But we can see like basically the whole boat in, if you scroll up and have a look at when he zooms out to it, you can see basically the whole boat. But the whole boat should be completely hidden behind the horizon by, what did it say? 27 meters. Back in just a second.
I wonder where this approximation was taken to like calculate like the Earth's curvature. Because like, if this optical camera that's like zoomed in this much and saw the like, and that these measurements are true, then like something's not right. Like, who actually
Exactly.
took these measurements?
Yeah, so this is a guy named Dr. John Dee. Right, he's like got a PhD, and he actually set out to debunk flat Earth originally. Okay, so these screenshots are just from a full-length video on his channel, where he spends an hour and a half going over the whole observation. He shows you the whole setup, and he'll show you the distances and everything. He goes over everything in detail. But the main thing that we're looking at in this one is the windmill farm. Okay, because we know the exact distance to the windmill farm, and we can see it really clearly. I'll just repost. Whoops. 1 second. Yeah, I'll just repost the observation, so it's right there in the chat. All right, because the main thing that he's looking at is that windmill farm. Okay, so I'm just going to... Excuse me, I'm just going to show you a close-up of the windmill farm, just what it looks like close-up. 1 second. All right, here it is. All right, so this is the target. Okay, so the windmill farm's 8 miles away. The closest windmill's 8 miles away on the left. You can see 6 windmills when he zooms in. So the one on the left's 8 miles away, and then each one's a little bit further until the one on the right is 11.2 miles away. And then there's a picture just underneath that of what they look like close up. So when it's low tide, the paint's like stripped off the bottom of them. So you can see that black portion at the bottom. Okay, so when he zooms in... Yeah, because the water like corrodes the paint off or whatever.
When it's high tide.
It's low tide when he did the observation, so you can see that low tide mark. When it's high tide, it comes up to like the top of that black bit there. But yeah. So we can do the calculations, right? So I'll show you a screenshot. Okay, so you can just go on Google and type in Earth Curvature Calculator if you want to double check this, but this is just me taking a screenshot from the Earth Curvature Calculator. They all give the same results. Okay, so we put in the target to the object, right, which is the furthest windmill on the right-hand side, and that's 11.2 miles out, which is about, I think it's 18 kilometers, and then the eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Okay, and then the target distance to the horizon is 2.29 miles, which is 3.4 kilometers approximately. Okay, so that's where the cutoff point should be for the water. That's like the horizon is defined as the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so at the bottom, 52 feet of the windmill should be obstructed behind the horizon. That's why it says at the bottom there, obscured object part, 52.9 feet. I think that's about 16 meters. So the bottom 16 meters of the windmill tower at the bottom should be hidden behind that horizon, but it's not. We can see just flat water all the way past where the horizon should be on a globe, and then all the way out to like past where that boat is until it kind of like gets kind of hazy past the boat. But yeah, this doesn't work on a globe. Right, over that distance, there's like a huge amount of curvature, like over 100 feet of curvature. If the Earth were a globe. Right, so he went back and he did it on different days, and he's got all of it logged. Right. He also does high-powered laser tests, where he shoots, instead of just observing things in the distance, he'll shoot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side, which would also be impossible if the Earth were a globe, because there should be, hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B. And yeah, that's what's good about this. Like, if you don't have to just like blindly believe in this, right? You can say, all right, I'm going to go check for myself, if you wanted to, and you can go do it yourself, right? Like I did myself. I used to live on a big lake. I don't know if are you from Australia?
No, I'm from Canada.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, well, I lived on a giant lake, and yeah, we had like a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. So I went and did a whole bunch of my own tests across the lake, and I could zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline, because it had like white sand beaches on the shoreline. I could zoom across and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake. I did it a whole bunch of times, and there should have been like way more than 50 feet of curvature over that distance, blocking my view. And yeah, there's just like tons and tons of tests, right? We've even had teams of field engineers have gone out, right? This group called Field Engineers Corps went out with a $30,000 laser, and they were doing like 40-kilometer laser tests using this beast of a laser. And there's like an hour-long video where they show the whole setup and they show the experiment being done, and there's like a big technical 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the temperatures and the laser specifications and stuff like that. So quite a bit of effort's been put into this, and we can't find any curvature. So then we go so we do all of these tests, we can't find any curvature after thousands of different tests that have been done and observations. And then so we go hunting, like who throughout all of history went out and actually validated this so-called curvature that's meant to be there. And that's where you start running into a brick wall, right? You're not going to be able to find anything empirical. You're going to find ancient Greeks that made a bunch of assumptions and did some calculations based off those assumptions, or people like Pythagoras that like literally were batshit crazy cult leaders, and you're not going to find any empirical evidence for the globe when it comes to curvature. That's for sure.
Mm.
Yeah, lots of information, man. I didn't mean to waffle on for too long.
Yeah, it's because like, like I can see hundreds of not hundreds. I don't know if I can see hundreds of kilometers out, but I could definitely see like 100 kilometers out. Like I could see like a beach shore from the beach shore. It's like, why can I see that if there's supposed to be a lot of curvature?
Right. And you can calculate like how much curvature there should be and how far away the thing is that you can see. And that's what people started doing. Like back in this, like kicked off really big in 2015, when Nikon released a camera called the Nikon P900, and it's like a crazy powerful zoom camera. And people were zooming in on islands and things like that were like way past where you should be able to see them. And they're like, hey, and they started like putting the videos online, and they're like, this does not work on a globe. And yeah, it's there's so many observations that have been done. And I've been looking for one that actually would match up with the globe for years, and I haven't seen one that not even close matches up with the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put another one in the side chat quickly, because this is a crazy one as well. Another one where it's like crystal clear conditions, no wind, real like dry air, not much humidity, because it's in Utah. So this is at the Great Salt Lake in Utah, and this is 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And this guy, he just sets his camera up 5 foot high on a tripod on one side of the lake, Okay, this is his camera setup. It's a Nikon P1000, one of the most powerful zoom cameras you can get. Right, and then he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake and testing to see what should be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so that's the top view from Google Earth, just showing where he was standing. He was standing at the top of the yellow line, and he's zooming across to the other side of the lake, which is at the bottom of the picture. Okay, and then he had a buddy over on the other shoreline, 21 miles away, who took some footage, and this is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So he's going to be standing behind that camera and zooming over to this shoreline that you can see here. And now we do some math, right? Some pretty simple math. And we just use an Earth curvature calculator to make it even easier. Okay, so based off the eye height, okay, so you put in the eye height, 5 foot, which is 1.5 meters. And then you put in the target distance, 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And then it calculates how far the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so the horizon distance should be 2.7 miles, which is, I think it's about 4 kilometers, something like that. And then the target hidden height, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet, which is it's just a bit over 80 meters or something like that, I think. Yeah, something like 80 meters. But yeah, a ton, right? Like a skyscraper worth of curvature.
Oh.
Okay, so now I'll just post the observation again quickly. Okay, and then I'll post a few screenshots from it because he did it during the day, and then he stayed there and he did it again during the night. So first thing you'll notice, the first thing we're looking for is that horizon. Okay, so the horizon is the maximum distance you should be able to see the water. That's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's what the horizon is. And on a globe, it's due to the curvature of the Earth. So anything beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So we don't see any horizon over the entire 21 miles. Okay, there's no horizon. It just looks like flat water all the way across the lake. And then when he zooms in, you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake as well. Okay, and you can notice the big white tower that's in the background as well. Right, and none of that tower is obstructed. Right, so here's an even more of a close-up picture of the shoreline and the tower. Okay, so see the bottom of the tower, and then under the tower you can see the shoreline. And then this is what it looks like from 21 miles away.
Yeah, it's like you can't even see it. There's just none.
Yeah, so
Like, you
that's
can see the
that's
whole
from
building.
Yeah, you can see the whole building, and you can even see there's like puddles all over the shoreline on the other side. And you can even, at nighttime, you can see the light reflecting off the lights there on those puddles that are on the lake there. So you can see the shoreline. That's the target's the shoreline.
Yeah.
So this is how much curvature there should be, right? If there was a skyscraper that was 30 stories high, sitting on the other side of the lake, then you would only just be able to see the top couple of stories of the skyscraper. The whole rest would be hidden behind the horizon if the Earth were a globe. So yeah, and then after this, they actually did like a laser test as well. So he set up the laser at 5 foot high and made it horizontal and shot it across the lake, and then his buddy on the other side could see the laser beam. They actually shot lasers across the lake towards each other. So here's the some pictures of that. I'll post the full video it's from if you want to check it out later as well. He goes through everything. So that's the laser beam that he's shooting out, and then this is his buddy seeing the beam from the other side.
That's a powerful laser. Holy.
Yeah. Super powerful, expensive laser beams.
Imagine
post-
21 miles, and it's still a perfect laser.
Yeah, they do diverge out a bit as the laser goes out, right? But when you have really good quality lasers with like a collimator, it keeps the laser beam nice and like a beam rather than spreading out too much. But if the Earth were a globe, right? If you're setting up the laser horizontally, the person on the other side of the lake should see the laser beam like 220 feet up in the air. There's no way the laser can hit the target on the other side of the lake. If the globe. So yeah, that's where we're coming from, man. Like empirical evidence, actually testing it, questioning the globe, looking for someone to come in and say, "Oh no, here's proof that it's a globe," but it never happens. We talk to professors and physicists and satellite engineers and all sorts of people come through here, and none of them have any empirical evidence of Earth curvature. Yeah, I'll show you what it looks like when the laser hits the target. Okay, so this is from a different observation done by the team of field engineers, and this is 40 kilometers, so it's even longer one. Yeah, so this one's from a 40 kilometer test, and they set up this big giant target on the other side.
Oh yeah.
So this is like a team of field engineers. This is one of the most technical ones that's ever been done. So I'll post it. There's a video, an hour-long video, where they go over everything and show you the whole test.
I just want to get a read from the room. Like 10 of us believe it's flat, 5 of us don't.
Why does that matter?
Going for a consensus.
I don't know.
So let's go down the list. The YouTube bots, I don't know what they believe because they don't have minds. 20 Cups is a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Jesus Christ, obviously he's a flat earther. Kingsley, yes, flat earther. Marcus, unknown. Matrix, positive. Matthew, definitely not. Well, he's a hidden flat earther. He knows it's flat. Just won't admit it to himself. We got the Muses bot. We got currently a flat earther unless we play Goldberg or stuff. Relay Criterion, flat earther. Shan, I don't know what your status is, Shan. SpaceX,
I believe it's flat. I can't prove it, but I believe it's flat.
You can't prove it? Why can't you prove it?
Maybe you're a much kinder audience that I used to have, but I don't know. I've been in Hangouts and people don't agree with you and your brand.
Yeah, but hold on. Those are two different things. Whether they don't agree with you, that's one thing. Whether you can prove it, that's another thing. Proof doesn't matter if they agree or not.
I worked with satellites a bit, and I know we got images that are basically black with different depths, and we got to color them.
We got images that are flat? What does that mean?
No. They were much smaller. There were images of the Middle East, and basically we were doing studies on the River Nile, and the images came fully black, and we had to, they say, what did they call it? Like adjust the data, which is literally we color them. So I know there's a lot of fake data given because we only have a black image with different depth, and the deepest black is the river. You get how editable that is. So I know that there's a lot of room for people to play with data.
Yeah. I mean, but pictures wouldn't prove anything unless those pictures are somehow like verifiable. Like I could show you a picture of like Santa Claus, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But how do we verify there's actually a Santa Claus?
I don't know, but I
And
remember.
that's not just a guy in a Santa costume or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bro, are you from China?
No, I'm not from China.
Oh, you think that's the Avatar?
That's from the movie Kill Bill. Ever seen it? I don't think you're old enough to watch it. I don't think Lime was old enough to watch Kill Bill without parental supervision. But anyway, the only way you can prove what the Earth is measurement. You got to measure it. You can't just fucking look at it. Looking at it isn't good enough. Like you wouldn't like take a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Build it and take a photograph of it and go, look, man, this house is a square or a cube or something. That wouldn't prove the house is a cube. You'd have to go like take a tape measure and measure it, right? The house.
That'd be hard to do.
Well, that's the only way to prove what it is to measure it, right?
Yeah.
The photograph wouldn't do it.
Yes, you got that right. Perspectives.
Okay, so that's what we're concerned with. We're not concerned of people claiming the Earth looks like that or looks like this, because we could just say the same thing. Hey, I took a picture from the Bolivian salt flats and the Earth looked flat. I mean, so what? I mean, it doesn't matter. So what you can do is you can measure. The Earth is supposed to curve, basically, right? It's supposed to curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So if the Earth isn't doing that, then it's not a ball. At least not a ball the size they say it is.
I mean, the model of the ball doesn't work with 7 heavens and 7 earths. It just doesn't work.
The model of the ball don't work at all anyway. works in people's minds, because that's the only place where it exists. It exists in the mind only. Doesn't exist out there in nature. That's really what we try to tell people is that, you can think that Earth's a ball, you can think it's whatever you want, but eventually you have to go out into nature, into the natural world, right? And demonstrate that, whatever that ball or shape is supposed to be, that's what it actually is out there, not on a piece of paper.
But if you think about it, that means Galileo was wrong, and he was the only one who was wrong. Like there existed a time where the majority believed it was flat.
Galileo thought comets were optical illusions.
Can you say that again?
Galileo thought that comets were optical illusions.
Okay, so he was
obviously wrong. He was wrong about a lot of things.
Interesting. I remember the beginning of a scientific thinking course.
Well, they tested a lot of some stuff he did, right? They tested like the rotation of the Earth, like at Galileo's time. The way we hear it now is like everybody just believed it, and they were like, "Oh my God, Galileo, you're so smart." But people at the time of his time didn't buy it, and they did things to prove him wrong. And they didn't prove him wrong. Like, you know what they did? They took like a cannon and they stuck it like in the back of a wagon, and they would shoot it straight up in the air. And the cannonball would land back into the freaking cannon. Now, if the Earth is spinning, how's that possible?
Good point.
So they like all sorts of these tests were done. This is back during Galileo's time. So the thing about the globe Earth thing is that like the only thing you'll hear about are the things that work. But there's lots of things that don't work, but you'll never hear about them. The only way you're going to hear about them is if you're in here, because you're going to hear them from us, right? The globe is like a used car. Oh, I want to buy a car. Oh, here's a car. The engine's good. The tires are awesome, brand new tires. And the stereos are mint. What they don't tell you is the brakes are failing. The clutch is gone. There's a hole in the gas tank, right? They don't tell you all that stuff. They only tell you stuff that works. That's what the globe is like. They tell you the stuff that works, and the stuff that don't work, you don't even know it exists.
Yeah, at some point. But why do you think governments and like scientific institutions wouldn't admit that, or do you think they don't
know any? Because they don't know. They don't know any better.
Wow.
Think of any scientist. Which one do you think, out of any scientist that you can think of, actually tested whether the Earth is a globe or not?
It's such
actually went out and did an experiment.
It's such a primitive idea. You wouldn't actually think of that every day, but I would point.
Okay, yes, you answered your own question. Why do they think this? Is because they think it's already been figured out and they don't need to test it.
Yeah. If you get your point.
Yeah, I don't need to test that. Somebody else figured it out. They'll say ships over the horizon, air dots, and all the stuff from 2,000 years ago. But if you actually analyze what they're saying carefully, right? So ships over the horizon. Okay. What does that mean? Ship sails away. It disappears hull first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears because it went over the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you actually analyze that a little closer, you'll find out that the horizon moves around. So one day you'll go out and it'll be 5 miles away. Another day you'll go out and it'll be 3 miles away. Another day you'll go out and be 30 miles away. So when you see the ship disappear and the horizon is not actually a fixed location, what's the ship disappearing behind? An optical illusion? An Earth that's changing in size? Because how can it be the curvature of the Earth if it's changing? Is the curve changing?
No. Someone told me that that's the projectile of your eye, and that light can bend, and that's why it happens. Like you see the curvature because of gravity, not because it exists.
No. I'm talking about the horizon. You know what horizon is?
Yeah. It's like the end of your sight.
Yeah, it's the end of your sight, but people think that's where the curve starts, the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and that person was trying to explain that curvature exists because you see.
That's not curvature of the Earth, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be. And I told you why. Because it moves around.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the curve of the Earth and it moves around, does the curve move around?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, because the Earth would have to change size, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we know that's not possible. So that can't be it. It can't be the curve of the Earth. Because we can observe the horizon being 10 times too far. We can observe it being 10 times too close. Because the globe Earth model makes prediction of where the horizon should be. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So however many feet high you are, you take the square root of that, you multiply it times 1.22 in miles, and then you'll have the horizon distance, what it's supposed to be. But you'll never actually see it there. You'll see it everywhere but there. You'll see it 10 times farther away.
That's interesting.
I'll show you. I'll show you right now. I'll show you these oil rigs, right? So these oil rigs, they're 10 miles away from the camera. Just give me a second to pull it up.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I had a friend though, he made a statement that I don't find too extreme. I'm not sure what to believe at this point, but he told me.
So just hold that up for 1 second. I'll get in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So this camera is 8 feet above the ocean water. Now, the Globe Earth says that the horizon from 8 feet should be like 6 kilometers away. Something like that. 8 feet is like 1.6 meters. Okay.
That's not 6 kilometers. I think that's a bit.
The furthest oil rig is like 16 kilometers away.
Mm-hmm.
The horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Now, if you look closely at this video, you can actually see land beyond the oil rigs. Okay, where the horizon is. That land is 30 miles away, which is about, 48 kilometers or something. So the horizon is like nearly 48 kilometers away, but it's only supposed to be, not even 4 kilometers away. So why is the horizon so far away? That's where the curve of the Earth is supposed to start, like you were saying, right? This is what people think. But the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Horizon is created visually by a small angle of view and the meteorological condition, whatever that is, depending how dusty, how much water vapor, how clear the air is, the humidity, the temperature, all these things they create the horizon, the combination of all these things.
Yeah, I see your point.
So I'm just saying is if you take an average scientist, right, and they think, oh, is the Earth the globe? They go, okay, ships over the horizon. They might see a video and they go, oh shit, yeah, that's the curve of the Earth. And they're just taking it at first glance, just saying, hey, it's curve of the Earth. I don't have to investigate any farther. I saw that video. I know the Earth's the globe. I saw that. But they never investigated whether the claim that the horizon is the curve in the first place, whether that's true. And it's not true. That's the thing. So that's just one example of why they don't investigate. I've talked to PhDs, and Matthew Lawrence, who's in here, he ain't a PhD, but he teaches at university. He's a professor. Yeah. So we talk to academics, scientists, you name it. We talk to people, and typically, invariably, and Matthew can confirm this, they don't actually know anything about. They don't know anything about this subject. They don't know anything.
I agree.
Yeah, go ahead. What was that, Matt?
That's true. I agree. They don't know much about the flat Earth or the globe Earth ideas. I did my own research, but most people don't.
Yeah, Matt is yeah, I'll give Matt credit. He's actually put some work in. He didn't just ChatGPT his way through this shit. So, credit for that.
I'm sorry, I was cut off. You said you talked to scientists and
Matthew learns. He teaches at he teaches mathematics course at university.
That's what you said.
Yeah. And he's just confirming that most.
I teach. Yeah, I teach mathematics part time at a local university. And I'm a Globe Earth.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought physics and math people would figure it out first.
They could.
Yeah.
But like you said, most people just think, oh, it's an old idea. I don't need to investigate it.
Probably.
They just automatically believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think, well, if everybody believes it, then there must be a good reason to believe it. So I'm going to just believe it too. They never really thought about it at all.
I don't think this is up to democracy. You should prove that shit.
I agree.
But I had a friend that he told me you would disrupt a lot in the system. And I asked him how so. And he said to agree that it's a flat earth, that means that, which I didn't know, I didn't understand why he made that connections. But he said that means that we're not revolving around the sun and the planets will be revolving around the earth, and also discredits the moon landing. And he kept he jumped from one point to another, and I did not understand why is that related. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, there's consequences to saying that the Earth is flat because now it's not a sphere and it doesn't spin on its axis and it's going around the sun and the moon is in orbit around the sun. It changes the whole cosmology.
Yes, he referenced that before Galileo, it was not a heliocentric design. Actually, the Earth was the center of the design. And you have the sun on, like...
Well, to be fair, so hold on, to be fair, okay, you're talking about the West, okay? But you're not talking about the world. So the world did not think the Earth was a globe. So it started in Greece. So some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. Okay? And then as time progressed, some Persians and some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. And then that kind of permeated through Europe. But the rest of the world thought the Earth was flat until the West, people from the West, went to their countries and, you know, I'll be nice and say they introduced it. Though they introduced it with cannonballs and fucking gunpowder.
Yeah. Shared it.
It's one way of progress. Like, yeah.
They painted up the cannonballs with globes and then shot it through their teepees or whatever.
It's interesting. I wish I understood more about that kind of science. But I know this. I'm a developer. I do a lot of coding, and I know that Google used to, much like airplane systems, they used to have a 2D system. So they didn't use any kind of I don't know. Like you can see a linear Earth, and they used to like map their systems based on that. And I think
still do.
Matthew can correct me here, but this is just the difference between the Cartesian and the polar methods. Like there's equation to convert that globe kind of map into a flat map. There's no problem with that. Like it's another perspective as far as math concerned. Is that right?
Yeah, we know all that. We know that the map is just an arbitrary coordinate reference system. Doesn't mean anything. You choose Cartesian coordinates. Now the Google Earth uses the web. It's called the Web Mercator. So it's a Mercator map, which makes the Earth like a cylinder. So Google Earth's a cylinder that's wrapped on a ball. Got it?
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, right? So you know this from video games, right? You could take any like little 2D fucking image and wrap it on any wireframe 3D model that you want, right? You just, project it and wrap it around there.
Exactly.
So it doesn't, none of that crap, like, but people, we get a lot of is like, hey, dude, if I look at Flight Aware 24 and it shows a plane flight, the plane's path is curved, so the Earth has to be a ball. Like, no, you're looking at a Mercator map, and if you put a straight line on that, it's going to appear curved. If it's traversing the coordinate system that they chose, this dual pole coordinate system, right? When you do that transformation, that geometric transformation, that's the way the line's going to look. And then I have to show them, right, a polar coordinate system, literally from pilots in the cockpit of an airplane, that shows that they're taking a straight line. Right? So in that projection, it's a straight line. You switch it to Mercator projection, it looks curved. But they think the plane is actually flying a curved line. They take that idea, right, that mathematical construct, and they reify it and think that that's what's happening in the real world. Right? As opposed to just having like arbitrary coordinates assigned to places. Well, they're not arbitrary. They're based upon the celestial sphere. But, you know what I mean. That like that shit is not real. There is no objectively true map. There's only choices of coordinates. That's it. And you can place things relative to some other thing following some rule, and that's all you can really do.
But I'm sorry. Can I Like highlight a phrase you just said. There is objectively no true map.
No. This is called the map territory problem. You ever hear this?
No.
A map is not the territory. To make 100% accurate map, that map would be as big as the territory you're making the map of. Right?
Oh, you don't need a carbon copy.
Well, I'm just saying, it's got, like, no map can be absolutely true because you're going to pick and choose the things that are important to include in the map and things which need to be, you choose things that you have to throw away that can't be displayed on the map. So we'll take a map, right? And then, like, now, how you want to take it this way, for instance. Now, say I have 2 points on a map and we have topography like a mountain.
Yeah.
Now, how far away are those 2 points? Well, I could drive over the surface and drive up one side of the mountain and down the other. And if I was going to put that on a flat map, how am I going to show that distance? But then there's the crow's fly distance of how far away those points are as to how far the crow would fly. And then there's the distance to what it would look like if I was like taking a photograph of it. Okay? Projecting to a point. So you would have a central projection with parallel lines, or you could have a single 1 point observer perspective, like taking a photograph. And then how I make that map, like how I display those distances, is going to be different for each one. Right? So you're arbitrarily choosing how you want to display the map based upon what you want to show. But none of those maps are wrong, and none of those maps are true. They're correct for their purpose, but they're not correct for all purposes. You understand?
Yeah. Like you can have a right map, but it's not as accurate. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're going to throw out, like, if you don't want to display the topography, like the actual ground distance, the surface area, right? If the ground is lumpy, you're going to have more surface area than if the ground is smooth. But my map, my piece of paper is smooth. Mm-hmm. So how am I going to show the ground distance, the actual surface area of the terrain, and how far you would actually have to travel if you walked or drove a car? Because you're going to walk according to the, say you have to go up and down hills. It'd be different if I was walking, like, say there's like I said, a mile between points and it's flat. That's just a mile. But if there's up and down hills, I might have to walk freaking 2 miles to move along that 1 mile, right? So we're choosing what we want to display. That's the point.
I see. And does it have to do anything with the moon landing?
Well, the moon landing is just bullshit. I don't even know what to say about that. Hold on, Ray, should I bring it up? Should I bring up the fucking Greenpeace?
Yeah, I mean, get the lights out in the shadows. I mean, the only real relevance I can
did you
see
hear
is
that earlier, Jedi?
No,
why they couldn't do the tapes anymore? The moon tapes. Why they had to tape over them and they lost all the moon tape? Oh, because they couldn't. Because to make the tapes, they had to hunt whales.
What the fuck?
Because the material, like some substance, came from whales to make the tapes. So they banned whaling.
Oh God!
So
okay.
So Greenpeace is the reason we don't have the evidence of the moon.
That's fucking brilliant. Oh wow!
And the thing is, I'm not joking. I'm actually being serious.
I know you know. I
can't wait to drop this on a normie, dude. I'm like, man, the moon landing's fucked up, man.
Hey,
they lost all those tapes and the evidence. It's fucking Greenpeace's fault, and they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Like, Greenpeace? What's Greenpeace got to do with the moon landing? Well, let me tell you something. Yeah. So they lost all the moon landing tapes. You know that, right?
The one that was
all the tapes.
I know there was a case that was advertised on TV where
3,600 boxes of tapes gone.
Oh, tapes. Okay.
Tapes. So like all the recordings the evidence, the proof they went to the moon, the dog ate it.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. You can go read the NASA report on like what happened to the tapes. Oh, we just lost them. We taped over them. We did this. We did that. We threw them away. We lost them in the couch. The dog ate it.
It's all the stuff with all the computer readouts that are recorded, all of the telemetry data, right? All of this stuff that was recorded on tape. It's gone.
Magnetic tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's according to IBM, they're still considered the most lifelong or like long-lasting form of storage so far, and I don't think
Not if you can't find them.
Or tape over them.
Yeah, but I was done when I heard about the case, like the court case from I think it was the guy was from Texas and he was the congressman and he was killed, and his wife and a lot of people in the case, and I was like, okay, this is enough evidence for me.
Oh, the NASA guy. I know what you're talking about. The one that was investigating Gus Grissom's murder.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember the names.
Yeah,
but I know
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He was murdered for investigating a murder.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the proof that they went to the moon, which would be the telemetry data, which shows you where the rocket actually went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would prove the moon landings happened. They lost it. That's what they say. They lost it. They taped over it. They lost it. It's gone.
I remember we were invited to a conference once, and we were watching drones race or like having a challenge of who can. They were not drones. They were like RC cars, yeah, and they were challenged to run for 1 kilometer on the surface of the moon, and I was like, how come? Like, how can you get the RC cars there? And if you check the project with the font of a size 4, I guess, because you have to squint to see such font, it says that the space conditions and moon conditions are recreated on Antarctica. So this is all on Earth, but with the smallest font. With the biggest headline, 1 kilometer race on the moon. You see how deceiving that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all propaganda and bullshit to keep the narrative alive and in people's minds.
But I get it. Like I get why they had to fake a moon landing. It was a space race between the Russian, Soviet Russia. You don't want to appear as like less. You want to be the more advanced country. I get that, and we did reap the benefits a lot. Like a lot of internet technologies came from that space project. I have to admit that because like
the internet came from DARPA. Didn't have nothing to do with space. Had to do with the Cold War and not wanting communications to have a single point of failure. But what you said about the United States, we got the documents, bro. So when NASA was formed, they said the classified documents on what their motivation for forming NASA are public information now. They said that they just wanted the rest of the world to think that we were technologically superior so that no one would attack us.
Mm-hmm.
So Yoder, he's a flat earther. He's one of us. I don't know. It might be in my DMs. He might have sent them to me. But he's got the actual documents that show it. What they said at the time. They used to be classified. They're not anymore. They said that it's basically a psychological operation to project power and the idea of technological superiority so that no one will rise up against us as a competitor. Basically,
Hasn't President Trump moved that agenda along recently? Saying that NASA's like a spy and surveillance agency and a few other things.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But still, they have like I understand why this is happening. Like this, I consider this some kind of political scheme, right? But when it comes to flat Earth, like, what do you benefit from it?
I'll tell you.
The lie. Like, what do you benefit here? From?
Oh, what do you benefit about the lie? I don't know. There's lots of things, dude. Right.
Do you think if we knew, we would tell you? We'd be freaking in on the grift, dude. What are you talking about? Getting my money.
I don't know, man. I had a friend, and he was like the very same friend that was making the link with the moon landing and the Earth being in the center and stuff like that. He said the same bullshit is happening with genetics, and I told him how come, and he was like, the idea of us evolving from the apes and stuff like that. And I said, there's a lot of scientific papers written based on that. And he was like, yeah, I can write a paper opposing that, and I can find people to endorse it. That's no problem. But he told me, as a religious, or like he follows the Abrahamic faith. So he tells me the Abrahamic faith has a start. There's Adam, there's Eve, and this is how humanity started. So you have kind of an alternative story, a fake one. And still I asked him why, like, who would benefit from that? And I'm not sure at this point. I believe him. I don't believe it started from the apes.
Okay, I'll tell you, dude.
The idea of God.
Yeah. So your friend, assuming it was a friend,
no, he is.
Well, listen, he has a point, well. Right? So the current cosmology, they have a creation story, right? How reality was created. Does the Bible? Yes. Right?
Is still there?
They say the Big Bang created everything. They have a story how man was created. The Bible says God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth, and their creation story is man arose by evolution from a black fucking goo slime pond that got struck by lightning or some shit.
I'm sorry. I was cut off. You said your friend, and I said he means well. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, what I said was
the majority of what you said, though.
Yeah, so I'll start from the beginning. They have a creation story in the modern so-called science. The Big Bang.
Yeah.
That created the universe, just like in the Bible, God created the universe. In the beginning, the Lord God said, "Let there be light." Yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, right? So,
yeah,
they have a creation story. The science have a creation of man story, how man was created. Yeah, we evolved from apes, right? And in the Bible creation story, God created man out of the dust of the earth, right? So they both got that.
Okay.
Okay, so the claims of the Bible, can you figure them out yourself, or do you have to rely on priests and prophets? Yeah, right. You get like in the Bible is prophets that tell you the word of God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who tells you the Earth is a globe? Can you do that yourself, or do you got to rely on other people?
Mostly.
You got to rely on astronauts.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that claim they've seen the Earth as a globe, right? Everybody else is just believing on them. So it's the same thing, right? There's these special people. They have the special knowledge you don't, and you can't get it. It's the same thing. It's all the same, right? And as far as like why would people want you to believe that nonsense? Is you got to think of where it leads to. It leads to freaking nihilism and solipsism, that life has no meaning and that you're a small speck of dust in an infinite, uncaring universe, right? And on top of that, you have to believe this other thing, which is particularly insidious. And I harp on this a lot because I think it's very fucking important, that you have to believe your entire experience of reality is an illusion. So when you go to the ocean and you observe the Earth to be flat, that's an illusion. It's actually a giant fucking ball. And you can't see the giant ball. You only see something flat. But that's not the way reality really is. It's some other way. So you can't rely on your eyes to determine where you are. And then they say the Earth is spinning. The sun's not moving. You're moving. The stars aren't moving. You're moving. The moon's not moving. You're moving. So now reality is exactly the opposite of what you see.
Exactly.
You can't trust that either. So what do you trust? That you can't trust yourself and trust your senses. So so you get the drift. So let me tell you something that happened for real 2 days ago. Kid came in here. He said, give me a credible source that the earth is flat. I said, you. He said, no. What do you mean me? I said, oh, well, if you go to the ocean looks flat, right? He said, yeah. I said, okay, yeah, you're your credible source. He was like, no, I'm not a credible source. He literally just started throwing his own self under the bus so that I could give him some other person to tell him what reality was. That he couldn't rely on himself to figure out what it was. That he needed to go, hey, I don't know anything. I need some fucking someone smarter than me to tell me what everything's about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the purpose. Is to freaking basically turn you into a mental fucking slave.
Interesting. I mean, my friend got there in a different route, but he got to the kind of the same conclusion. He was like, they're creating, and I'm not sure who are they, but he said they're creating systems that are fully fake, and you get lost in them, and you're very far from reality.
They're telling you reality's fake. That's, I mean, people say to us, well, you guys think gravity's fake? They're literally saying the reality's fake. I go to the ocean. I go to any ocean or large body of water go to. It's flat on its surface. It looks flat. It's measured as flat. It's used as flat. But all that is fake. That it's actually a big ball. Why? Because some fucking special astronaut said they saw the Earth as a ball when they got on a giant fucking Roman candle and flew really high in the air. And then, trust me, bro, I saw a big ball. Or I can just rely on myself and go, well, I didn't see a big ball. I have no reason to fucking trust your bullshit. You're a fucking government agent. You're in the military, sworn to whatever they want to swear you to. And no, I don't have to believe that bullshit story.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
So that's what people get confused, as if they're being forced to believe that the Earth is a globe, and people say, "Oh, who's hiding the flat Earth?" It's not being hidden. It's right out there in front of your face. You choose individually to go, I don't believe. I want to believe something else. Someone said the Earth is a globe. I see it flat. I don't care about that. I want to believe what this person said. Instead, they choose that. Maybe they chose it when they were a little kid, when they were 5 years old in kindergarten. They chose it then and they never revisited the idea. But at some point in time, they chose it. They chose to believe that because they sure as hell weren't shown any evidence that it's true. No one showed you evidence in kindergarten the Earth is a globe. No one showed you in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, whatever grade. No one showed you anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking that perspective, they feed the other, like the global idea is fed through movies, through schools, through everything. Like,
everywhere. It is everywhere.
That's the default, yeah.
So let me tell you this: when I first realized the Earth was flat, that was literally the first thing I noticed. Is to how much globe, astronaut, space, imagery, propaganda, stories, how much it was surrounding me. It's everywhere. It's like you can't get away from it no matter where you go. You turn the TV channel, go on the internet, read a book, go in the bookstore. It's everywhere. You're completely surrounded by it. And I never realized it before. It's like think about it like this. Say you're in a secular country and then you go to a foreign country that's like really hardcore into some religion. And like they have like, say they're like Buddhist or something, and everywhere you go, there's fucking little Buddhas everywhere, and mandalas, and fucking prayer bowls, and all the stuff that goes with that religion. And it's everywhere, surrounding you everywhere. Of course, you're going to notice because you're from another country. You're not used to seeing that. So I'm from America. I'm used to seeing like globe stuff and all that all around me, and I never noticed until I realized all that was nonsense. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm underwater in this stuff.
It's like
Like,
in
bro,
that movie, They
I walk
Live,
by
when
a
old mate puts the
van.
glasses on.
Yeah, exactly, Matrix. Exactly. It's like freaking They Live, man. And like, I go by like a place. It's a plumbing store. And it's like Global Plumbing. What the fuck does plumbing have to do with a globe?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? It's like people use it in advertising because they think, oh my God, people. Well, oh, I know what we can do. I want people to think that we're modern and high tech. So we'll throw a globe on the side of the van. We'll call ourselves Global Plumbing, and people will fucking call off the hook, dude. It's like advertising.
But it's synonymous. Like they can call themselves international and will give the same idea. They don't have to use the globe.
They can call themselves Quantum too. They can call Quantum Plumbing, right?
You'd be surprised people do that.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I brought it up. So they could call it scientific plumbing, right? They could call it any number of stupid shit that's like that's in modern society.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary plumbing. That would be cool. How about dino plumbing? Plumbing dinosaurs. Freaking.
Everything has an AI tag these days.
It's never referred to as Earth either. It's always referred to as a globe.
Yeah. Not Earth warming, global warming. Around the globe. It's a global community.
Global warming, yes. I did not realize that.
It's the global village about 10, 15 years ago.
Dang.
Everything's branding these days, right? They want to sell it to you. It will sound cool. It might even sound in these instances with scientific, like it's comes from some type of authority, because they can slap words around it. Even with like the letter I, these days we get sold a lot of things, right? We get sold this dream, but yeah, the propaganda tools everywhere.
True. I used to believe in scientific papers, but I know that they're not all accurate. Like
they contradict each other and have different ideas.
Exactly. You can easily
And the
find
cybersecurity
papers
is
that
correct.
are canceling each other.
I mean, modern science is in crisis. I think everybody knows that. It's falling apart. The wheels are coming off that wagon.
I think people who got to like go through further studies realize that, but mostly, like the most people would believe modern science still. Like they don't know how much, like how credible the papers are or not. They think this is a product.
Well, hey, let me tell you, what was the last great actual scientific achievement? An actual one. The last great scientific discovery. When was that?
It's very specific though, because I used to check the history of Nobel Prize for Science specifically, and there's stuff like
I mean, like fundamental shit, dude. Like fundamental physics.
no, nothing that big. I think you go back to Einstein being like discovering the photons and proving radiation.
Well, think about this: is that
Penicillin.
science kind of got solidified, like frozen, in between like 1908 and 1928. Like all the ideas, quantum physics, relativity, special relativity, all these ideas, they come from that, like a time period. That time period. And since that time period, and they came up with those ideas, there's been almost no actual progress in fundamental physics. Now they've added freaking bells and whistles to the standard model and, bullshit that no one cares about. But they don't know, which is the standard model is probably fucking wrong. And I could go into why it's wrong. the standard model of particle physics is because there's a value that from which all that is calculated, and that value is unknown and not actually correct. And they actually cheated to even have a value. It's called the G. It's called the G factor, and it's based upon what's called Larimar precession. Larimar is a guy, so the guy detected that just like the precession they say of the Earth, right? That the Earth wobbles. They say that electrons wobble, and this is kind of how nuclear magnetic resonance imaging works. So, based upon this wobble, it has a certain energy. And if that energy has one value, then that for the standard model to be correct, this has to have a certain value within some range. And the thing is, they know this, and they've been fudging that value for fucking 60, 70 years. It's a very hard value to calculate. So what's happened is they did the test to find the value. And then that test revealed that their calculation and that value did not match. So because it's like a 12-order polynomial equation, and this is pre-computers, then they have to calculate. So they calculate another polynomial, and then they have another value. Then they do the experiment, and that's wrong. Well, first it's right, and then it's wrong. It's very funny. But the thing is, there's a guy named Freeman Dyson. He was a famous physicist at Princeton. He was so aggravated by what they were doing in physics is that he quit. He quit physics and went to be an astronomer. Okay. So it was highly controversial at the time, but it's something that's forgotten about now. Things like neutrinos, like there's all sorts of shit that are wrong. But the point is that the fundamental physics, it hasn't progressed any. We're still stuck in ideas from the 20s. 100 years ago, we're stuck in those. And are we going to sit here and say, oh yeah, because they're right? Do you think they're going to still say they're right in 500 years? Like 500 years from now, they're like, oh yeah, 20th century, they fucking figured it all out, man. What a good century. No, they're not going to say that. They're going to say those dudes were fucking retards. Just like we say people are retards from 500 years before us, right?
I mean,
you got to think, dude, that everything you think you know is true right now is probably wrong.
But I believe that like some of the Middle Ages were they had some decent discoveries. If you go back to Plato, Aristotle, they had a functioning model.
What? Functioning model of what? What did Plato and Aristotle have a model of? They were philosophers. If you're talking about a globe model, that was Eratosthenes, and they used something called epicycles. Or not Eratosthenes, Ptolemy. But that's not important. Just because you have a working model, we just talked about this, reifying the mathematics and saying the mathematics is real. That's a reification fallacy. And yeah, that's no go.
Yeah. I actually heard the same argument about the theory of relativity because it works at some point and other points it doesn't. And that doesn't work mostly in like science. That's not how it should go. But you seem to be like you know more about the topic. And I have a final question. I watched the documentary on Netflix that tried to prove it was flat. You remember that? Okay.
Yes, we're well aware of it.
Why didn't it work? That magnet they got at the end, or I can't remember what kind of device.
The fiber optic gyro.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about? There was two things. There was Jeranism, and he did. There's supposed to be a laser test. The laser melted, so they used a flashlight because they had like 100 people there. They didn't want to just fucking do it for no reason. They didn't want the people to just completely waste their time. They're like, fuck it, we'll try it with a flashlight. And obviously it didn't work with a flashlight. It couldn't have worked, and probably wouldn't even have worked with a laser. because it's too hard to actually accurately line up the holes. Think of how hard that is to line up holes that are like 1.6 kilometers apart, that are 8 inches around.
As long as the divergence rate of the light beam wasn't too big, they should have been able to do it with a laser, as long as it was strong enough to go that far.
Yeah.
Like if it was only a pissy little laser, then you just go, yeah, nah. But if it was one of those high-powered bastards that they're using to go across lakes and shit like that...
Maybe. I mean, maybe, but, you know...
And the gyro didn't work because...
well, first of all, Bob, the person in that place, he never did the test. He never actually owned a gyro. It was other people. And the results he said they got are not what they got. He was misinformed. So that gyro was owned by a person named Rick Zimmerman. His name on YouTube was Seventh Day Truth Seeker. They nuked his channel during COVID because he spoke up against that shit. So they nuked his channel. So he's the person that actually owned it. It was a fiber optic gyro, cost about $7,000. And they never measured 15 degrees per hour, and they couldn't have done that because you would have to be at a pole to actually measure that. And I don't think he was at the North or South Pole. So the Netflix people that made that admitted that because there was flat earthers on there teaching their kids to be flat earthers, they felt a moral duty to basically turn it into a fucking hit piece.
Interesting. But doesn't the flat Earth model assume there's only one pole? Like if you have the North Pole, you don't have the South Pole.
There's no flat Earth model.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth. And the pole thing is just a reification, dude. You can freaking take New York City and say this is the North Pole and create a whole coordinate system based upon that.
Okay.
The pole is not the Earth. The pole is the stars. Understand?
Not really, but let me ask you this.
Okay, well, what's it? How would you know you're at the North Pole?
With a compass.
Let's say you're lost, you don't know where you are, and you want to go to the North Pole. How do you know when you got there?
Wouldn't you test that with a compass?
No. It's not the same
come
thing.
on, there's a red and white candy cane in the middle of it. You know exactly when you're there.
Yeah, when you find Santa's workshop. Fucking jackpot.
The altitude of the sun doesn't change.
We're looking to get to the North Pole. There's a star called the Pole Star. Do you think that when we get to the North Pole, we'll know that we're there when we look up and Polaris is above our head?
Okay, so the South Pole doesn't mean that we are on the, like, a line on the other side. It just means that we're on a star.
Under some different stars. Yeah, we're just under some different stars, dude.
Interesting. I did not see it that way.
Here, I got something for Santa's Widow Workshop.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, Matrix,
Thanks
look
for
at the chat.
explaining all of that. I mean, it's a lot clearer now.
Very nice.
I had AI make this.
Santa must have delivered that to the wrong house.
New gun manufacturer, Santa's Workshop.
You'd have to name the gun Santa's Little Helper.
You got it.
All right. I think I should bounce. But
Okay, so listen, hey, just to tell you, this isn't our main server. This is kind of like a road trip thing we do. So our main server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The invite is discord.gg/flat earth. We have information channels there in alphabetical order, A through Z. Everything you could possibly imagine to think of has been covered there, right? So in the information channels, they're not chat channels. They're just information channels. So you can basically, they have videos to peer-reviewed sources. They have videos to academics. They have all sorts of shit, dude. Like, you have to see it. They cover every possible aspect of this topic and then some.
That'd be really cool. Flat Earth is just written Flat Earth? Is it?
Yeah, one word. Yeah, one word. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
No capitals.
No capitals, no.
Okay.
Also, if you go into Discover, like server discovery, and type in Flat Earth, you'll get it. It's the one with the most people on it.
I found it.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Perfect. I'm gonna check that out later.
All right. Good talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks a lot, man. Jedi too. Right.
See you around, Muddy.
See you around.
We need more people like him.
Yeah, he was a good lad. Good questions. He's obviously been across the subject before and been speaking to his mate about it and whatnot, so I've obviously come in a little bit far into the conversation. But yeah, it seemed like a good
Yeah,
lad.
it's pretty much the same. Going over the same type of stuff. The someone I met thing. Someone I know.
Yeah.
When he first said that, Indio, that it was one of his friends, I just got this image of you lowering your head down so you could see over the top of your glasses, as if to say, yeah, right. And the reason I say that is I did the exact same thing myself. I was looking at one screen, like looking through my glasses, reading the text, and then I heard that and I just looked at the other screen, tilted my head down. It's like, yeah, nah, this is for you. Oh, shit. He might be legit. He didn't lose his shit, so that's a good start.
I think about what's next. What's he going to say next? Which way is this going to go?
But you can tell the difference between the ones that are honest about it and that are sensible about it. Like, look at him. He was asking all sorts of random weird shit. It's not like he wasn't asking stuff that we've never heard before. He was asking all the usual weird stuff, and he was cool, calm, and collected the whole way through. Whereas others will ask weird stuff, and you can hear them giggling in the background and carrying on like idiots, and when they don't get the answer that they like, they have a flip out. He was pretty chill.
Yeah, I think he's listened to us before or something. I highly doubt it if he just came up with that out of nowhere. That it was organic. I don't really think so.
I'm talking about like the conspiracy theory angle. Do you guys still subscribe to that or no?
There's lots of conspiracy theories. Can you elaborate what exactly you're talking about?
Yeah, it's very vague and a kind of a loaded question because you've said still, right, and conspiracy theory.
Would he even?
Well, I'm talking about the idea of the Earth being flat.
How was that a
Or
conspiracy theory?
Or a globe, rather. I'm sorry.
How is any of that a conspiracy theory?
No, well, most of you guys that I talked to, you think is some part of.
Let me ask you. A lot of people believe in ghosts. Is that a conspiracy theory?
Well, if this channel was about ghosts, then I would ask them that.
Ghosts would be a conspiracy theory if a lot of people believed in ghosts.
Okay.
A lot of people believe the Earth is a globe in the same way as believing in ghosts. It's just a belief. That's a fantasy. It's not a
Okay,
conspiracy theory. You don't believe it
flat
because of a
earthers,
conspiracy theory, right? You think the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm asking if flat earthers think that the whole thing is a conspiracy.
I think I just answered that. Maybe you didn't comprehend my words.
No, you said a lot there.
Yeah, I said that believing in something doesn't de facto make something a conspiracy.
Well, I get that. That's why I asked the question. So.
It was a weirdly formed question.
Conspiracy theory between who? Who's conspiring?
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
This is your idea. This isn't our idea.
I said I'll rephrase it. Is it okay?
Yeah.
You flat earthers think that the
You flat
the
earthers
idea-
think. How do you know what we think?
I'm trying to ask a question.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement.
You cut me off. So
No, like you flat earthers think can't be formed into a question. Okay.
I'm asking if people who think the Earth is flat think that it's a conspiracy, the idea of the Earth being a globe.
No.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask before you cut me off. So.
How would you believe the Earth is a globe? It's not a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. You don't think it's a government thing or anything like that, or?
I don't think the government has an official position.
Okay. Huh. So I'm just curious, where does all this stuff online come from about the information relative to the Earth being a sphere? Where does all that come from?
Ignorance.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where's all this stuff about ghosts come from? Where's all this stuff about elves come from? Where's all this? Where does all that come from?
I don't know. Are there any scientific papers about ghosts and elves, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably like for fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
Was it
Does
the
anyone know
Harvard?
what the shape of the Earth is?
What does that mean?
I'm asking
Does
you.
anybody know?
Yeah, in your view, does anyone know?
Well, that's kind of loaded. I don't think anyone knows. Never certain. I don't think anyone's ever been outside the Earth to see it in its entirety.
I see. You don't
If
think
that's
NASA
even a
knows?
possibility, which I doubt it is.
Do you think NASA knows or no?
NASA's not a person. NASA doesn't know things.
I didn't say you were a person. I'm just
You're very sloppy with your language.
organization.
And you're doing it
group,
intentionally
entity.
so that you can speak in generalities and create a narrative. This is very obvious to me. NASA doesn't know things. There's people at NASA, those people know things. So let's be very specific of what we're talking about. Who knows things? Who's part of conspiracy? Let's be very specific on who these people are. Is it you? Would it be you?
No.
Would it be Matthew
No.
Learns in here?
No, I'm just asking you what you think about certain things.
I don't think about it as I don't anthropomorphize NASA. I don't anthropomorphize the government.
Neither do I.
You
They're-
just
they're
did
an
twice.
entity. No, I didn't answer.
I don't see you using proper names of human beings.
I don't know anyone who works at NASA. Why would I use a name?
Because those would be the conspirators.
Okay, let's take conspiracy out of it. Do you think people at NASA know what the shape of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. We don't have to be difficult with this.
No, bro. Only 20, Matt corrected me, only 24 people even claim to know.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Do you realize that, right? Only 24 people claim to have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
In the history of man, there's 9 billion people on the Earth now, and probably since the space program, probably 9 billion have lived and died. So out of that 18 billion people, 24 people say, yeah, I know the Earth is a globe. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Are they correct?
No.
How do you know that?
Because we can measure the Earth.
Well, if they say they saw it as a sphere, then
That's not a
how can you prove
measurement.
them wrong? Oh, okay.
It's not a measure. So, how many people saw it as flat? 9
Can you
billion?
see? Can you see ultraviolet light?
No, but 9 billion people saw the Earth as flat. 24 saw it as a sphere. What are we going to go with?
That almost sounds like a genetic fallacy.
No, you obviously don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
No, I do know what a genetic fallacy is.
Okay, tell me what it is.
Well, you essentially you saying that just because a certain number of people saw something is not true.
That would be an appeal to majority. It's not a genetic fallacy.
Well, it could be that too, but you're saying they're not credible because there's only a certain number.
No. What I'm saying is, you asked me if they were wrong. Okay?
Okay.
And you asked me how I know they're wrong. I said because we measure it.
Who's we?
Me. People in this chat. Other people that aren't in this chat.
Okay. I'm guessing you guys are part of the minority when it comes to measuring stuff, right?
So the argument you just complained about, you just made.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say you were.
As far as measuring the Earth, no.
Okay. You measured the entire Earth?
You don't need to measure the entire Earth. You only need to measure a subsection. You can extrapolate out.
Huh.
Because of physics of water.
Okay.
So if water's connected, right, it pretty much does the same thing across its surface when it's all connected.
I see.
And the oceans of the Earth are just one giant fucking ocean. It means all the water's connected, and that consumes the majority of the surface of the Earth. So whatever that water does, that's what the Earth does. That we can make a statement about the entire Earth based upon a measurement of subsection of water.
Sure.
Because you could extrapolate out, and that extrapolation is justified because of the physics.
Okay, so your extrapolation tells you that the entire Earth is so-called flat?
It tells us that the water's not curving. And since it's not curving, it can only be the opposite, flat.
Are you talking about the Earth or are you talking about the water on the Earth? Which one?
The Earth.
Okay.
Not the physical dirt. The Earth as a whole.
Okay. So, with your extrapolation, does it tell you what the dimensions of the Earth is?
No, we don't care.
I'm just
It's
curious
irrelevant.
if it tells you that too.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the question.
I'm just
See,
wondering.
this is called a red herring that you're trying to pull now. Because you can't actually address what I said, in that the surface of the water is flat. You can't actually address that because you know that's true, but you have an ideology which, that prohibits that.
No, I'm trying to understand if you can extrapolate that.
Oh, you understand. You understand perfectly well. This is an act you're doing.
The mathematics is behind the Earth. Did your extrapolation give you that too, or
the mathematics that's behind the Earth? What?
Yeah, the dimensions of the Earth.
You don't need the dimensions to know if the surface is flat. The only dimension you need to know is all you need to know is the vertical ratio to the horizontal ratio.
I was just wondering if you just had those numbers. That's all. If you don't, that's fine.
Don't need them.
Do you have them?
Don't need them.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had them anyway, though.
How would I have them?
I don't know. You tell me. You either do or you don't. But
how would anybody have them? This is a game you're playing, dude. It's getting annoying, Raiden. You're not clever. See right through this shit.
I'm not playing a game. I just asked if.
Yeah, you are. You're just asking questions. This is called the sea lion troll, Raiden.
I'm not trolling. I just asked you.
The sea lion troll. Why don't you look it up because you're doing it? I'll just read what it is.
Okay.
So everybody knows what you're doing.
I'm not. I just asked a question. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I know. You're just asking questions.
I mean, I don't care if you don't have them. That's fine.
I'm innocent.
Sea lion troll is a term for a type of trolling called sea lining, which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and discredit an opponent. Sounds familiar.
So me asking you if you have dimensions of the Earth.
So you're going to keep doing it?
No, I'm not going to ask you.
Yeah. Do I need to read the definition again?
No,
Which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and I'll answer your question. Tell me how it's relevant. When you can demonstrate to me that it's relevant to whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved, then I'll answer.
I never said it was relevant. I was just
Okay, then I'm not answering it. It's irrelevant.
Okay, fair enough. What's for dinner?
Yeah, that's just as irrelevant as the frickin' what the size of the Earth is.
Okay, what's relevant in your view?
Things that observations that answer the question of whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved. That's what's relevant.
Okay, fair enough. I'm guessing when you say observations, you mean with the naked eye?
Measurements.
Oh, but we're back to numbers again, right?
Yeah, measurements, dude.
But I asked you for numbers, and you said it's not relevant.
No, you asked me for the totality of the dimensions. You asked me for the surface area. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Unless you're going to argue we're on a flat spot and the Earth's a fucking giant ball of fucking like 1.6 billion miles in circumference. And we're on a flat spot on that ball.
Okay. Well, I won't press you on it. So I was just wondering.
Yeah. You can do whatever you want, dude. This is just rhetorical gimmicks, dude.
No, it's not a gimmick.
It's very obvious.
I'm not trying.
I wish you guys would come in here with some level of honesty, man, but I guess I'm asking for too much.
Just ask a question. That's all we don't have.
Yeah, I know, Sea Lion. I know you're just asking questions under the guise of civility. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm always civil. It's not a guise. So I don't come in here.
No, you're always under the guise. It's always under the guise, dude.
No, I don't berate you guys or anything.
Yeah, I know, because you have your guise of civility.
No, it's who I am. It's not a guise. I don't think you're stupid or crackpots or anything.
Stop sniveling, little
I don't care about that. It's two different questions, dude. You're Mr. Irrelevant, dude. You just go to relevant thing after irrelevant thing.
Alright. Fair enough. Besides Flat Earth, how's your night going?
Yeah, it's going fantastic. So let me ask you. How can you test whether the Earth is flat or a ball? What can you do to test it?
That's a good question.
Where's the true dichotomy
between those two statements?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that people claim are a dichotomy, but they could work on either proposition, right? So what can we test that's an actual true dichotomy? That the result of some observation will give you positively ball versus flat.
Well, if I had to pick one thing between those two statements you offered, I would say go as high up as you can and look down.
Is looking objective?
That's all we have. So
that's all we have. No, we have more than that. We have tools, right?
Okay,
we have tools that are that do make objective comparisons between things.
Okay. Well, how about we use both? How about we use the tools and what you see with your eyes and do a comparison?
Why would you mix something objective with something subjective? Why would you do that?
I can't use both.
Because one's subjective, one's objective. That's like saying, I want to mix how tall I am with my favorite color. It makes no sense.
Why can't one corroborate or verify the other?
One is subjective, the other is objective. What aren't you understanding?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you can't use both. And then
Dude, like how many times you're talking about dichotomy? How can't? Okay, The law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity. That's why. Those three things, dude. The three laws of logic. Objective and subjective are opposite things. You can't integrate them together.
Let me give you an example. Let's say I know what you look like. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Let's say someone gives me a picture of you or a photograph. Okay, and I have it in my hand. I can look at that photograph and then I can turn around and I can look at you and I can say, you know what, that's India. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's wrong with me doing that?
Okay. That's because I'm there. You actually have something. You have a reference to compare it to. But it still wouldn't tell you whether that picture is real or not, because that match that you're doing that is in your mind, right? It's subjective. So you could have a really good artist. I can actually post a picture of, I could post a picture right now of Morgan Freeman. Okay, right now. And you think it was, and brother, you would think it's a photograph. And everyone I've ever shown it to think it's a photograph, when it's actually a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman.
It could be, sure.
Well, it is. So even though you'd evaluate that as, dude, that's definitely freaking photograph of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. It's a painting of a photograph of Morgan Freeman. And a photograph of that. So you're 3 layers, you're 2 layers removed away from the actual subject. That's why it's subjective. Dude, what you're not understanding is your evaluation, your quote unquote match is a subjective evaluation. There's no metric. There's no objective metric that you're applying to your evaluation. Like, oh, it looks like it to me. Looks similar to me. It might look similar to you and not similar to somebody else.
Well, this is getting pedantic now because
it isn't pedantic. It isn't pedantic. It's the crux of the problem. It's the crux of the problem. See now, your civility mask is falling off.
No, what I'm saying is you could say that about anything. You could just say, well, you're just evaluating. You're just evaluating.
No. Everyone can read a tape measure and agree that something is 10 inches fucking long. It isn't subjective.
If someone was being stupid with you, they could say, how do you know what 10 inches is? But I won't do that. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, stop.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, we're assuming they know. We're assuming they know how to fucking count, okay? And they wouldn't even listen, bro. They wouldn't even need to know how to count. You could just say, "Hey, you don't even need to read the words. Take a little red marker, put this freaking tape measure against this thing, and when you compare this length to that length, make a little red marker on the tape measure when they're the same." And they're going to be the same for all fucking people in all time, forever and ever. It doesn't matter whether you can read the fucking ruler or not. You're doing a direct comparison between two things. This is what measurement is.
Yeah, it seems like you want to argue with someone tonight. And I'm not arguing with you about anything.
Now you're going to talk about me.
No, it just seems like you're going to
Don't try to divine my mind, dude. You're just wrong. And you're not getting it. You're fighting it, okay? Subjective looking at things. You don't take the subjective the earth looks flat, do you?
How do you determine if
do you accept that the earth looks flat?
Yeah, it looks flat, yeah.
Oh, but it's not. Is that why? Is that subjective?
I mean, if you're in the middle of a desert, it can look like you see water in the distance, but that doesn't.
You're not talking about mirages, okay? How do you even know you're seeing mirages? Because you can look at them and say, hey, dude, the world don't look like that. That's a mirage. Good try. That shit don't fly. The earth looks flat. Why don't you accept that?
I didn't say I didn't.
Well, you're not a flat earther.
It appears that way, but I'm not.
Oh, that's all? That's an objective measurement, dude.
In front of me, that's what it looks like. Yeah, as far as I can.
Yeah, no, that's subjective, bro. We just look at it, right? So now, looking at, I'm illustrating your hypocrisy.
I can't see the entire Earth. I can see as far.
Why do you need to see the whole thing?
Well, I can't talk about the whole thing if I can't see the whole thing, right?
Yeah, but you can go in a bunch of different places, and everywhere you look, from wherever place you are, all those places look flat.
As far as I can see, sure.
That's right. If you go to China, if you go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, all those places look flat.
So why don't you accept it is?
Yeah. Why do you think there's a magic place where that totality of flatness becomes a ball?
I can't justify extrapolating that the entire Earth is flat just based on as far as I can see.
So how do you justify a point of view you've never had? Looking around.
I never said I justified it.
Do you accept that those places you've been are flat?
As far as I can see, they look flat. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Looking
are
into
they
the
flat?
distance, sure.
Are they flat though?
What's your definition of flat?
Right. But you use that standard for other things. Like it looks like that thing, therefore it is that thing. But you go to a place, and as far as you can see, it looks flat, but you don't conclude it is flat because it looks like it.
That's my perspective, sure. As far as I can see, I mean, yeah, that's anybody's perspective. It looks level and flat, and etc. I understand
So
that.
subjective.
I guess you could say anything's subjective. I mean, if you're the one who's looking at it.
Not everything's subjective, dude. 1 + 1 isn't subjective.
Okay, that's mathematics. That's different. So we're not talking about axioms. We're talking about what you're looking at, right?
Yeah. Any visual observation when you're just looking at something because it's a projection of the 3D world is inherently subjective. Now, what is objective is basically a description of how it looks. You could say, hey, this looks like that, but that doesn't mean it is that.
You know what this reminds me of? Your question reminds me of the Gettier problem. You know what that is, right?
Not at the top of my head. So I have heard of it.
Yeah, where there's sheep in the field, and then there's a cardboard sheep out there. Someone do you understand now?
There's a sheep in the field and there's a cardboard sheep. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying, this is just going through it roughly. It's not exactly what it is, but
It's not even close.
I'm just saying, if you look out there, you would see a bunch of sheep, even though one of them's not a sheep. Okay, something else. Oh,
How do you know it's not a sheep?
how do you know it isn't?
Yeah, how would you tell it whether it's a sheep?
No, that's the problem.
You'd go up to the sheep, and you go all the individual units. You'd go test to see if they were a cardboard cutout sheep. What you're saying, this is your position, is I got to get farther away to get a better look, and I'm going to look at the whole herd. And once I can see the fucking whole herd, I'll be able to pick out that sheep. That isn't a
The point
sheep.
is, if you look at the whole thing, they all look like sheep.
Dude, the subjective argument was yours. You're the one who said fly to space, look at the Earth. I said measure it.
What am I measuring in 12 feet?
Whether the surface of the Earth is curving. Is it curving? Is it not curving? If curving, ball. If not curving, not ball.
How much of the Earth do I need to measure to make that extrapolation?
Oh, not much.
All right.
Probably a couple, I would say 10 long distance observations. Consistent over a period of time.
And you translate that into miles, or
it's not a distance because we know what the water does.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced water, a connected body of water, to do something in one place and not in the other at the surface? To any significant degree?
No.
Yeah, so why would we think that somehow the Earth, I measure the water flat here, and then go somewhere else, and that's where it's curving.
What do you mean by measure the water flat? What does that
The
mean?
surface of the water has to curve. So from a level line, horizontally extending out into space, the surface of the Earth should curve away from it, such as eye level. Should curve down and away from eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means at each increment of distance, there's a separation between that level line and the surface of the Earth. Well, let's call it a horizontal line and the surface of the Earth, because you'll try to conflate fucking level with curved. So let's just say from the horizontal level line, okay, and the surface of the Earth, it should increase in distance. The further you go, the larger the distance, and it should increase exponentially. If that's not happening, then the Earth's not a ball. It's really simple, bro. It's not even complicated.
Okay. I mean, I can see how you.
Can you have a ball with a flat surface?
If it's big enough, yeah.
Really?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let me tell you how that's not the case. The definition of a sphere is equidistant from the center. A flat surface can't be equidistant from a single point along its length. Okay? So, I don't know if you need to go back to like geometry class, but a straight line and a curved line can't possibly be the same because of the properties. Well, because of the properties of a sphere are equidistant from the center, which is a point. And a line can't be equidistant from a point along its length.
A straight line and a curved line are two different things. I agree. But you said
okay.
flat surface. That's different.
Yeah, that means a straight line, dude.
Okay, when you say straight line, my definition is
okay,
180
let's switch it to a plane, okay? A 2D fucking plane from a point can't be equidistant from that point. But the surface of a sphere can be equidistant from that point, and must be.
Would you agree there's a difference between a straight line and a line?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with that too. Those aren't the same thing.
Okay. You're trying to just deflect from the point, okay? And the point is that the surface of the Earth is not curving, measured to be not curving.
And you have a line that's not 180 degrees?
What does that mean? We're talking about a straight line. No, enough with the red herrings, dude.
Just ask.
We're only talking about the surface of the Earth, dude. Is it curving or is it not?
Well, I think it is, because I think it's a sphere, but...
And why is that?
I don't. How much time do you have?
No, I'm asking why you think it's a sphere.
That's what I just asked you. How much time do you have?
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, let's start with everything that we can all see. Let's start with satellite images and go from there.
So, looking at a screen.
Yeah.
What about the world? What about nature?
I don't have any reason to think that they're not real. So.
You don't have any reason to think they are real.
Okay. Well, I guess you could say that about anything, right?
No. So there's two types of claims. There's regular claims and there's fantastic claims. Claiming you have machines zipping around in a fucking vacuum at 17,000 miles per hour is a fantastic claim.
Okay. I can appreciate that.
And there's no reason I should believe them. Can you give me a reason to believe that there's pictures of Earth from space?
No, I can't. I can't convince you in any way.
No, I'm at a reason. What was the reason you believed them? How did you evaluate them is what I'm asking you. Like, you were presented these pictures, someone said, hey, these are pictures from space. What was your evaluation process on that claim?
Well, I didn't vet these images.
What was your evaluation process on that claim?
I just told you I didn't vet these images.
You didn't even for 1 second. You didn't do anything.
No, I trusted. I didn't vet it in any way.
I trusted. So you don't actually know the Earth's a globe. You just trust somebody else's claim that it is.
Yeah, if I knew everything, I wouldn't need to do anything. I would just, at some point you have to trust somebody.
What? What do you mean know everything? What's that got to do with anything?
No one is omniscient, so at some point you have to trust someone. Or
No, you don't. Says who?
Yeah,
Where's that
that's
written
ridiculous.
down?
Oh, you don't?
You have to trust.
Do you know who your father is?
Well, I know what my mother says. I know what's written on the birth certificate. No, I don't know.
Right, so you don't know. You just know.
No, I don't.
You, right? Okay. Right, exactly.
I don't know what you're thinking. No, I don't know. And who said I trusted what they told me?
Oh, you don't trust what your mom told you?
Not necessarily. You don't know my mother.
Okay, fair enough.
You also don't know your own. You don't even know how old you are. No one in this chat does. Nobody knows how old they are. Nobody.
You're asking if we trust the same people who told us about Santa, the Easter Bunny? Come on.
But even so, trust is not required. You choose to trust or not trust. That's a choice. It's not required. Okay, you're not required to trust. You're not required to trust their claims, dude.
India, you asked me a question. I gave you an honest answer. Now you want to fault me on it?
No. What I said. Listen. You said you must trust somebody. That's not true. You don't have to trust anybody.
Fair enough. You don't have to.
Okay, you choose to. So you don't. The point is, you don't know the Earth is a globe. Okay, I just wanted to get you to say the truth. You believe it because you choose to believe it because you choose to trust in complete fucking strangers and their claims, even though you never evaluated the veracity of the claims by your own admission.
India,
you're my dad. You are a religious zealot.
Nobody knows everything, so at some point
that has nothing to do with this. Whether you know something or not has nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
We're talking about this very specific thing. Don't try to fucking muddy the water. Where I'm demanding that you know everything. I'm saying this very specific thing. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and the basis that you've admitted that you believe it is because of the claims of other people that you never even evaluated.
I didn't say I knew what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, what a scumbag.
I mean, you're arguing against a straw man.
I asked you, and I never said. No, you just straw manned what I said. I never said you knew the shape of the Earth. I asked you why you believed it.
And I told you. So what's the problem?
Yeah. So where's the straw man?
It's like you're fighting against a shadow.
Where's the straw man?
I answered your question.
Where's the straw man? Where was my straw man?
He critiqued it.
No, it just sounds like you're shadow boxing,
Yeah. Now you're going to talk about me. Gimmick again.
I'm not gimmicking. You asked me a question, and I gave you an intellectually honest answer. So
yeah, you gave me an honest answer, and I gave you an honest rendition of the whole thing, compactified. Because you're trying to use smoke and mirrors to hide what the situation is. The situation is, some people said something, you chose to believe their words, and you never evaluated it.
All right, shoot me. I mean, what do you want me to do? I don't know everything. I have to believe somebody at some point.
No, you don't.
Guys, again.
Okay, what do you
it's like, do you use these gimmicks like in the other VCs or something?
I'm not trying to gimmick anything. I'm not playing any games.
They're rhetorical gimmicks, dude. Did you forget I've talked to you before and you did these same things then and the time before that? It's like they're little catchphrases, right? They're little gimmicks.
What do you want me to say to you?
It's not what I want you to say. Okay? This is really simple. You have a belief, you never evaluated whether the belief is true or not. I'm telling you how you can do it, but you don't care because you'd rather just believe the claims of strangers. You can test their claims, right?
All right.
Did you know that you could go out into the natural world and test their claims?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe part of it. Yeah, I don't know if I can test
What
all
part?
of it.
What do you mean
We're
part of it?
talking about. You said test their claims.
Yeah, test their
I
claims that the Earth is a ball.
I can't test satellite images. I don't have the equipment or the money or the resources to do that.
Yeah, you can. Because if what the image depicts doesn't exist in reality, then the image is fake.
Okay.
So if someone showed you a picture of a frickin' pink house in the middle of Times Square, and then you go to Times Square and there's no pink house there, you know the image is fake. You don't have to prove how they faked it. There's no fucking house there. So what they depicted in the picture doesn't exist. In reality, the image has to be fake, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, so the images that they take the picture of show what we've been talking about, curving water. And you can go check in reality whether the water's actually curving. Because the things in that images, like the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, you can go there. Just like I have, I can go down to the Atlantic Ocean, the thing that's in their fucking pictures, and see if the water's curving. But it's not.
Okay.
So you have a picture that doesn't exist. It's not an accurate rendition of nature.
What do you think?
And how do I know? Because I went into nature and tested and looked in nature to see, hey, dude, does that thing exist actually in nature? Is my Atlantic Ocean out there actually curving?
All right. So if what you're saying is true, what do you think we should do going forward?
God, here we go. The call to arms. I think you should go down to like you should find the largest, flattest body of water and hold up a sign that says, "This water doesn't curve," and chant slogans, dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? What do you mean, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying. What do you think we should do with this information? In your view,
tell people it.
Okay.
A lot of people are misinformed. There's a lot of myths that have been spread through humanity, and this is one of them. This is just a modern day atheist religion. It's a religion without a deity. All the things that people practice in religion, the globe does, but it's minus the deity. It's got a creation story, has a creation of man story. The fundamental claims can't be tested by anybody but the priesthood. You have to just trust what they say. Same way that people read the Bible, only the clergy could read the Bible, and the fucking laymen couldn't read it in the past. It's the same thing. It's esoteric. You have to decipher esoteric symbols on a fucking blackboard, and that actually proves the exact opposite of what you experience in reality. If you understand the symbols, then you understand the true reality. That's like fucking magic, bro. Like, if you look at it for the way it really is, all the things that they say that were left behind by the Enlightenment, they just co-opted with a different type of bullshit.
Fascinating. You sound like someone whose heart is in the right place. You really do.
Well, that being what it may, the fact remains is they have a creation story, Big Bang. They have an origin of man story, right? Frickin' evolutionary fucking black goo. Right? Same with religion. You look at any religion, they have a creation story. And the word said, let there be light. They have a creation of man story. God created Adam from the dust. Right? So it's all the same things. Oh, what does God say? Oh, we don't know. Fucking got to ask the priest. Only they're the ones communing with God, the prophets and all those people. Right? You can't know. The priests know. Oh, what's the evidence for space? Oh, how can I know the Earth's a globe? Oh, you can't know. Only the astronauts can know. See, all these things are analogous. The fundamentals of all this shit are almost identical.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
I want to ask you one more thing before I go on mute because I don't want to take up too much of the mic time. If you were wrong about something, would you want to know it?
Oh yeah, why not?
Okay, fair enough. That's good. I'm glad you said that.
I ain't wrong about this.
Yeah. No, I didn't say you were. But you answered my question, so we have a good one. Okay.
Ah, you too.
All right.
Keep the faith, brother.
Thank you.
What was that?
What's an
So, do you have any
oblique spheroid?
Oblique?
The shape of oblique. I don't know how to spell it.
Oh my
Oblique.
goodness.
You know what oblique means, right?
It's that if you ever wonder how like little kids they hear a word one time and then they try to repeat it, he heard some kind of word about ob something and he's like oblique. Oh yeah, it's an oblique sphere. That's like art.
Yeah.
That's like painting or
Yeah,
glass.
it couldn't be
or something.
It couldn't be OBLATE by any means.
Yeah, I'm sorry for spelling it wrong. Oh Jesus.
Oblate. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so Earth, oblate spheroid. Is that your stance? Is that your position?
That the Earth's a sphere, yeah.
What's the size of the Earth?
You want to give me
Ooh,
the
good question.
you want the radius?
Radius, circumference, diameter. I pick and choose.
I'm pretty sure. Well, hold on, this guy posted it. 3,959 mile radius.
Awesome. So, with something that size, you think we could calculate like drop over distance?
I would say on a local scale you could calculate probably small amounts of drop over distance, yeah, but it'd be difficult to do on like a
If you're 6 foot
wider
tall and you
scale.
look out over water, how far away is the horizon?
I'm not sure. How far away is it?
Surely we could calculate it, right?
Yeah, you could calculate that, yeah.
I mean, a quick Google search will
Yeah, I'll
confirm
Google.
it, but it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and peak. So take the square root of 6 and multiply it by 1.22 to get your distance to the horizon.
So it's about 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, it's not. It's further. When we go out to test this claim of a geometric horizon that should be at that calculable distance, the horizon does not appear in this location. In most instances, it appears much further than it should do.
Okay.
What do you think about that? If it's further than that, if it's supposed to be in a certain location, but it's not, and it's further, what does that tell you about the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't really tell me anything, really. I mean, there could be multiple explanations for that.
Well, it can't be bigger because if it's bigger, that means the story they told you about how far away the moon is and what it's doing in the sky is wrong. Like everything's wrong. The whole story's wrong.
I mean, how far away do you see it then if it's supposed to be further?
Well, hang on a sec, bro. Because in order for you to have a reason why your globe doesn't look like a globe, right, you'd need to know it's a globe in the first place.
So did you ask how far we see?
No, I didn't actually ask anything. These guys asked me to start talking about the horizon, so.
Okay. I thought you asked how far we do see, like from a flat Earth perspective. But I apologise if
No,
that
we were
wasn't your
just talking
question.
about how far away the horizon was. If you're 6
So-
foot, and that's about 3 miles.
Yeah. So the horizon distance is going to change, and that's going to depend on two primary factors. One, the technology you use. You understand that you're probably going to be able to resolve things in the distance better with a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera than you are with your eyes, obviously. And the other factor is going to be the weather that you're looking through, right? The meteorological conditions, like fog, rain. If it's clear out, for example, you're going to be able to see further. Now,
Yeah, of
these
course.
are really, apart from how high you are above the surface, these factors are going to determine how far the horizon is going to appear to you. The problem is we're told that the horizon should be at 3 miles away if we're at 6 foot. We can see a horizon with good optical conditions and good high-powered zoom technology like cameras and stuff. We can see a geometric horizon well beyond 3 miles. In some instances, it appears to be about 30. And that's just from about 10 foot above the surface of the water.
And what technology would you be using to see that?
So a high-powered zoom camera, so P900 or 1000, you can use high-powered telescopes. You can actually see further by changing the spectrum of light. We can use the infrared spectrum, which kind of mitigates for the atmospheric hazing effect that we get with distance. So we can cut through that with infrared. And when we view in the infrared, we see much further than we do in the visible spectrum. It's because we have more clarity. That's why.
Yeah, then you find out that the horizon is due to. You find out that the horizon is due to the convergence of perspective, not because of the consequence of curvature.
Yeah, but the zoom of the camera doesn't break the curve. It just enlarges what refraction would let through. And refraction
understand.
never brings back the parts hidden behind the curvature. So.
Well, let's try this one then, real quick, Jedi. Before you go into it, because I know you want to talk about it. If you lower yourself down to 1 foot of observation height, right? 1.22 times the square root of 1 would give you the distance to the horizon. Maybe we should talk about that kind of an observation.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, how far is the horizon from a 1 foot observer height?
Do you want me to search that up?
I mean, what's the square root of 1 times 1.22?
Man, I'm not good at maths. I
Square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.22 is 1.22.
Okay.
Cool. So the distance to the horizon for a 1 foot observer will be 1.22 miles. You just you get the square root of the observer's height. So 1 foot in this instance. So what we can show you, and I'll get around to it a bit, I've just got to deal with this quickly and I'll come back. What we're told is the claim that we can Google to the distance to the horizon. Now, when we go to confirm this claim, we don't see that horizon where it should be. That's the point. You brought up earlier about getting a distance to the horizon. That's kind of hard to do. So we'd have to use like known landmarks to estimate a distance to the horizon. Let's say, for example, we had a landmark out to sea that was 10 miles away, and we could say it's beyond it or in front of it, showing it was less than or more than 10 miles. It'll be that type of measurement. You understand?
Yeah.
Cool.
What I would like to say, if we're talking about the horizon here,
Yeah.
let's say we're looking out towards the horizon over water, and we're watching the sunset. We're standing at the beach with a telescope or something like that, and we're watching the sunset below the horizon, and we're looking through a telescope, and we see it start to set, and then if we get up to a higher altitude, like a hill or something like that, and then we can still see the sun. We can see it again.
Mhm.
What would you say about that? Because that's really only
Ye-
possible on the curved surface.
No, one. Right. So we have to understand that when we're making observations, we're using our eyes or an optic. Eyes and optics have limitation of what they can resolve at distance. Quite simply, that's the angle, angular size of the object. So that's the reason why that mountain far away looks small, and the one that you're standing next to looks really, really big, right? It's really simple to understand. Things get smaller in the distance. Same things apply to the Earth that you look across horizontally. Eventually, with distance, the angles that you can perceive are going to be too small for you to resolve. This extinction limit is known as the horizon, the limitation of what you can perceive of the surface of the Earth. Now, when you change your angle, climb a mountain, climb a tree, you've changed your angle. That angle with distance opens up because you're further away from the object. It's like putting your hands close to your face. You can't see the entirety of it until you move back a little bit. Same thing like with a huge surface that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. You can only perceive 3 miles when you stand up. You can perceive more when you get further away from it. It's like when we were down close to the surface. Like put your face down across the floor, and if you've got a tiled floor, like black and white squares, you'll notice the ones in the distance appear really, really, really small until you can't distinguish the difference until you stand up. Doesn't mean that your floor's curved, just means you've changed your angle. Want to know why you
Okay.
can see the sun again? It's the same answer. You've changed your angle.
Yeah, but where would the sun be going? I don't think it moves away.
Away. Now, again, this
I
is
don't really
just
work
going to
out.
be this is just going to be perspective, as why the sun in the distance appears to go down, where earlier on during the day it was above your head, more or less. So the reason why it appears to go downwards is due to perspective. This is convergence, right? The same reason, like when you look down a hallway or a corridor, the walls appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor aren't actually getting closer together, right? They just appear to do so. Same thing with all objects that are above your eye line. When they move away with distance, they will appear to you to descend downwards towards the horizon. So that's why
Okay,
the
but
sun appears like it's going down. It's not.
okay, even if we're standing on that beach and we're watching the sunset, if the sun were just moving away, it would shrink into a tiny dot as it gets farther. But that's not what
Sometimes it
happens.
does.
It stays. No, it doesn't. It stays the same all size all day, and then it drops
Oh my
below the
gosh.
horizon.
This
Go on,
guy's seen
Joe.
every sunset apparently. So you've seen every sunset on Earth.
What's that got to do with it? Like I can go out and watch the
Because
sunset.
you're saying nuh-uh because your experience is that it never happened when you were paying attention. You don't
I've never
realize that
seen
there
the
are
side.
other
I've never seen the
situations.
sun.
Yeah, I know you've not seen it. Other people have seen this.
Other people have seen the sun go into a tiny dot. See,
Hey, do me a favor. Look in the side chat. I'm gonna post a GIF for you real quick. All right.
oh yes, my favorite
Keep in
form of
mind,
evidence: a GIF on Discord.
I know, right?
but
It's
keep in
just a
mind, that wouldn't
video
matter either.
made into a GIF. It's just a time lapse video made into a GIF. A girl is
And where's the
painting
video
on a
from?
high.
Oh, let me guess. YouTube.
A girl is painting while a sunset is happening. She's not a flat
Okay,
earther. She's just painting while the sunset is happening. The sun gets smaller as it moves away.
This is all nonsense anyways, though. I mean, if you're going to affirm the consequent with sunsets and sunrises, then you've already lost. At the end of the day, the Earth is flat because everybody measures it and uses it that way. That's how it is. It's measured to be flat. There is no Earth curve measurements. Who cares about the sun? Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well, how do different countries see different sun angles at the same time then?
Hey, does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving? Does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Because it works exactly on a curved Earth. It doesn't
I'm
work on a flat Earth.
sorry,
Whenever the
it
UK
doesn't.
sees sunset, the New
I'm
York sees afternoon, and
sorry,
Australia sees morning.
dude. You can keep chanting, but you and I both know that that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
The
because
Earth
are you
is
telling me?
measured as flat.
Sorry, Cesar. Yeah, but are you telling me though? Right. Okay. So if you're closer to, let's say, a tower than I am, that we'll both get the same angle to the top of it on a flat surface. On a flat surface, let's say you're closer to a tower than I am, and we both measure an angle to the top of it, and we're on a flat surface, right? Are you saying that we'll both get the same angle?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying
Okay.
your version
Oh, so
on a flat
so from
Earth,
different
sunset,
positions on a flat Earth,
doesn't work.
right? So from different positions on a flat Earth, you can get different elevation angle measurements to the sun.
Sorry, what version of flat Earth are you strawmanning us with? What have we presented you?
Well, the Earth is flat, so what version of flat Earth are you talking about? I mean, it's
Yeah, the
pretty-
Earth being
The one
flat. You said
outside.
the version.
or anything.
The one outside,
What
that
model?
version.
Yeah, the Earth under your feet. Yeah, it's flat. It's measured.
Let me ask you, B-Man. The B-Man, right?
Yeah,
Is the surface of water in a swimming pool flat?
it's level.
It's flat, right?
I wouldn't call it flat.
What would you call it then?
I would call it level.
Level is flat, right?
No, level's not flat.
What is level to you?
Level, I believe, is what was the definition of it? I think it's to do with
Having no
Let me
point
refresh.
higher or lower than another one. That's the definition of level.
it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
What's horizontal?
Having no.
What's a plane? What's horizontal? It's all flat. It's perpendicular to plumb.
So what's your point?
So my point is, water on the surface at rest is always flat.
At rest, it's flat. Okay, well, level would mean perpendicular to gravity, not
Right.
not
Perpendicular to
Yeah,
plumb.
yeah.
You can't have perpendicular to a ball. There's no such thing as perpendicular to a curved surface.
Yeah, there is, because
Right.
on a
Call-
globe,
call it gravity
pulls
if you
towards
like,
the
right?
center, so level curves around the Earth.
Right. Perpendicular would be 90-degree angle. Right. Perpendicular to vertical would mean 90 degrees, yes or no?
I don't know what degrees it is. I just know that
Yeah, it would be
the center.
a right angle. Perpendicular would be a right to vertical would be a right angle. And if you're saying the surface of water or liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, then you're telling us that the surface of that liquid is flat and horizontal, because perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. Like horizontal is not curving. Okay? So you're agreeing with us.
No, because you're saying the surface of the water is flat, but it's
Yeah,
not
so are you.
flat.
So are you. If you say that the surface of the liquid is perpendicular to gravity, then you're calling the surface of the liquid horizontal.
No, perpendicular just tells
Yeah.
you the angle at one point. A surface.
Yeah,
can be
90
perpendicular to
degrees.
Gravity. It can be perpendicular to
Dude,
gravity
you can't
everywhere.
have
and still
you
be
can't
curved
have an angle
overall.
to
You
the
see the difference?
surface of a
That's exactly
ball.
what
You
sphere
cannot
is.
make an angle to the surface of a ball. Try something else.
No, just because a surface being 90 degree to gravity locally doesn't make
You
it
can't
flat
have
on a
90
global
degrees to
scale.
a curve. You can't put a
Yes,
stick onto the
in a
surface
really
of a
big.
ball and call
Have
it
you
an
seen it?
angle.
Have you seen a really big circle? If you
Dude,
zoom in
what's
and
the
one of the
angle
lines,
between
it'll
a
look flat.
basketball? What's the angle between a basketball and it's sitting on your table? So your basketball's now sitting on your table. What's that angle?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. There's none.
Well, you can
You're
if you're
begging
using
the
a
question of the
basketball.
ball anyway. There is no sphere Earth. You'd have to have a curvature for that. So if you don't have any curvature of Earth, I'm sorry, you just stuck with flat water, perpendicular.
No, hold on. You're saying you're talking about the basketball, right?
I wasn't talking about a basketball, but someone asked you about the
talking about a
angular
sphere.
relationship between a flat surface, or you could use a stick. Put a stick and put it on top of the basketball and tell me what angle you get.
Yeah, that's the same exact thing.
Yeah. So saying perpendicular means flat is like saying a
we're
basketball
comparing
is flat.
a sphere
Every point
to
on
a
the
flat.
basketball is 90 degrees to the center,
Hello.
but the whole surface is still curved.
Comparing the surface of a sphere to the surface of to a flat surface. That's the comparison. Whether we use a basketball for an analogy, a baseball for an analogy, a soccer ball, or the Earth, just know that we're talking about the sphere and the lack thereof.
Right. If you have two lines, right, that meet, right, can you have an angle between them if one of those lines is curved? One or more? Is there an angle? Can you measure an angle between the two lines?
I don't know, can
No, you can't. An angle will require the intersection of two straight lines. At least two straight lines.
Okay, well, tell me this. You guys believe the Earth is a flat plane? Yeah.
Here we go.
Negative.
Now we're going to
It's not
talk
a
about
belief,
something
bro.
else.
What do you believe in?
It's not a
No,
belief.
sorry, it's not about belief. The Earth is measured to be flat by everybody. We know that the Earth is measured flat by everyone. There is no curvature measurement whatsoever. The Earth is not a sphere. It is indeed flat as it presents itself to be.
So where's the edge, and why has no one found it?
What edge?
Uh-oh.
Well, if
What
it's
edge are you
flat, then
talking
it must
about?
be an edge. Or there
Really?
must be
Says he? Well, you okay? Well, then you tell me where I should find it.
I don't know if you just circumnavigate the world, see what
Dude,
happens.
Earth is not, Earth is not floating with your other planets in space. So where's the edge at now?
What's going on? So what's going on then? Where? How can it be flat and there be no edge?
Oh, because it's the floor. Yeah, it's the floor of the universe.
It's the floor of the universe. What is that?
I'm just curious why you think it has to have an edge. Where would this edge be at?
Are you fucking stupid? Have you ever seen something flat? You talk about basketballs and shit like that.
Let me tell you about my floor right here. Are you standing on a floor? Is there edges of your floor in your house?
No, listen to me. If you get the top
No,
of the
listen to me. Have I ever seen anything something flat? You said, have I seen something flat? Yes. Okay, so I got this flat floor in here. Where's the edge of my floor at?
Whenever it meets the wall.
Oh, okay. So it meets a wall. Okay.
Yeah, where's the fucking wall in the globe?
Is that an edge or is that a limit?
Sorry, the flat Earth. Where's the wall? Where's the limit? Where can you?
Oh, I don't know. Where do you think I ought to find it? I don't know. Where do you think I should find it?
You guys don't know shit because you can't we've circumnavigated
Sorry,
the Earth.
circumnavigation is in a circle. It's not about going to the limits of anything. It's going in a circle. You should probably think about the words that you use before you say them.
Huh? Yeah. Well, if you go from one point on Earth and make a complete circumnavigation of it, and you return back to
you'll be
where you were,
it's called a
you'll be
circle.
at the same point. You're not moving around.
Yes,
Can you walk in a circle on your floor?
Wait, you're not moving around something?
You're moving around the fucking.
Can you walk in a circle? Can you walk in a circle around your floor and not see your wall and not run into your wall? Can you walk in a circle around your floor?
Yeah, you can, but where's the wall that you guys are talking about?
I don't know. I don't know. Nobody here said anything about a wall except for you. You brought up the wall. You tell me where it is.
Yeah, because you asked me a question. You said on a flat plane, you were talking about your floor, and I said, "Where's the edge to that?"
Uh-huh.
And I said, "The wall." So how come we've never
Right.
found the wall? We've explored the
I don't
entire
know.
flat.
Have we? How do you know?
So dude, you brought up the wall then, just like you said. We didn't bring up a wall, just like you
No,
said.
I know. I'm bringing it up. We've
Oh,
explored.
I don't know
the
about any
entire-
walls.
We've
We didn't
explored
make up a
the
wall.
entire-
That's on
Okay.
you, dude. We can't answer
so where-
your question you made up.
So, let me get this straight. My interpretation of something being flat is there either has to be a limit or there has to be an edge.
Okay.
Or something, okay? Now hear me out
where
here. We've explored the entire planet minus maybe like
No,
a
we
large
haven't.
portion of the ocean, yes.
You don't have
but
any
every
evidence for that.
landmass- every single fucking landmass we've discovered. I mean, come on.
What did you discover?
Yeah, tell us about what you
I never said
discovered.
I discovered anything. I'm talking
you
about
said
like,
we.
everyone fucking else in human history.
Okay, what are
we
their
pretty
names?
much dominated everywhere.
Okay, great. What are their names, and can you tell us where they went and they found the edge?
No, what I'm saying here is I don't know their names. You know, Christopher Columbus, the likes of those sort of guys. You know, Alexander the Great, who went around
yeah.
dominating everything. And we've been to every fucking island, every little nook and cranny of the
Did
planet.
you know that we discovered 7,000 new islands
So
off the
where
coast of
haven't we
Japan?
been?
No,
Right off the coast of
didn't know
Japan.
that. Yeah, he didn't
know.
know that they found 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan because he thinks everything's been discovered already.
7,000 new islands.
Yeah,
That's
look it
correct.
up.
Let me see these islands. Hold on.
This is going to be a surprise to him. He says we already found everything, whoever we is.
Well, flat earthers are
An
stupid.
undersea volcanic eruption created a new island in the Pacific in late 2023. So yeah, it created a new island.
What,
not
one
discovered.
island?
They
No,
were
we're
sitting
talking
there, no one
7,000.
discovered.
7,000 islands, bro.
Hold on, 7,000. Let me see this. 1, 2, 3. Japan did not discover 7,000 new islands. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no proof of this. Where did this happen?
Oh, he's a skeptic now. Okay, so let me be a skeptic. How do you know we found every piece of dirt on the earth?
1 second, I'm reading into this Japan thing.
He's reading AI. Whatever AI makes up about it.
ENN travel. Yeah, there's multiple reasons to why these islands have not been occupied.
Well, that's probably the only ones that have been. That's probably the only ones that we don't know about, right?
Because of different
Yeah, I'm sure those are
territorial disputes and shit. But I'm sure someone discovered it at some point in time.
Now
1
he's
second.
sure. You hear that?
Oh,
he's
damn.
sure of it.
1 second.
Just bloviating, dude.
No,
I'm
5
sure
seconds.
somebody went to your edge at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Say, okay, you guys are right.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. I'm sorry.
because they discovered 7,000 new islands.
Yes, because you said everything's been discovered already because we live on a ball. And we said, no, the Earth is flat, and they discovered 7,000 new islands. And you said, bullshit. Then you looked it up. You said, they did discover 7,000 new islands, and
Oh, here you
the
go.
Earth is still a ball for some reason. And that
You
doesn't
want to
make
know
sense
why they
to us.
discovered 7,000 new islands? Because most of them are just small, barren fucking rocks that go underwater half the time. Yeah,
wow,
there's
I
still
can't
some.
believe they didn't find those
There's
before.
still some shit that
So now
pop up
you're
here
giving
and there.
excuses as to why they didn't find them, even
Yeah,
though your argument was that we've discovered everything, and now we found out that we haven't discovered everything, and you're giving excuses for that.
See,
How pathetic.
These are little pathetic islands, okay?
Right, little pathetic islands that we didn't discover.
We've discovered all of the major land masses, and I'm pretty
Okay, sure, no problem.
a wall
I need your
surrounding
evidence for
the
that,
fucking
please.
Earth or an age would
Can you
be
give
a
me the
pretty
evidence
major
for that,
landmass.
please? Sorry, I don't know why you're still talking. I just need the evidence for that, please.
The evidence for that we've discovered all the major land masses and continents. in
Yeah,
the Earth.
yeah.
Look at a map.
Nope, that
Okay,
doesn't
so
work.
It doesn't
It
work.
doesn't work.
No.
No,
I'll
look
tell
at
you why.
Pacific
Why doesn't it
Ocean.
work?
Pacific Ocean doesn't have any land in it.
Yeah, because it's an ocean.
Prove it.
Prove that it's an ocean? Are you stupid?
No, I want you to prove that that's been all explored.
Okay, so let me go to the Pacific Ocean and search for some fucking islands and shit like that. What's in the Pacific Ocean? Like, what does it matter? Where's this big, massive, fuck off wall surrounding the globe? I'm pretty sure.
There's your wall again, dude. Your wall, dude. Your wall. You brought up your wall again. Your wall.
Exactly.
It's your
I'm
wall, not
saying-
ours.
I'm not saying
We didn't make up the wall. You did. Why do you want us to talk about your wall?
So what's going on then? I'm just saying, in my reality, on a flat surface, I'm looking at my desk right now. It's pretty flat. There's an edge to it. I'm looking at the floor.
Okay.
The only thing that
How do you know it's flat? How do you know your desk
on
is
the side
flat?
of the floor.
How do you know your desk
Do you
isn't
want me to
curving?
measure it? It looks flat.
Sure, why not? Measure something, goddamn.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But once I go to the other side of my room, I see a wall.
Okay.
There's a.
So you think the Earth has a wall? Okay, well, where is it?
You're the guy. You're the people that believe this shit. If the Earth is flat,
No, I didn't. Did I say that the Earth has a wall? Did I say that?
If the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat.
Okay, finally.
No, we just said it was flat. Like we didn't make any claims after that. We just said it was flat.
Captain
You're
Hook,
saying it needs to have a wall or an edge.
the earliest historical charts of the Ice Age
That's a
in
map.
the Chukchi Sea.
The Ice Age. How long ago was the Ice Age?
Talking about Ice Age. Not talking about that dumb shit.
That was one of you guys that posted that. So.
Sorry, do you think that we say that there's a ring of ice around the world? Is this what you've seen in like media and so on?
No, I know you guys don't believe that shit anymore. So what is surrounding us, or what is stopping us from reaching the edge? Is what I want to know.
No idea.
A dense
No
hydrogen
idea.
ocean prevents anything from leaving the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting, and also a claim that can't be validated. The more honest answer is we don't know.
No, we could definitely make a scientific conclusion that it is a hydrogen.
Really, based upon what hypothesis and experiment?
Okay, so on the Earth, we can take hydrogen and get it to
Is this
extremely...
going to be a hypothesis and an experiment?
Right. But the difference is if my hypothesis...
Go ahead and talk to the other guy. That guy's retarded.
Cool, fair enough. I thought it was.
Arguing with each
Yeah, don't give up on Phil Platt so soon. I just checked him into our home server. Gosh, poor Phil Platt.
He's got to take his turn.
So
I mean, I'd rather talk to Phil Platt than B Man. I mean, he's been around
for
here
sure.
so long. My
B-Man gave
goodness.
up a long time ago. Yeah, B-Man should just listen now.
I haven't given up. Fuck's now.
Let me explain it before you dismiss it. I mean, what you're doing is literally what pagans do. If you tried to convince them their worldview is ridiculous, they'd wave you off and say their authority and consensus disagrees. So just listen first before you dismiss.
We're not trying to convince anybody.
Right, but I'm not trying to convince anybody either. I'm just trying to state what I believe it could be. And it's being hand-waved immediately before I even finish.
Oh, yeah, because we don't want to hear about belief systems.
I'm not talking about
Yeah,
belief
this is-
systems. I'm talking about something
Talk about what you
do
believe.
yourself.
You said you were talking about what you
Yeah, Phil,
believe.
you
You're not
said it.
saying that that's not a belief system. Hold on. I
saying-
don't want to get off, my friend. I don't want to get
I want
off
to
on the
talk
wrong
about
foot
the
with you.
scientific process, right? You understand that
I'm
observation, measurement, repeatability is what declares
Obviously,
empirical
doesn't want the
validation,
olive
right?
branch. No problem.
Right? You understand that, though. That's the empirical process.
The question was.
So get on
just
with the
for
measurements
brevity,
then.
All right. Well, this is what I'm saying is that if we can observe a pressure gradient, then we have to look at the scientific laws. What does a pressure gradient require? It requires containment. Right. So now when we look at the containment, we can see our pressure gradient has hydrogen at the top. There's no reason to assume that hydrogen doesn't continue past the magnetic field. And we know
What
that
measurement? Sorry, what measurement is the hydrogen claim based on?
hydrogen claim, I don't know. I could use hostile witnesses all day. None of your model is claiming that hydrogen isn't at the top of the atmosphere. They agree.
What model?
The
Yeah, we don't have a
heliocentric
model.
Are you telling me your
That
heliocentric
model,
model
we're not.
doesn't believe
Hold on,
a density
hold on,
gradient
my
in the
friend.
atmosphere?
My friend, yeah, we talk about gradient. You were talking, sorry,
Is there a
specifically
density
talking about one particular gas, hydrogen.
Right, and there's a special property about that gas, and it's a special
Hold on,
property
before you run
that
off.
is a big
Hold
deal
on,
in its location.
my friend. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. All right.
I know. I'm trying to explain to you an empirical fact, and you're dismissing it
know.
as if it has nothing to do with my
No,
final.
not dismissing it. I'm trying to walk through it slowly. That's why I keep
Right.
kind of mumbling and trying to interrupt because you're going quite fast. So
Right,
slow
okay,
down.
We'll slow it down then. Do you agree with me
So
that,
back to my
that the
question.
atmosphere has a density gradient, and at the higher an altitude
That's not in question.
But we're
Pressure
talking
and
about the
density
firmament, so
gradient.
it's important what elements exist around the firmament.
Is your foot constantly down on the accelerator, or do you think you can just ease it off a little bit?
I don't understand. You're interrupting me, and I'm just trying to
I've
explain something.
already told you I'm trying to slow down and go through this step by step. That me
Right.
trying to interrupt you is trying to slow you down because I want clarification before we move
Right.
on.
Yeah, I made the
So-
claim that it's probably a hydrogen ocean, and then I was trying to explain why I think that, and that's what you keep cutting off.
Someone else can try.
Phil, take a deep breath. We're trying to communicate with you, but you don't have to keep talking over us. Just you say something, and then somebody else will say something back to you.
Right,
It's
but I
that
didn't
simple.
get to say anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go right now, and then stop when you're done.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it would be a hydrogen ocean. We can objectively confirm that we live in a pressure density atmosphere, and that the higher in altitude we go, the lighter the elements are. Hydrogen, under a scientific framework, you can test it in a lab that under extreme cold temperatures, it gets really dense and it liquefies. And the properties of liquid hydrogen is diamagnetism. It is repelled by magnets. And so literally, if outside the magnetic field is a dense hydrogen cold ocean, then it would be at the bottom of an extremely dense ocean, creating a pressure from the magnetic field meeting that diamagnetic hydrogen ocean. That would create a pressure bubble that we exist in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right. That is empirical.
What's empirical? Because that's what hydrogen does. We can do that right here on the surface.
No.
That's great.
No.
Hey,
What we mean by empirical is, hold on. What we mean by empirical is so far, lovely story.
you,
I think we're all, I think we're all kind of nodding along, but at the end of the story, we want validation for it, don't we? So have
What do you
been
mean by
there?
validation? What aren't you
Have you
agreeing
been,
with?
but have you been there to confirm that your hypothesis in this instance, or theory, is probably better, is true?
That's a fallacy. Science is about scalability. Yeah, it's about scalability. The fact that you say I'm not allowed to prove anything
I'll try
because
to
I
add
can't
more
go there.
clarity if you allow me. Thank you. So at the moment, like I said, we're all nodding along, right?
Right.
We still want verification that this is actually the reality in which we live.
So
So
basically, you
far,
want to
sounds like
flat earthers and just deny everything because their whole point is that they don't have the resources.
I'm really trying my best to communicate with you, sir.
You're telling me I can't say a word because I can't travel to the firmament.
No, at the moment, I'm really trying to make my point.
Yeah, but you understand that theories can exist in science, but the point is that can't
Oh,
contradict empirical laws.
Yes, I agree that theories exist in science if they have undergone hypothesis verification through experiment. You can
So you
then
would
base
agree
your
that
theory.
I'm just saying you would agree that the heliocentric model saying gravity
Dude.
prevents entropy, it contradicts the scientific law.
Dude, right, I'm literally trying to hold out an olive branch to you. If you let me say more than fucking 15 words, you'd agree that I'm trying to reach an agreement with you and hopefully add some clarity. Now, so far, you've given, and I'm like, try my best to steelman you and give you a good representation of what you think you're trying to give. So give me a moment. So far, I'll agree. You're giving me what is probably a good scientific hypothesis. A good scientific theory based on a few hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true. Like you require a container for gas pressure, the observable reality that there is a gas pressure gradient. You're hypothesizing a cause for this, something that you could probably do in a laboratory and say this does cause that. But until you observe the reality and go there, you can't verify this theory of yours to be true, right?
Right. I'm not saying that's why it's a theory. If it was more than a theory, I'd be calling it law.
Yeah, so it's a good idea. I don't think anybody would say that it isn't a good idea.
Right, but I'm not saying it's law. I'm saying it's a theory. You can have theories
Yes.
as long as they don't
Yeah.
contradict law.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just glad we had this conversation so we could add clarity to what's being said. There's no need for us to think that each other's being hostile. We have agreements here, but we also have limitations. This place that you are in at the moment tries to deal with what's empirical. When we get to theories that can't be tested, we must admit that this isn't empirical and underlie it as a good speculation or theory to a probability, an idea.
Right, but a hypothesis is just that. You take your theories and test them against empirical law. If I can
No, you need to get this order. Sorry, sir. Sorry, you need to get this order right. Scientific theories are based on an accumulation of scientific hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true with verification through experiment. You've basically got to complete the scientific method, have an experiment, and then you can base your theory upon what you've proven to be true, which is what you've done. You've conglomerated a few scientific hypotheses and are basing your theory upon that. Now, at the moment, we must agree that it is just a theory, something you can't actually demonstrate to be true until you go there.
But I could demonstrate the science behind it. That is my point.
Yeah, this is why I said we were all nodding along. Yes, we observe a gas pressure gradient. We were agreeing with you, right? Now, the cause in your supposition, the cause in your supposition, we would also nodding along to, right? Hydrogen in this state, it acts like this. It could be the limitation to our gas pressure and maybe our whole environment. Okay. Right. It's a nice idea, like I said, but we can't go there to verify this theory.
Well, because what I'm understanding is, I heard the question where somebody asked what could, be the firmament or whatever, and I'm trying to give a theory that replaces the debunked theory that gas prevents entropy.
I get you. Okay, maybe, and I'm not being hostile. The question was more specific about the ice wall, the Antarctic ice wall, as in when you go out horizontally. But I will concede eventually you would meet where the sky reaches the earth. So if this is what you were speaking about, yeah, okay. But again, we must caveat it with this is a speculation. And dealing in conversations in this channel where we try to deal with empirical truths, things that we can validate to be true or not, then speculation must be underlined and pointed out.
Well, sure. I'm not claiming that this is fact. I'm claiming that this is this can replace the defunct theory that gravity prevents entropy. That just objectively can't be true.
Well, we don't need other speculations to replace the already existing speculation of gravity holding gas to the Earth.
But that is the exact scientific process. You create those speculations, and they hold if they don't contradict. And there's just
no, that's not the scientific process. You're that's completely false.
I want to ask Phil this. I want to ask Phil a question. Phil, do you think your hypothesis could happen over a flat surface as well?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
then-
In fact, I look at the Earth as a microcosm, macrocosm. I think it's a direct macrocosm of
It's
the
still flat Earth.
hydrogen atom itself. And hydrogen atoms bond to each other, and they would create an inertial plane in between them.
Phil, you don't have any hypotheses.
Well, I'm just saying. You asked me if I believed it could happen over a flat Earth. I told you what I believed.
No, that was a different question. I'm talking about your whole hydrogen ocean.
Yeah.
You don't even have a hypothesis yet. It's not scientific at all.
Well, what do you mean? I can take in a lab and I can take hydrogen, liquefy it, and I can create a magnetic field and watch it repel.
Nobody cares. It's not science. It's not science.
That's literally science.
No, it literally isn't, because if you're going to use the scientific method in natural science in this situation, you would have to have a naturally observed phenomena. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena?
Yeah, the magnetic field of Earth. And
okay, so
that exists at the top of the density gradient.
No. We're dealing with your original observation. You observe apparently in nature a magnetic field. So what?
Science is
What
about
about it?
science is about recreating conditions.
That's false.
Right.
That's
to
false.
be
It's not
specific.
about recreating conditions and then
So
manipulating
to
the
be
variables.
specific, when we ask you what you see and you say the magnetic field of the Earth, the next question, because we've got the observed phenomena when creating a hypothesis, is very simply what caused that.
What
so
caused the
do you think
magnetic field?
Yeah.
The Earth. What do you mean? Like, are you saying the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field? Or are we not?
No. Listen, we're agreeing with you that you see this electromagnetic, right? Compasses follow these lines, for example, right? If you're saying that this is the phenomena that you observe, the method's very strict. If this is your independent variable, your dependent variable, then the independent variable, the cause question must be answered, right? So what caused that? What you
You're
observed?
asking me what causes the Earth to be magnetic.
Yeah, because that's what you gave as your phenomena. Like I said, maybe you should, hold on, my friend. That's why I asked you. Maybe you want to give a different phenomena, because that one's not going to fit into your hypothesis, dude. Not the
So are
one
you
that you're
saying
trying to give.
Are you saying that magnetic fields are like personal, like they're different? Like if I create one magnetic field and another one, that they're somehow different?
All right, okay, right. And I'm English, and I know my English is British to you, but I know that everybody else understands what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why you don't.
It's about science and doing experiments with scalability.
Okay, first step of the scientific method is the naturally observed phenomena. When questioned about that, you gave the magnetic field of the Earth. The next step is to answer the question, what caused that? Now, you said science. That would be the construction of a hypothesis that we're going to test for experiment. I
So what you're
think so.
saying-
This isn't a thing that you're trying to talk about.
Well, let's put it this way. Isaac Newton came up with the equations to describe the laws of
I'm gonna
gravity.
go bang my
He
head
literally
against the wall.
said that he can't tell you what causes it, but he can tell you the laws it must abide by. So are you saying he didn't follow any scientific process?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying.
So the guy that's responsible for every piece of infrastructure that ever existed on Earth didn't even follow the scientific process to come up with that equation.
What equation?
Scientific process to come up with an equation.
The equation
The
for
only way
gravity.
that you can come up, hold on. The only way that you can come up with an equation, which is the use of language, which is math, to express what has happened within the scientific experiment.
Yeah, Isaac Newton came up with
So we need the
laws
experiment
that
then.
gravity must follow. He said he doesn't know
So
what
what was the experiment then?
What was his experiment?
Yeah, what was the experiment the formulae or equation were gained from?
Observation, measurement, and repeatability. He took physical
Okay,
objects.
so what's the
experimented with
hypothesis?
them with their
So
gravitational
what's the
effect.
So what is the hypothesis that Newton gave?
He gave his mass equal, or I'll look it up so I don't get it wrong. But he definitely gave you a hypothesis.
Okay, when you said you were going to give me an equation, a hypothesis doesn't come in the form of an equation.
Use him as an example. I'm not here to argue that, but I can look it up and argue Newton. I'm just saying that he literally says he doesn't know the cause, but he can tell you the laws that it must obey.
Dude, you're rattling around like one of them balls when they draw the lottery. You got to stick to one thing.
I'm telling you. But you're telling me that I must tell you the cause before I tell you the laws. And I'm pointing out that one of the most prominent scientists ever literally did not do that.
No, you're claiming hydrogen, water in the sky, right?
I'm claiming hydrogen is in the sky, and I'm saying that hydrogen at extremely cold temperatures will be dense and it will liquefy. And that we can produce that right here on Earth, and we know its properties.
Cool. So act as a container for the gas pressure, right?
Right.
Cool. So that's not the magnetic field doing that now, is it?
No, it's the magnetic field meeting the hydrogen ocean.
Oh, okay. So you now need to observe this phenomena.
Right. Like you can create that in a lab.
No. The phenomena in the natural world.
See, you're pretending like I have
dude,
to
I'm pointing out.
The Earth has a magnetic field. It's objective.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you what causes it to say that it has
Phil,
a magnetic
I'm gonna steel man you real quick. I'm gonna steel man you, Phil. What you're saying is the magnetic field is encapsulating liquid hydrogen around the outer edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, a good way to put it is like, I know this is a silly way. Think of like SpongeBob with Sandy under the ocean with her dome. She's inside an ocean. Picture that ocean as a hydrogen ocean, and that the dome
get
is
it, man.
a dome, but a magnetic field repelling it.
You have no evidence for it other than just a hypothesis and what you think might be going on in your mind.
Right, that's what I'm trying to give you, a hypothesis, and I can test the hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis.
I didn't verify it.
It's not a hypothesis.
That is exactly how science works. You create a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. You can't just make it up as you go. You're making up stuff as you go along.
No,
Give
I
me the
didn't say
naturally
that there's
observed
invisible matter
phenomena
that
and
you
then
can't
I want
observe
the independent and dependent variables. We're not going to do this anymore. Give me the naturally observed phenomena and then give me your hypothesis.
Magnetic
We'll see if it's
field
any good.
and hydrogen at the top of the gradient. Those are
Okay, so that totally incoherent. Your magnetic field is apparently your observation in nature. You see natural magnetism, and now you're going to claim that the cause of that is what?
Why would I have to explain the cause for it to be real?
Oh my God!
I'm not asking you whether or not it's real. That's not what science adjudicates. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So the effect that you're observing is the magnetism. Exactly. You're observing a magnetic field. What causes it?
I'm not talking about the magnetic field. I'm talking about something else that is affected by an existing magnetic field.
Nothing else is being affected by it right now. You would have to show me liquid hydrogen being affected by an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field in this scenario.
Yeah, that can be produced on a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you be able to scale it?
Yeah, you can do this on a small scale on your countertop. That's fantastic. We're talking about the grand scale of the Earth, and you don't observe this to be happening. The only thing that you can point to as a naturally occurring phenomena is the gas pressure.
And the magnetic field that the Earth has.
Spot on.
And you cannot connect the two.
I don't have to tell you the cause of something that exists if I'm not trying to explain to you what causes it.
Hold on, my friend. You were giving us a claim to the edge of the Earth, right? And I use the term loosely, as in what contains us.
Right.
That would be the cause of the gas pressure, wouldn't it?
The cause of the gas pressure, yes. And that is...
Yeah, you're saying, so I know we'll all follow, you're saying that the electromagnetic field of the Earth meets hydrogen at a high level and creates this container. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Lovely hypothesis, but every single time we ask you for the phenomena, you don't observe it. We've gotten past it's not the electromagnetic field. The phenomena needs to be the electromagnetic field meeting the hydrogen that you claim.
Right.
Because
So
that
I'm
will
not
be the
saying that
cause
the
of the gas
magnetic field
pressure.
creates the containment. I'm saying that
Yeah.
hydrogen ocean creates the containment. It's being repelled by a magnetic field.
Yeah. So you would need to observe this as the cause for the phenomena of gas pressure.
So you're saying, though, even though I can reproduce it on a smaller scale, that I'm not allowed to scale that up like normal science works, but I'm just supposed to just say it's not a case unless I can travel there?
No. We will reach the conclusion that the gas that's under pressure requires a container. We can't reach a conclusion as to what that container is.
But we can create
We can make,
hypotheses, and that's what I've
but
done.
we can make theories, best guess.
Let's get sure. Why
Yeah.
can't I have that?
You can have your best guess, but it's not proof.
Right. I didn't
Here's
say
the thing,
that-
Phil.
I'm giving
Here's
you
the
a
thing.
replacement
Here's the
theory.
thing. Here's the thing. You create a small scaled down version of that on your countertop. How do you go about proving that up in the sky?
Scalability.
No. You still have to go up to the sky and verify that that's still the thing that you think it is.
Yeah, you need to make
how can you
14.7
make that
psi
claim?
at gas pressure when you do this. Also, don't forget about that.
How can heliocentrists make that claim when Albert Einstein made his assumptions like in 1905 when they didn't even claim to send a probe up until
Dude, he
1957?
used to stick his tongue out. So don't go by his word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the heliocentrists, they have this idea like they're allowed to make all these hypotheses and theories and nobody's allowed to
No, they're
challenge
not.
them.
We already threw them all out.
Oh, then what are we? Oh, we're talking. Well, I'm just creating a theory and a hypothesis. If these are flat earthers, I'm just giving you
But
ideas.
You're not.
Yeah. So sorry, right?
It's definitely scalable. For
Yeah,
instance,
my
the
friend.
claim that gravity can prevent entropy. Like you can produce an experiment right here on Earth that proves that's not possible.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we know.
No, if you create the conditions at the edge of the atmosphere that heliocentrism claims, you can recreate that in a chamber. And then you can put a chamber right on top of that with a vacuum that's not even nearly as strong as the claimed vacuum of space.
No, you can't.
See, now that's just ridiculous. You're just denying the scientific process.
Okay. So let's try this again. Hey, Phil, can you show me that someone has taken a big giant vat of liquid hydrogen and then they've taken some kind of magnetic field and created some kind of magnetic force field to hold back the hydrogen ocean on a small scale? Can you show me that?
I mean, it's producible. There's lots of citations that talk about it.
Just get me the study that they did this, please.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'll look it up right now. I mean, this is how I came up with my hypothesis, was looking at this stuff.
Right. So you saw a liquid hydrogen ocean with a hemispherical bubble inside of it created by a magnetic field. Did you?
In a lab, you can produce it. Yeah. You can take hydrogen.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show me this exact thing.
So let me get this straight. Are you? Are you a flat earther or are you a globe one arguing?
Who cares? I could be an anybody. I could be a flat earther. I could be a glober, and this would still be a great question.
You do not understand the scientific process of scalability, or you don't understand what's behind.
I'm not worried about scalability. I'm talking about cause and effect relationships, which is what science is all about.
Listen, dude, you didn't observe an ocean of hydrogen that you're going to scale up to. So,
like a cup of water.
You're already done. You lost me at ocean of hydrogen.
A cup of water is just a cup of water. If you scale that up, you can scale it up to an ocean. It's
great.
Are you denying the scalability?
Don't try to run away from this point. I want you to show me a small liquid hydrogen ocean having a force field of magnetism inside of it, creating a bubble. Let's see that.
So you're denying that liquid hydrogen is diamagnetic.
I haven't seen anything to deny yet.
Didn't deny that at all. You're taking words and twisting them around and making it seem like I'm denying something.
Okay,
I'm asking you to reproduce the thing you are claiming is happening.
Trying to steel man here. Or if you're saying that, I know what you're asking me to do, but I'm trying to understand why you need to see something.
You're not going to be able to figure me out. I'm asking you a specific question about your claim. I've made no claims. I want to see your claim in action. Show it to me.
Well, that's the beauty about my claim, is me showing it to you is irrelevant. You can produce it yourself.
Okay, great. How would I go about doing that? Because no one's done this so far, so I'm going to be the pioneer, I guess. You know what? Maybe you should do this.
Liquid hydrogen was diamagnetic.
I didn't ask you anything about the properties of the liquid hydrogen. I asked you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Yeah, you can reproduce it.
Okay, show it to me then. If it's so easy, why don't you just go ahead and show it to me? Don't try to run away from this, Phil. You're not going to be able to filibuster. Show me the thing that you're talking about. I don't want to hear any more words out of you. I want to see the thing that you're talking about.
You're either denying.
Are you still not even steel manning me? You don't even understand what steel man means. You need to get me the evidence for the thing that I asked for.
So if magnets repel liquid hydrogen, how can you not scale that? How can you not make a stronger magnet?
I just need you to go ahead and show me what it is that you're talking about, since it's so easy.
You're just avoiding.
No, it's totally relevant. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and talk about your claim again. Let's see how relevant it is. Were you claiming that there is a hydrogen ocean? This is your quote-unquote hypothesis or theory, that there is an ocean of hydrogen being held back by a magnetic field of the Earth, creating a bubble that we can live in, like the squirrel and freaking SpongeBob SquarePants? Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, I tried to explain it with an analogy that was as simple as
What I need you to do is, on a small scale, get that demonstration for me.
Yeah, you can just look up any citation about liquid hydrogen. And
No, I'm sorry. This is you providing it for me, since it's your claim. You make the claim, you provide the evidence.
You can independently verify it yourself. I'm not a monkey or an authority. These are things
Hold
you
on.
can independently.
This is your claim.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. All right, my friend, you new to the channel. All right. Now we welcome you, but we have standards here. One of those standards is if a person makes a claim, they provide the evidence, especially from the flat Earth side. Right? We don't turn around to people and say to them, "Go and Google it. You should research yourself." If we make a claim, we're going to provide citation and demonstration. Now, so we all move forward in a good manner. Just remember that, right? If you're going to make a claim, someone, whether it's a flat earther or a globe earther, would probably ask you to provide evidence for it.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the order of the word? Give me the terminology of what I'm supposed to look up. I just looked up liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, and I'm not finding a damn thing. Like, I'm finding videos on diamagnetic demonstration, but it's not creating or producing a bubble or anything like that.
It seems to create a streaming amount of bubbles.
It's got to create a bubble with 14.7 psi inside of it, and then you guys got to measure that too.
This is also a problem when someone says you should go and research it, because people are going to find not what you're talking about, and then you're going to have to wade through the minefield of not what you're talking about. It's easier for you just to provide what you're talking about.
I'll provide you something here in a second. Give me a minute. Somebody just knocked on my door, but I'll get it in a second.
No problem. If people need time, 5-10 minutes, that's cool.
Open up, FBI.
I knew it. They busted him for knowing that the sky is liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, he let the secret out. We probably all are in danger now.
I mean, when I look up the liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, like, hydrogen is laying flat and level in the petri dish that they're using to test, or the bowl, or whatever. So I'm confused.
How come the bubble just stays there?
What bubble? I don't even see a bubble.
Are you talking about when they produce a frequency and then like they got the little drop to hover?
No.
I'm confused. Which bubble? I'm not seeing a bubble.
He says you can use frequency or magnetism to create a bubble in liquid hydrogen. Where's the bubble
That's what
go?
I want to. That's what I'm trying to look up. Like, give me the exact phrase that I need to look up in order to get this.
You gotta look
Well,
up. Just Google. Let's make shit up. That'll.
Well,
might get you in the right
remember,
place.
wink, wink. Somebody
Timbo
came to the
coming in
door,
hot.
so he's probably looking it up right now. He's having ChatGPT put it together for him.
Is there a problem with asking GPT to provide any citation for something I'm looking
As
for?
long, sorry, you can ask ChatGPT anything as long as you actually provide that reference and citation, not just what AI says. So you can use it to find stuff, but that stuff better be the reference material where the citation comes from.
I mean, there is a fun little test that he could actually perform. I know it takes a lot of energy to essentially turn hydrogen into a liquid. So if he could just go ahead and get like a small glass of it, right? Just a glass of liquid hydrogen, and then take a magnet that is 0.5 Gauss, right? So that's the strength of the magnet. It's the same as the Earth's
Is it like it's about what is it now? That the Earth is not spinning. That's the claim, right?
Yes.
So I
That's the
can
evidence.
only claim something which I heard from some professionals that might be a little bit outside of the like mainstream shit. I know how to say it because English is not my first language, but there's one piece of evidence that I could point to that might not be about the Earth spinning.
Up and see if there has been anything fun happening this morning. We already talked about the NASA interview. Bart Sibrel, he did good. Although Bart is an interesting character, isn't he? Is he a flat earther or is he just a moon guy?
He's not a flat earther.
All right. Well, he's helping us on that with that argument. He's done a lot of good for the, to show people that moon landing was fake. Obviously, it was, but he's helping. So
Yeah,
never-
I remember watching his stuff before I even got into flat Earth.
Yeah. I mean, I knew the moon landing was fake long before I even started to look into flat Earth. And as soon as you know that the moon landing was fake, you also automatically have to disregard the blue marble from 1972. That helps as well.
Yeah, well, we saw in his doco a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, he was privy to that footage, that leaked footage where they're faking Earth shots through the window of a high-altitude aircraft when they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. That was good. That was classic.
Yeah, that's a good
Instantly shed, doubt for me. When I saw that. This is years ago I saw that. I think when he first released it, I probably saw it.
Yeah, some Globers I've heard have said that that footage was from some kind of movie or something. It wasn't really from there or whatever. That's that was one of the things that they object, and they say that's not from NASA.
You remember when he showed it to Buzz Aldrin, and Buzz Aldrin was like, "Where did you get this? How did you get it?"
I love it. Buzz Aldrin is a character. I mean, sometimes he says things that kind of points to that he didn't go to the moon, and sometimes he says things that he's absolutely certain about it. He's a weird guy.
His reaction that Tito described to that footage, I think is more telling than anything that he's ever said or done or reacted to, because it just implies that he knows that nobody should have seen this.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like 10 minutes into this interview. I can't wait. After hearing this, I can't wait to watch the rest. I'm going to watch it.
Yeah,
Are you talking about the interview with the astronaut and what's his name?
Bart Sibrel.
Yeah, Sibrel. Is that what you're talking about now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, me and my wife are just starting it now, so awesome.
Edgar Mitchell had a similar reaction.
Yeah, there's some funny reactions from the astronaut in that video, so you're gonna enjoy every second of it. It's very good. I think India was the one who turned me on to it for a couple of days ago, and now I've been looking for the full link. And who posted it? I don't know. Anyway, it's down there in the chat. Very good interview. I am just scrolling chat up. I'm at 4 a.m. in the morning. I want to see what happened when I was asleep.
Despite, I've heard some flat earthers state that Bart Sibrel challenged all the Apollo astronauts to swear on the Bible, and that none of them, complied. 3 of them did. 3 of them did actually lay their hand on that Bible that Bart Sibrel gave them, and swore that they went to the moon. Only 3. The rest refused. Yeah.
At least one of them, I know after he'd done it, said, "I don't care, I'm an atheist." He actually said that.
Oh, wow. I missed that bit. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if I can find the video, but that was the most fun part of it. Because he actually went through the whole thing, "I swear on this Bible, blah, 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 blah." And afterward, he was like, "Well, I'm an atheist, so..." And then he kicked him in the ass and threw him out of a house. It wasn't Bart Sibrel, it was some other journalist or flat earther. Don't know
Really?
his name.
I thought that was Sibrel. The
Was
one that Edgar Mitchell kicked. Yeah.
Well, if it was, he was much younger because he had hair.
Yeah, it was him.
Right,
Funny thing happened. Astronauts Gone Wild. You mean?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Bart Sibrel, the one where he gets punched by Buzz.
Okay, I didn't know because I didn't recognize him. He looks older now.
He's been assaulted twice by astronauts.
That's almost a badge of honor, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If you've been assaulted by an astronaut, you know you're doing something right. You're asking the right questions. All right, I scrolled all the way to the top where I said something the last time. I don't. Usually my morning routine is get up, scroll back to the 6 or 7 hours of sleep, and then put it to 2 times the speed and try to catch up what happened during the night. I didn't do that today because Monday is date night for me in the morning, not at the night time. So I've been busy. If you know what I'm talking about. Very happy man right now. Anyway, we are going to see if there's any more viewers somewhere. C.E. Heckner, YouTube. Broken Racer, thanks. I had no idea about this. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, you should see your own name there. I think you probably have your own section. I should check that, right? DJ. If you don't, you should, because your content is excellent. Am I right or am I right? On the level, does DJ have his own section there? I'm gonna check. Just for fun. We have, yeah, there's one. DJ sees way further than you. Yes, you have your own section. You have 14 videos in your section. One of the big ones. AV's reality check. That's AV. He has 15. And there's some other mixed videos. AI Overlord has his own section. That's 15 videos from him. Master Yoder has 22 episodes. It's fantastic. The Indio Files, Indio has 37. Yeah, that's an honor to end up in that playlist for sure. Yes, there is a Master Yoder playlist. But you have your own as well. I hope you saw that.
Well, now we know the order that we all disappear, guys.
Oh, yeah? This is how they take you out if you end up on that list. Find some blackmail on you. Do what they did to... I don't even know. That's speculation. I don't know what happened to Jaron, but he was a flat earther for 10 years, so maybe he wasn't. He's a weird guy. I don't know. That's just super weird. I've seen so many videos where he explains laser tests and all kinds of stuff, and then one day he's just like, "No, I live on a ball." That smells like blackmail to me, but who knows? Anyway, it's not Speculation Sunday. I don't know anything about it, so I'm just thinking out loud. I also find it funny that guy has been in 2 documentaries now, and they both came up with some Globe results or whatever they claim it to be. It's weird. At least Whitsitt said he wasn't going to be part of the new one. You can think whatever you want about Whitsitt, but he has made some good points, and he has made a lot of people open their eyes to flat Earth. So, but he also speculates about things that he doesn't have any empirical evidence for. So, if you take the other parts and it doesn't actually matter who presents the information. It's the information you should critique, not the person who presents it. So I've seen some good videos from him. I got to give it to him. Even Flat Earth Dave, I think he speculates way too much, but even he has a few videos that are very, very good. So I'm just looking at the information. I don't care who it comes from. People always try to poison the well. Oh, you're a flat earther. Now we can't take anything you say serious. It's like what's that fallacy called? Genetic fallacy. It's dumb. Oh, there's the Sobral video. Yeah. I see it. Thank you, Ciderfilla. Ciderfilla. Have to pronounce it the English way. But if you were from Sweden, you would say Ciderfilla. Good guy. I like that you're here.
I've got a feeling that Ciderfilla's profile picture is of an ancient megastructure where they're pointing out the intricate joining of 2 different stone works and the carving in them, where there's like a protrusion that's like a half cylinder, like that's been carved into the rock. I find that stuff really fascinating. I love following all that, but I know it's off topic. But I was just wondering if that's what it actually is. But that's some master engineering there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's from boxes on Elephant Island. I can send you pictures and stuff.
Yeah, do so. Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah,
link me stuff like that. Yeah. DM it to me if you want.
All right, nice. We have 9 viewers over on the live show on YouTube right now. He said Aman like me says he said he can do it. Apparently not. I don't know what you're talking about. A man like me. A man like me. Okay, a man like me. All right, I read it as Aman, kind of Muslim name maybe, but it's just a man like me. I think he is a flat earther. But a man like me, I don't know exactly what you meant by he said he can do it. Apparently not. Maybe we'll find out. 8 viewers now. Come on. We dropped one. Why is that? We're having such a good time right now. Necros is typing. What is he going to say to us? Whatever you say, know that I will read it for the YouTube listeners. He posts a link, and it's BAM Investigations, Jayon Films. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's about ancient builders, maybe?
Yeah, BAM.
Yes.
It's abbreviation for Builders of Ancient Mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nice. There is some nice documentaries there. Very, very nice one. I just tagged T-Dub with it if he likes those things about
Thank you. Yes.
structures. That one is nice.
Yeah, I wasn't subbed to that one, so thanks. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I categorize all of those things as in what I call recreational beliefs. It's fun to look at it and speculate about it, and very interesting. And sometimes you can actually find some kind of evidence for it as well. So I'm going to bookmark that and have a look myself. It's very interesting. Thank you for posting it.
You're welcome, brother.
All right. A man like me on YouTube says he said he can prove downward bias. Interesting. Okay. I don't know who says he can do that, but maybe we'll get some more information. But yeah, if anybody wants to prove downward bias, feel free. Glober or flat earther. I don't know much about that topic, actually. For me, I would have to speculate, and I can't do that. Right?
Does he mean inward bias or downward bias?
He says downward bias. Oh yeah, but he's a flat earther, so I'm guessing. Wait, oh, maybe he should have said inward bias. At least for the Globers, that's what they would have to believe, right?
Right.
Yeah. So if you're listening to the show, you can prove inward bias. Right ahead. Join us. Talk about it a little bit if you like. And we'll destroy gravity nevertheless for you. But the bias is interesting. I got to give you that.
There does appear to be a distributional bias, right, where you have like matter in layers, right, according to the density, I guess you would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
Well, we can have a density tower.
Yes.
Yeah. You have a dense. You can have like in a large jar or whatever. You can have some solid, which is the most dense, and then you can have some liquid that is less dense. And you can have some other liquid which is even less dense again, like oil versus water. And you have all these different materials. And you can even leave a section at the top
empty of matter or liquid, and then put a lid on it, and then shake it up, and it'll all mix up together, right? And then slowly it'll settle, and you'll see that it, based on the different density of different material, it'll layer itself out accordingly, where you've got that densest solid at the bottom, and then your less dense liquids on top of that, sorting themselves out accordingly. And then at the very top, you've got your gap where there's air, there's gas, right? So that there is that type of bias, I'll agree.
Yeah,
And
the
it
air
starts
that
at the bottom and goes up.
the
Sorry,
air
go on.
that we are breathing now, it's constantly doing what you just said. It's constantly trying to just separate those different density materials composing the air that we breathe. So those different gases, the lighter one, the less dense one will try to go up, and the denser one will just settle in the bottom. And it changes, it mixes because of the change of temperature, like you said, when you shake that container. So it happens. Sometimes they they mix with each other because of the difference of temperature, and then they try again to separate because of that density bias.
Yeah, for sure.
It's happening.
Yep, absolutely. It reminds me of when we're talking about, the Bremen drop tower, where they drop different materials and they actually fall down at different rates. Globers don't know that, but they act shocked when we tell them about it. But there is actual evidence for this as well. So it's not exactly 9.8 meters per second squared. It differs a little bit, which points to a density and a buoyancy thing. Well, density at least. Should say buoyancy. They actually drop it from up there. I think it's 30 meters tall or something.
Yes. So, because a few hours ago, Yoda was talking about documents talking about location of satellites with respect to magnetic field lines and things, right? So, and then we were talking about, we're speculating a little about, whether there's a relationship with what's been identified as gravity and magnetism. And I didn't get to raise this point then, but I'll raise it now. So a few years ago, I saw this documentary where they interviewed, I can't remember his name, but he worked at Lockheed Martin, and he was tasked with, investigating whether there's ways to exploit certain, physics to, help reduce costs, make flight more efficient, et cetera, right? And he said in this interview, and he wondered to himself whether magnetism has a relationship with his good old friend gravity, right? And so what he did was he got these two huge strong magnets, right? And forced them, the opposite poles, together, right? Forced the equal poles together, so that they were trying to push apart, but he forced them together, right? And then tied them up so that they couldn't separate, and then dropped it from, I don't know how high, 3 stories or something, right? He was doing these drop tests, and he found that these two magnets, whose equal poles were forced together, fell at a slower rate than just another object, that it wasn't magnetic. Yeah, I found that really interesting, and what's going on there, right? Like, and then he was showing how you can drop the I think it's an iron ball or something through a copper tube, and it falls slowly. He was showing all these different things that he was investigating because that was his job, like to see if there was anything like that that they could actually exploit to achieve, efficiency and reduce costs in aircraft. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Matrix posted a little video there as well.
Yeah,
Aaron,
Tilo,
see that
if it-
Aaron doesn't phone. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I wanted to ask T-Dub. So if the claim about gravity, they claim that gravity, and that those who follow Newtonian gravity, they claim that it's dependent to the mass. So meaning that more mass, more attraction. So why there is no difference between an object that have more mass, like a bowling ball, compared to the feather, if the gravity between the Earth and that bowling ball will be stronger than the gravity between the feather and the Earth? So why they claim that it fall the same rate, but it shouldn't? Normally, it shouldn't. The bowling ball has mass, or more gravity power, more attraction. It's not the same. Shouldn't be the same. With Einstein, I can say it yes, because gravity is dependent to that void. So when you fall into that void, so that curvature of space-time, so you fall in nothingness. So the object is falling into nothingness following the curvature of that space-time. So there is no speed variation needed because it's not caused by something. In reality, it's just the curvature of space-time. So the object is following that path. So in reality, nothing changed. So if there is a cause and effect, it will be just on that space-time curvature, what caused the curvature of space-time, and the effect is the curvature of space-time. The object in Einstein's gravity is not doing anything, it's just following that distorted path. But in Newtonian gravity, you should see different speed, different power of attraction between massive object and less massive object, like the feather and the bowling ball.
When they actually do that test, though, they do it in that drop tower in Bremen. I bet the bowling ball is going to fall a little bit faster. But I don't know. It's interesting. All right, guess what? We are now live in both YouTube channels. So I'm going to monitor the second one as well as a little bit here. And there is one person who wanted us to paste the link to the YouTube video with the Bart Sibrel and the astronaut video. And I'm going to comply with that request right now. I think. Do I even have my account here? I don't know. Can I do that? I'm not logged into YouTube. Why is that? Okay. Yeah, I think I can do that. All right. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
All right, excellent. We are live on both YouTube streams, so I'm going to read some chat from the second one. And the last person who said something was Big Lap of Oz. Please send link to astronaut vid. And I'm now logged in, and I'm pasting it right now for you. Enjoy. Before that, Gom777 said he only insulted people. He doesn't care about arguing against an argument. He just wants to insult people. So we're not going to read his comment. Let's see. Gom777 on YouTube. He is a troll for sure. But it's fun to go over there. If you have nothing better to do, you can go over and argue with him in the chat on YouTube. We have 25 listeners over on the other YouTube channel right now. And if any of you 25 or 24 want to have your comment read, I will read it live right now. Big Lap of Us says yes. He got the link. Very good. I don't know why they don't make it clickable, so you probably have to kind of type it in. Sorry about that. Oh, he says yes to Gom being a troll. Yeah, that's for sure. I've talked to that guy before. Ground measurements. That's not what it is. All right, so 26 people watching on YouTube right now. If any of you wants to interact, now's your chance. You can type something into the chat on YouTube, and I will read it live on Discord.
Alternatively, there is links provided in the descriptions for both channels where they can click and join us.
Oh, they didn't get the link, he says. Why is that? Am I banned from chat on YouTube? Why would I be banned? Test. I'm going to write test. Big Lap of Oz. Did you see my text that says test?
Are you a mod? Are you a mod on that channel? If you're a mod, you can post links.
Oh, no, I'm not. So maybe I can use maybe type in the 8-digit.
Which channel was it on? Because I'm not a mod on.
It's not on Flatboards. It's the other one.
Okay, I can post it. I can post it. Which one was it?
The one that's
the one that Cider fella posted.
It's the Bart Zibrel interview that I think DJ posted. Let me check. I'll just post it in Discord and you can copy it. It's up there. So it was this one. There. That's the one he wanted.
Okay, I'll grab that. I'll copy the link. And we'll see. I'll go to Helios.
All right, Mr. Big Lap of Oz. We are going to... Oh, there you go. No, that was Nightbot. Okay. Anybody else is wondering what's going on? We are monitoring the YouTube chat right now. You can ask questions, and here we go. There is the link to the Bart Zibrel interview. Thank you very much. I see it on my other phone here. Excellent. Big Lap of Oz. Did you get it? Type a little Jess in the chat there, and we know you got it. Big Lap of Oz says, I get lost on Discord. Yeah, it's a little different. A lot of different places we hang out in as well. 4 different servers, I believe, and we switch around a little bit. I like the English hub. This seems to be the place where we get most Globers.
even though sometimes they can't speak English very well. But with some patience and some pictures, we can help them a little bit. I'm going to speak extra slow and clear if I can keep that up. It's 15 minutes past 3 p.m. locally for me. Maybe people will get off work soon and they will come in here and they want to discuss the Earth. We're here for them if that happens. I'm one of those people who have been blessed to have a job which is pretty much, I decide my own hours. And I can also work from home most of the time. And today I decided to hang out a little bit extra here, so that's why you hear me rambling now. Big Lap of Us, you see the Nightbot, pasted the links to Discord. Yes, he got it. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Absolutely. We're here to serve. Very good video. Very entertaining. Fun. So, last video I watched yesterday was they were talking on some channel, I can't remember now, about the Dr. Shiva experiment or whatever, his summit. And the guy who was representing Flat Earthers, what's his name? Kevin, was there, and he was doing an interview. And he talked about the whole thing, the problems with Dr. Shiva, that he didn't let any other Flat Earthers in. And even he said himself that he probably let Kevin in because he had not so good English. So he couldn't defend himself in real time, really, the way you can if you're a native speaker. That was kind of a chicken shit move to make from the Shiva guy. I don't even want to call him a doctor. I know he is, but he's so irritating and overbearing and smug all the time. Plus, he kept muting the Flat Earther Kevin for both of those meetings that they had. And Kevin said, let me see if I can retell the story a little bit, that there was another guy, Stone, he is from Ether Cosmology, had devised the test. Kevin wanted to do his fishing line test, which is he twisted 3.2 kilometers worth of fishing line. And then they had some kind of device on each side, and they stretched the line really, really hard, so it was level, a few centimeters over the water. And then he paddled all the way to the middle of that, about 1.5 kilometers, and he measured it from the water level there. And he measured it in a few places, and the line was perfectly straight over those 3.2 kilometers, no curvature at all. And you should be able to detect at least a little bit. Some of that line should have been in the water, actually. But of course, we know it wasn't. So he wanted to do that test, but then Stone convinced him that the airplane thing was cheaper to do. Apparently, I don't know how much it cost for fishing line, but he said it took him months to twist those two lines together just to make it strong enough to be able to stretch that far of a distance. So maybe it was time consuming and not everyone can do it. He constructed some kind of wheel that could twist it, but still it took a long time. So Stone convinced him to go with his test, and of course Dr. Shiva immediately criticized him for not bringing his own test, and from that point on it was a shit show. You shouldn't even go watch it because it's just so aggravating and annoying. And of course, in the beginning, the whole thing was they were going to have 10 PhDs there and 10 flat earthers, and in the end, it ended up with like one flat earther who even talked, and some other guy who also said he was a flat earther, but he didn't say anything for the whole thing, basically. And who was the third one? It was Globe Crusher from X, and he didn't even want to join when they were, because he knew it was going to be bad, so he kind of backed out of it. Good for him. I wouldn't have want to be been there either. We had a couple of people here from 24/7 who wanted to join and they were not allowed, and he even banned them on Twitter or X. I think Yoder wanted to join, and he was like, "Nope." India wanted to do it, and he said he was going to have to dox them, tell them their full name and addresses and whatever. So I understand that. So that sucked. I mean, can you even imagine how much fun we could have had if India would have been in on that thing? Of course, he probably would have muted him the whole time, and so I don't know. It's too bad. Too bad. That could have been epic. India against 10 PhDs. It's like the flat smack of the century. There is one guy who can do it. It is India for sure. Saw him last night. He's not here today. Sometimes he listens in on YouTube. India also has his own section in the On the Level channel. Very interesting content. If you have nothing to do and you want to listen to some fun debates, you should go check out his playlist on the Level. We have 20 people over on YouTube. Nobody says anything in the chat. This is your chance, guys. Type a question. We'll answer it live. And I'm going to check the other channel now as well. Switch between the two of them. Nope, nothing on the other one. $22 people. On the channel that's named 24/7 FE Discord. 21 people watching right now. That's awesome, guys. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying it. And this is your chance to interact a little bit. I remember when I was listening on YouTube, I wanted people to read my comments because sometimes I thought I had something reasonable to say. Hopefully that was the case. But of course, I was just talking to the trolls on YouTube. But you guys who are listening on YouTube right now, you are talking to us right now in the Discord server. So go right ahead. Say whatever you want. And if we can answer it, we will. Maybe I have something I can post. See?
Hello, guys.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great, and you?
Doing great. Are you new to this channel?
Yeah.
You're very welcome. Do you know what we are talking about here?
No, what are you talking about?
We're talking about the place where we live. It's called Earth. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I have heard about it.
Very good.
Are you discussing if the Earth is flat or not?
Yeah, basically we're asking people if they think they live on a ball in space or if they think that they are living on a flat plane. What do you think?
I think we are living on a ball in space.
Yeah? Very, very good. Very good. Have you seen this ball in a picture, maybe?
Only like on my cell phone.
Yeah. Are you able to look at the chat?
Yes.
Do you see the Earth there?
What chat are you talking about?
The chat here on Discord. If you click on your chat bubble underneath all the pictures here, you come to chat, and you can see something that I posted. It's a picture of the Earth from NASA.
Yeah,
You've seen that pictures like that maybe before?
yeah, I'm seeing the
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah. Do you notice the blue stuff? Do you know what that is?
The blue stuff, it's the water.
Yeah, it's water. You notice something else about that water on the ball? It curves around it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you agree. So let me just, for fun and for now, I will grant you this is a real picture of the Earth. What do you think about that? Yes?
I guess.
Yeah.
But
Right. And water curves on it.
yeah.
Do we agree? Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. So here's something fun. Now, I grant you, this is a real picture of Earth. Okay. Now we're going to take it down here to the ground. We're going to find some water. For example, a 10-mile wide lake. Okay. Over those 10 miles, if we take a laser and we shoot it from 1 foot above the sea level on one beach to the other side, do you know where it's going to end up if it's a ball? It's going to end up 66 foot up in the air. But guess what? When we do this test, it ends up 1 foot off the ground on the other side as well. That means there is no curvature. Water is flat, it doesn't curve. That's why we are flat earthers, because we have done these tests. And funnily enough, you don't have to believe me. You yourself can find a lake 10 miles wide, bring a friend, go there at night, shoot the laser to each other from each side of that thing. You're going to see that laser. Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah, but like for me, respect your opinion, but I believe that like to be sure, like a test should be did like in a bigger scale.
Right. But 66 foot, that's a 6-story high building. Do you need anything more than that? I mean, your friend has to be over 66 foot tall for you to see him, yet you can see him. So that's a little weird, right? But look, we did, just because we wanted to do some other tests, here is one that's 21 miles. There should be 266 foot up in the air, the laser, right? But guess what? It's still 1 foot off the ground. Same as the source beach. The destination side also 1 foot. Isn't it amazing? Where is all that curvature?
It's very different, bro. It's very crazy.
It is crazy. So if we can't prove that water curves at the specific rate, because they have given us the size of the Earth, they tell us that the radius is 3,959 miles. We can use math to figure out how much it has to curve. You know what else they say? They say that if you're 6 foot tall, that's about 180 centimeters, 182. How tall are you, my friend? Maybe 180 centimeters?
No, I'm like 175.
Yeah, it's almost. So at 175 centimeters, if you stand on the beach of a lake, you should only see about 3 miles out. We can see what that is in kilometers. Is that about 4.5 kilometer, maybe?
Yeah,
And I promise you, if you find a lake that's, let's say, 10 miles wide, you will see further than 4.5 kilometers. You will do that. You don't even need a device. You can probably see the beach on the other side just using your own eyes. And you should not be able to do that because the horizon has to start about 4.5 kilometers out.
That's
so
crazy,
next time you go out, see if you can see further than you should be able to. If you see further than 4.5 kilometers, you know you're not on a ball. And that is insane. And it's difficult to process it, but I promise you that's the way it is. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can try it yourself. Next time you go to a lake, that's big, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you should do it. It's very interesting.
Okay, bro. Thank you.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
I will do the test.
Yes, do it.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
nice talking to you. You hang
Thank you.
around, listen to the discussion.
Okay, I'm studying English for a test. So
Yeah.
like I was training speaking, but like
Yeah, you can speak. You can speak.
okay, no, but in my chronogram I have to study like a little bit of writing right now. So I will study writing and maybe I come back later. Okay, bro.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank
If you want to write something in chat to practice, go right ahead too. But yeah, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. We have some new
Okay.
people as well. Thank you for coming by.
Thank you.
Nicholas.
Thank you, bro. Bye.
Bye, bro. We have archetypes. Create your faith. Are you a flat earther, my friend, or are you a glober? You play Minecraft, so you must be a flat earther.
Globe.
Globe.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you? Did you hear the discussion I just had with Nicholas?
Yeah, but I
do you
don't think
think
he
about
understood anything you said. As far as the curvature from where you're standing, depending on your height.
Mm-hmm.
So the curvature actually curves away from you.
Yes, it should.
So at 6 feet, the horizon is 3 miles away. At 30, it'd be 6.7.
Yes.
At 100, it'd be 12.2, so on and so forth. That only happens on a curved surface. On a flat plane, your height wouldn't matter. You'd see infinitely far unless something blocked your view.
Why
The
would you
fact
think
the horizon distance increases exactly with the square root of your height, direct evidence. That's the direct evidence of curvature.
I mean,
so why don't we measure this and see if it actually happens?
Say that again?
Why don't we measure this and see if it actually happens? If you're claiming if these calculations are true and correct, then therefore we could measure this and just go, hey, it is true and correct.
Outstanding idea, Matrix.
I'm not if you're asking me personally, I'm not too interested in whether the Earth is flat or curved. To go out and do research doesn't affect my life in any way. So
That's fine,
there's
man.
far more
Look,
pressing issues.
it's good that that you've stated that, right? Because sometimes people don't get what you just stated, right? The horizon would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth if you're on a globe. And yeah, it would have to be at a certain distance away. So that's the easiest thing to go out and test. Okay, so a good example. So we've tested this hundreds and hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. The example that Plain Truth put in the side chat there, that's over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's over a 21-mile section of water, and he's doing the observation from 5-foot observer height. Now, he can zoom in across the entire 21-mile surface of the water and actually see the shoreline on the other side. There's zero obstruction. And the 2.7-mile horizon that should be there from the 5-foot observation height, it's not there at all over the entire 21-mile distance. And what we're finding is that this is the case over and over and over again. We're seeing in orders of magnitude further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe. And in 8 years of looking into this, I've never seen a single observation that comes anywhere close to matching up with a spherical Earth.
Right, but then how do you explain the horizon changing depending on you, whether you're standing or let's say you're on a beach, right? Since we're talking about bodies of water, let's say you're on a beach. If you're standing next to the shore, the horizon is going to be different from where if you're sitting on that shore or if you go to a pier, the horizon is completely different. From what I know, again, I'm definitely not as educated on the topic as you are. As you're saying, you've studied this for 8 years. But from what I know, horizon is, or the rangefinder is, is the distance. Yeah, so distance for the horizon is, what is it, 1.20, and then your height in feet, right?
Pretty much. Yep.
So for
But
me,
that's what it should be. That's what it should be, and that's based off the 39, 59 mile radius value. That doesn't ever happen when we go out and test for it in reality. In right, like just to put it short, right? If you look up the definition of what a horizon is, it doesn't mention anything about a spherical Earth. Okay, the horizon is the apparent. Apparent's a very key word. Remember that. The apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. Okay, one day you might go there, you're standing 6 foot tall, you might see the horizon at 15 miles out. The next day you might go there, you could see it at 7 miles out. For example, it varies depending on the atmospheric conditions on the particular day. And logically, if you go higher, you will increase your angle of view out to the vanishing point. Now, that's what a horizon is defined as in like advanced architecture, art. Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a straight line between vanishing points. You can look this up right now, and you absolutely would have a horizon on a flat surface because we have perspective, right? And perspective is going to cause convergence. Okay, so it looks like, for example, the ground appears to ramp up and meet at eye level, and the sky appears to ramp down. It would be impossible if on a flat plane not to have a horizon. Okay, it's just the straight line between vanishing points, not a byproduct of the Earth curvature, because we can test for that horizon that would have to be there if it were a byproduct of Earth curvature, and we're seeing orders of magnitude further every single time.
Okay. Can I ask you a different question? I'm kind of confused about this because I've heard very different answers. From a flat earther's perspective, why would whoever you believe did or lied to us? What's their purpose in this? How are they benefiting from telling us the Earth is a globe rather than flat? Do you believe there's something beyond the ice caps, or
no? You probably have like a bit of a misconception of what we're actually claiming that flat Earth is. But just to answer your question quickly, I would say that most people, right, your scientists, your professors, people in the government, etc., even most people that would work for NASA are absolutely not lying. They genuinely would believe that the Earth's a globe.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pushing what they were, taught in the textbooks and that kind of thing. And if you look into the history of the globe, it was more imagined into reality rather than actually empirically validated. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole if you look into Pythagoras and Plato and the people that came after him. And yeah, it's an interesting thing to look into, because most people think that, one day people went out and they started doing tests and they were able to measure curvature and they validated the Earth's a globe, and they're like, hey, everyone, check out these test results. Here they are. That's not how the globe became a thing in the first place.
Okay. Can you confuse us to the relevance of the globe, or of the shape of the Earth? I mean, sorry. Like, how is this relevant to us?
Well,
right now?
Yeah, well, look, we're really not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing the claimed shape, which would be the globe. We're just talking about a flat surface area not having any curvature. We don't claim to know the extent of that. Okay, and also, it's more the incorrect information that's important, and the nature of reality, and how where do we live? I think that's an important question. But no, it's not going to change your life on a daily basis, in terms of going to work and that kind of thing. And it's not going to change the way you experience the world, because everyone already experiences it as flat and stationary in the first place anyway. So it's going to change the way you research, the way you think about things. Your critical thinking skills might, or the way that you think critically might change about all sorts of different things. Each person's
sure
different.
To that extent, but perhaps if I'm thinking about the planet, then maybe it's just it's outrageous to me to like think that, because I don't claim to know the actual shape. I'm not educated enough on the topic. Now I could appeal to authority, of course, and just say, because they said it's a flat or globe, then it is a globe. But that's just an axiom we've come to believe as humans, kind of like you're saying. Like, we don't necessarily have proof for it, but we just accepted it to be the truth. The masses, at least. But I don't know.
Yeah, so for most people, it's just a belief system, and they were taught it from a young age, and they've never been presented with an alternative option that made any sense to them. Most people don't know the basics, right? If I ask a general person on the street, which way is the Earth spinning, east to west or west to east, or how big is it, or anything like that, most people don't know. They just assume some scientist worked everything out, and there's empirical evidence, and they never really think about it. So, yeah, we're going out and checking it. In reality, we're documenting all of the observations and sharing it with people and asking people to critically analyze it and come to their own conclusion based off both sides. That's it.
All right. Yeah, I think the main reason for the lack of attention from not scientists but normal people towards flat Earth is due to a very small cult-like part of flat earthers that believe, or not believe, they claim to know that there's something beyond the ice. The Antarctic, for example, they believe that there's something behind. I'm sure you've heard of the theories already.
Yeah. Look, these types of flat earthers annoy us probably even more than they annoy the globe earthers, right? There's a bunch of flat earthers out there pushing really bad arguments, and for some reason, these seem to be the ones that are promoted.
The most.
These are the ones that people trying to debunk flat Earth will cherry pick like the worst possible or the dumbest flat earther they can find, and then they'll say this is what flat earthers claim. And then they'll present like an AE, that round AE map, right? Which is what people claim, oh, this is the flat Earth map. Actually, no, that's not a flat Earth map. That's a globe projection. It's a coordinate system projection, a polar projection called the azimuth or equidistant projection. But some flat Earthers will say, oh, this is the ice ring around the edges. And at certain times of the year, there's these portals that open up and you can go to the outer lands and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's crazy. That needs to be stopped. I agree. That's dumb. Yeah, we're not claiming a model. We're not claiming to have a perfect map. We're going with what we can empirically validate, and constantly trying to improve our arguments, trying to get more and more evidence, and just get it out there to people, and just ask people to check it out.
Right. So you don't necessarily think that the government or the scientists are lying. You just think that they're also misinformed on the topic.
Yeah, for the vast majority of people, absolutely. And if there was a list of people that are absolutely lying, then it would be a very, very difficult list to construct and then to prove that they're actually lying and that kind of thing. But yeah, I would imagine surely some people are actually lying about it. But I'm not sure. I think definitely like your college professor and that kind of thing, like none of them are lying about it. Even though they might be giving you.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just teaching what they're taught to teach.
I think this is the first rational conversation I've had with this flat earther, so thank you for that.
You're welcome, man. I appreciate
crazy conspiracies for you. Is everything based on like scientific evidence that you're testing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've done all sorts of tests, like really technical tests as well. For example, we've had a team of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser beam, and they're shooting the laser beam over different distances over the surface of water, up to 40 kilometers distance. They've got weather stations. They're checking the the temperature conditions, the humidity conditions, the pressure, all of that kind of thing between point A and point B. And then they're logging all of their results, right? So there's like a 180-page PDF document that goes over all of the technical information, and there's an hour video that goes along showing the whole setup. So yeah, there's things like this are being done. So yeah, we just ask people, check it out if you're interested. If not, that's fine.
Interesting, man. Well, thank you for the lesson.
Yeah, no worries, man. I gotta go on mute anyway. I appreciate the good faith conversation. Some people are super triggered about this topic. It hurts.
Yeah, I mean, this goes what they believe. So I mean, they're gonna follow their biases, of course.
Yeah, it's like a deeply ingrained belief system, and they've also the propaganda surrounding flat Earth. Like this is what happened in 2015 or 2014. Nikon brought out a camera called the P900. It's basically like carrying like a telescope level zoom around in your pocket, and it can record video. So people started doing long distance observations and saying, hey, look, I can see this island that's 40 miles away, and shouldn't that be behind the curvature of the Earth? It started a huge, big a movement, really, of flat Earth, or like a resurgence of it. And flat Earth actually in 2015 and 2016, if you look up the metrics, it became the most popular search term on all of YouTube. And it actually overtook in 2016 Donald Trump during the elections. And I think it was late in 2016, Congress actually got together with like the heads of YouTube and Facebook and Google and that kind of thing. And this is all on video. And they decided that they're actually going to actively censor flat Earth information and shadow ban it. And not only did they do that, they replaced the search results with literally a hit piece playlist of propaganda, the worst flat Earth arguments that you could possibly find. That's why people think, oh, flat Earth is claim Australia doesn't exist. That kind of thing. And it's only now that censorship's starting to go down a little bit. But after 2016, the numbers dropped because they hid the search results on all of the major social media platforms.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, have a good day.
All right, you too, bro. See ya.
That was a nice tag team, DJ. I was running out of steam, and I was like, then you just tagged him in. It was perfect. Beautiful, really. Thank you. Needed to drink a glass of water. We have a couple of new people here. Mir, how are you? And we have Vitor Nomak.
Hey, Grand
how are you?
Rising. What's up?
What's up? The sky is up and the ground is down. Are you a flat earther, or do you think you live on a spinning ball in space?
Oh, you must be new here. I'm a flat earth. I've been in this VC multiple times.
Sorry, it's difficult to remember everyone. Sorry about that, but yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, appreciate you being here. I'm new. I'm very myself, so that's why I don't recognize everyone.
No worries, man. You're good. Much love to you.
I'm just saying, yeah, you too. I'm just saying hello to everyone. Casey, how are you? Nice.
Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Very good. Are you new to the VC, or have you been here before?
I'm here all the time.
You're here all the time. All right.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Very
I
cool.
won't be able to. A minute.
Sorry, you broke up there. Please repeat.
I'm driving at the minute, so I won't be able to talk much. I'll be here listening.
Okay. Well, nice meeting you. And we have said hello. We have Vitor Nomak. Yes.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. What about you?
Very good. Have you been here before?
Actually not. This is my first time here.
Yeah. Do you believe you're living on a spinning ball in space, or do you think that it's a flat plane? We're talking about the Earth here today.
I think. Well, I was. How can I say when I grow up? In English,
Yeah. When you grew up.
I grew up studying at school, and everybody saying that the Earth is round. But yeah, I have to agree with this because if we believe the Earth is flat, it's more difficult to prove. I think this wasn't proven yet, right?
Well, we have done some tests. Were you able to hear the last discussion in here, or did you just join? Because I didn't see when you came in exactly.
I
can
just
go-
I just
I
click
can go
on
over it.
one pop up the show up to me, and I don't know about the title. All right, we are
Okay.
on a Flat Earth Discord. All right, so it's about
Yeah.
it. I just fell down here without knowing anything about it.
Very good. Are you able to have a look at the chat? I want to show you something cool.
All right, just a minute.
Okay.
Where is the chat? How can I find it?
There's a little chat bubble underneath all the pictures. You click that and you come right into the chat, and Plain and Truth has posted a little picture there. That's very interesting.
I'm scrolling the politics and religion. Oh, I found it. All right, so
All the way at the bottom.
all right, I found it.
Do you see something that you recognize?
Distance in miles,
Is it the
radio.
Earth? Just look
Yeah.
at the picture. It looks like the Earth, right?
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
Yeah. So this is a picture from NASA. Is this how you imagine the Earth looks like?
Mm,
Pretty much.
can you repeat? I'm not sure
Is
if I
this-
understood.
When you look at the picture, do you think, oh yeah, hey, look, there's Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see all the blue stuff?
The blue is ocean.
Yes, it's water. We agree,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you notice that it curves around the Earth, around the ball? Water
Mhm.
curves. Yeah. That's interesting, right? Because now, even if I say to you, this is Earth, this is how it looks, I'll grant it to you. Can we confirm this somehow down here? Well, we can. For example, if you look at the diagram, if you go to a lake that's 10 miles wide and you shoot a laser that's 1 foot off of the ground, guess what? On the other side of those 10 miles, it's going to end up 1 foot over the ground on that side as well. But if Earth is a ball, it should be 66 foot up in the air because the water needs to curve away from you. Do you agree? Logically. You don't have to agree that that's the case. I'm just saying logic dictates that if Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles, it has to curve away at a certain rate. If it's a ball. Yeah?
I'm having difficulty with my vocabulary. I think I don't have a good vocabulary to talk about it because I don't understand so much. So
Right.
thank
But
you
if
for
it's
your
a ball,
explanation.
do you
but
understand that water curves? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if you have a ball and
Yeah.
if you put water in this ball, the water have to make a curve.
It has to, exactly. And the problem that when we shoot it from one side of the lake, 10 miles over to the other side, it doesn't curve. It ends up 1 foot on the over the ground on both sides.
But isn't is because the lake is so small?
10 miles is good enough. There should be a curvature of 66 foot. That is as much as a 6-story high building. So, for example, if you take a friend with you to a lake that's 10 miles wide, you place him on the other side, you shouldn't be able to see him or the beach at all unless he's over 66 foot tall. That's 6-storage building, right? Nobody is that tall. Yet you will be able to see him or his laser, or you can take a mirror and you can flash it if it's daytime, and if it's nighttime you can use a laser. You guys will see the laser pointer from either side, and it shouldn't be able to happen if Earth is a ball.
Hello, everybody.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if you create something to prove that, you can see the lake is flat.
Yes,
So
over 10
if
miles.
the lake is flat, everything around is flat too.
Hello. Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you?
Actually, I'm just leaving right now, but I have to take my wife to work. Okay, guys. See you. Bye.
Hi. Hello, guys.
That's for you. You should think about it a little bit. Maybe watch the video. And then, even if you don't believe, maybe you think this is fake, people have not done these tests. The nice thing is, anyone can find a lake 10 mile wide, and you can go there with a friend and you can confirm it yourself. Yeah? So this is the reason why we're flat earthers, because we have done these tests and we know that water doesn't curve. And if water doesn't curve on the ball, it can't be a ball. Of course, we know that there are mountains and valleys and stuff like that. That's called topography, but we do these tests over water because Earth is covered by a lot of water.
Hello, guys.
Did he run? No.
Yeah, he left.
I think I lost speaker there. Sorry if you said something, I missed it. Well, that happens sometimes when you get presented with this information. Your brain kind of goes crazy. It's very difficult to take in that you might have a belief system that doesn't kind of work. Hey, Mohammed, we can hear you. You're leaking through.
Hello, Planta.
I'm sorry?
How are you?
Very good. How are you? Are you new to the channel, or I think I've seen your name here before.
From where?
Mm-hmm.
From where?
From where? I live in America. Where are you from, my friend?
Egypt.
Egypt. Very nice.
Yes, very nice to you.
Yeah, very good. Did you
How
see
old?
the picture? I'm sorry? Old. I'm very old. I'm 52 years old. 53 actually.
50. Okay. I am 14.
All right. Good. You have some life experience then. Do you believe that you live on a spinning ball, or do you think that it's a flat plane? We're talking about Earth here. I missed that. I'm sorry.
What do you work?
It doesn't really matter. I could talk about that. It's not like it's a secret or anything, but we're talking about Earth in here. You know, the place where we live on. Have you heard of it?
Sorry, I am weak in English.
Yes. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. You're here to learn English, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah? You learn English here?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, maybe you should sit back and listen then. And unless you have a question about Earth, because that is the topic of the room, and we kind of have to stick to that because we have YouTube listeners who's interested in this topic. Yeah? You understand?
No, no,
No.
I don't understand you.
Right. The room topic is the Earth.
Can you send my Rabbit?
I can text you. There. If you can look at the chat, the room topic is Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So
want to chat with a beginning speaking English.
yes, I understand. And we can do that as long as we keep the topic to the Earth. Mhm. All I can tell you right now is that water is flat. Do you agree?
Okay.
Yes. So you, my friend, you live on a flat Earth. I know it's shocking, but that's the way it is. We have some new people. Who's there? How are you? And excuse me if I don't remember who has been here before. If you want to speak up, now is some dead air. Go right ahead.
I'm here just to hear Globers.
Yeah? You want to wait? Are you a flat earther or are you a glober? Okay. Who's there? Says in the chat. Sorry for interrupting, but I am trying to translate. How are you? Perfect. How about you? Thank you, sir. I see your chat. Yes, I'm doing great. Welcome to the channel. If you have any questions about Earth, feel free to ask them. You can chat if you want to. I'll read your question. Or if you want to talk, you can do that. Open your mic. We have some other people in here. And because I'm so new, I can't. Oh, we have a guy who's Swedish. His name is Spacer. Hur är läget, Spacer? That means, how are you, Spacer? I would love to talk to another Swedish guy. Then we can have this accent going and drive people crazy on YouTube. Noon, how are you? We have Kingsley in here. I think I've seen Kingsley before. I don't live on a cartoon ball. Excellent. You're absolutely right about that.
What up?
What up? What up? That's right. We're on a flat plane, aren't we?
Just like how we observe it every single day of our lives.
100%. 100%. Who else do we have in here? We have Ada Diallo. Is that a snail? Where's that from? SpongeBob or something? How are you, Ada Diallo? Ada, maybe? Who else do we have in here?
I'm fine, and you?
Oh, I could barely hear you. You sound nice. Your microphone is little bit low, maybe. I can turn it up on my side. Try again. Say hello. Or not. And do we have anyone from Finland here, maybe? Look at this guy. No, he is from somewhere else. It's a little distorted. I don't think it's just... No, wait, that was Mohammed. You're coming through, Mohammed. If you can mute, that would be nice. Mute your mic, please. I think I recognize Caffeine Coder 21, but I don't know how to say the name. Is it Yuka? Yoko? Yuka? Probably abducted by aliens. Aliens, if they are real, they're coming from Earth, not outside of it. But that would be a topic for Speculation Sundays. Spacer, speak some Swedish to me. I'm from Guinea. Okay. Ada Diallo says in the chat, I'm from Guinea. Ciderfilla says hello. And Noon says hi, folks. Usair, I think, left us. Yuka, tell me how to pronounce your name. Yuka? And where are you from? I'm going to read the chat. Let's see if our YouTube friends have any questions while we wait. Yuka, like Joker. All right, Joker. Oh, that's what it means. Where are you from? What language is that? What alphabet is that? All right, while we're waiting, let's see what the YouTube people are up to. We have 21 viewers on YouTube. Hello, guys. I'm looking at the chat right now, so if you have any questions and you want to interact a little bit with the people on Discord, feel free to type them in. Or maybe you just want to insult one of us. That's fine as well. If it's a funny insult, I promise I will read it. We can make this about entertainment as well. We have 2 channels live right now, and I'm going to check both of the chats just for fun. We have 5 people on Flatloid's channel. And let's see. Nathan Quiring 3003 says, shout out Flat Earth family. Yep, shout out to you. Nobody said it was going to be easy waking people up, he says. That is true. It's very, very tricky, actually. And here comes another one from him, from Nathan Quiring. Nathan Quiring 3003 says, when your opponent is Satan himself, it can be tricky. Mixing in a little religion there. I like it. That's fine by me. Yeah, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. Onyx Storms S7M says, I have a question, but he did not ask it. So, Onyx Storm, if you're still online, you can ask your question and I will probably answer it if it's reasonable and has anything to do with the topic of Earth. Professor Triangle posts a meme. It says 24 Flat Earth Discord, and it's a roller coaster with some funny looking people. Wait, are those meme people? I can never remember all the names of those. What do we have? We have Chads. We have what are the other ones? Yeah, those. they have names for all of them too. All right. Fun. And YouTube viewers can see it as well, at least on Flatloid's channel. We're going to move to the other one and see if anybody has anything to say there. As I said, I am a YouTube listener, and when there's dead air, I usually join Discord just to keep the show going a little bit, and it's fun to talk to people who are reasonable. We have 21 viewers on the other channel. If any of you guys want to interact a little bit, I'm reading the chat on YouTube right now, and I will read it so we can show you guys a little love as well. Or if you want to come in, you can see the links to the server we're in right now is discord.gg/enghub, English Hub. It's starting to fill up a little bit. Afternoon, people are getting off of work. Yes. Who is? Oh, I know Mr. Ed. I've seen you before. Hello. About me. People yakety yak a streak and waste your time of day, but the Rev Mr. Ed will never speak unless he has something to say. Yeah, I guess that's reasonable. I like to read people's about. Let's see what other people say about themselves. We have Quantum Degreaser. That's Master Yoder, as we know him as. He says, convince me it's possible, then prove it was done. Very good. All right, I'm going to read your abouts, people. So if you want to change it, you still have a little shot at it. People get to know you. Necros, what does he say about himself? He says, people hate the truth. Luckily, the truth doesn't care. Yeah, I agree with that. It's easier to lie to people than to tell them they have been lied to. They rather believe a lie than agree that they have been lied to. Reminds me of that saying. What does 20K ups say about himself? He says, nothing. That's very antisocial of you. I'm just kidding. Ada Diallo, what do you have to say about yourself in your about? Nothing. She's been a member since February 9, 2023. She's not new to Discord. She's a beginner English. She takes English classes. She's in debate club. Oh my. Conversation club, fluency seeker, book club. A lot of interests, polls and news. If you just joined and you hear me rambling on, I'm just filling dead air for our YouTube listeners. And hopefully we have some people who want to talk about the Earth. And I thought I'll entertain you with some, so you can get to know the people who is hanging out in Discord. We have Elbow TV, about him, or yes, use code Elbow TV. That's a Twitch stream. Don't know what that is all about. What do you stream? Earth, flat Earth content, maybe? Yeah, let's see. Ada. Oh. Let's see. DJs About Me is a link to the home server, discord.gg/flat earth. Hey, Ciderfilla, what do you have to say about yourself? Ah, there was nothing in there. Else Angles, the coolest username here. Oh, there was no About Me there either. The Joker. Nope, nothing in the About Me there either. If you just joined, we take questions about flat Earth here. And I'm letting you guys get to know the panel a little bit better by reading the About Me. We already read Kingsley's. He has a good one. I don't live on a cartoon ball. Of course not. And then we have Let's. What does he have to say about himself? Nothing. Let's, you got to get something funny in there for next time. And who is this? Okay. Professor Triangle. Oh, he has a cool one. His About Me is a white rabbit, and I think I know what that means. It's probably a Matrix reference. One of my favorite movies.
Very good.
Follow the white rabbit. You got to, and when you do that, you're going to end up on the flat Earth.
This is where you end up, flat Earth. You have no choice.
That is true. All right, vintage bait. No. No About Me there. What is my... I don't even know what mine says. I think it says something stupid like... No, it says something cool. Earth is flat. It's not complicated. I mean, it really isn't. I mean, it is what we observe. When you go out, look at the horizon, it looks flat. When you look at the... If you think you feel something like the Earth is moving, how you don't feel that. Absolutely not spinning. And I got a package. Thank you from my wife. It's a Christmas card. This is from... Should I read it on the stream? No, it's personal. Oh, nice card. All right, it's that time of the year where we get Christmas cards. I think I'm going to antagonize some people and send out flat Earth Christmas cards or something like that. They just have to come up with a good one. If anybody have any ideas, now's your chance. How can I make the people think about the flat Earth? Latz says in the chat, I didn't know anyone actually read the About Me section. Well, I do read these, and they are sometimes very funny. Professor Triangle says, come in and talk to the nicest flat earther. Me. Right? Those are your options. Yes, the very nicest.
I am the nicest. So, don't forget that.
All right. Check on YouTube now. Nothing still. 19 people on YouTube. Come on, guys. This is your shot. I know you've been watching this channel before and you've been thinking, oh man, I wish someone could see what I say in here. We were going to read it live too. If you're on YouTube, just say hi in the chat and I will tell you. I will read your name. Just changed mine, says Latz. You can read it now, and I will. Latz About Me says, lifting to be strong, stronger than Indio and sheepdog. Oh, that's a tall order to fill, my friend. But you can do it. You almost have the same username as Indio, but you have Latz 00009. Indio has Indio 007. Where is Indio today? Indio. Yeah, he's going to pop up. We're going to manifest him. I hope Indio comes in here so he can take over. You know, guys, I'm not much of a wheel puller. I don't pull the wheel as hard as you guys, but I try to grease it a little bit now and then. So that's what's going on here. We have some dead air time to take care of, so I'm greasing the wheel. You guys are pulling it. I appreciate that. Did he join? I don't know. Nope. Manifesting Indio. Haven't seen AV for a while either. I know the YouTube people are like, holy crap. Can we have Indio or AV join so we can get some real entertainment? That's what I thought when I was on YouTube. You need an arrogant Glober to show up to complete the Indio bat signal. Ain't that true? That is true. Yes, I've seen that happen. I know he's watching YouTube more often. He doesn't say anything in the chat there, but I've seen him come into Discord many times because some arrogant Glober showed up, and then he had to. I think he's working these hours. DJ. Okay, good to see you. I'm very bad with these chat acronyms. Wait, is it called an acronym? GTSU, good to see you. YP, how do I decode that? Long time no see. Okay. What does YP mean? I feel like I should be able to decode that. YP. Yeah. You guys have a little history there? Seems like DJ knows who Joker is. He's also on the politics and religion server. That's one place we hang.
Very good.
Quite right.
Yo, I don't know if you know, but the politics and religion room has been down. No more 24/7 over there.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
Good.
that explains it. I check it frequently.
I know I kind of missed that one. That one was my baby.
The other one is up though. Politics.
Yeah, that one's still there.
Hmm. Let's manifest the Glober. Globers, come here. You know you want to defend your ball.
I can pretend to be a Glober for you if you want.
Do it. If you climb a tree, how come you that makes it a ball? That's the best argument you have, right?
Oh no, that's not even an argument for the for the globe side. Of course not. We have boats over the horizon.
Yeah. I tried to make it as an incoherent argument as I could. Climb tree, therefore ball.
No, we got boats over the horizon, therefore ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How are you gonna deal with that? Flat
I don't
earther.
know. I'm stumped. That's it. You got me. I'm a Glober now too. Let's see. What's my best globe argument if I had one? Holy crap, that is so difficult because I don't have one. But I can tell you one thing. If you're new to flat Earth or if you're looking into it, this is a pro tip. This is an honest tip from me. My honest opinion about this is because I remember when I was new and something came up that I didn't have an answer to. I can't exactly remember what it was. Maybe it was I don't know. It was probably something stupid that I thought was important, like how the stars spin different directions, or something crazy like that. But I remember, I don't answer to this, and then I came up with a couple of different things, and I started to make a little list on my X account in bookmarks that I named things I can't answer, and I knew if I was just patient enough and I hung around and just listened and kept my mouth shut, I would eventually get the answers to those questions. So that's my tip to you. If you're new to flat Earth, don't panic if you can't answer every single thing that the Globers tell you. Just relax, okay? Sit back, listen in to this channel, give it a couple of weeks. That's all it takes, and all of a sudden, your questions that you have, they're going to be answered. I think I was a little bit afraid when this was probably before I became a flat earther, like when I was on the fence a little bit, or when I was investigating it, so to speak, before I had done my own laser test. I was like, shit, the Earth is probably flat. And I was actually scared that some Glober would like confront me with something that I couldn't answer, and then I was going to have to go back to the globe or something. I don't know. I can't even remember how I could even think about that in that way. But seriously, if you're new, don't be scared. Okay, you have found the truth, and you can write down those questions that you have, and then you patiently sit back, and you will get answers to them. It's that's the way it is.
You know, it's funny. I've never actually met somebody who shared the same sentiment that I did, because I was actually really nervous coming in here too. I didn't want to sound dumb. That's why I held off on coming in here for like 6 months.
Yeah, it's intimidating because you have people in here who are so knowledgeable about everything. They have memorized, all the distances and everything like that, and you think like, crap, I'm going to look like an idiot if I haven't memorized every single thing. So, but the nice thing is that people tag team here, so you can kind of, if you get into an area where you're not super comfortable, there will be someone who can explain things better. Like angular resolution, I struggled with for a long time. I couldn't explain. I couldn't remember all the little things like 0.02 degrees of whatever. I mean, I can't even explain it well now. I wouldn't want to have that discussion really. I can answer those questions, but I'm not good with the numbers yet. So it is a little bit intimidating, but there's great support in here. Everybody helps out.
That's why DJ's here. If we're ever struggling, we'll just go, hey, you know what? Tag you in, DJ. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Man, I was terrified to VC for years, and then I would go in VC every now and then, and I just would like stumble all my words and then get angry and start yelling at the Glober or something like that. And then I went into PNR, and I was like just sitting there listening, chat skanking like I normally do, and listening to Kembo Beats, right? And he would just lay it all out, and I would listen to Kembo, and then I started jumping in the VC, and I started talking a bit more, and I'm like, it's much easier than typing. and
the
then
more
after
you
a little
do
while, you get more used to talking on there.
Yeah, the more you practice too, the better you get at it. And if you run the same argument 100 times, then you don't even have to think about it. It just comes automatically. And we also, at least I pick up a lot of arguments from you guys. I'm using your 21 mile thing all the time because that's what I'm most comfortable with. And it seems to work now and then. So for me.
It's a good one. Yeah, I like the shorter distance. Shorter distance is in not like the mountain range to mountain range. I think the shorter ones like 10 miles, 20 miles. It's better because they're so clear. You can see everything clearly. It's not like all distorted and blurry and stuff like that. So the person watching can see everything clearly. And shorter distance, it's easier to do the math and confirm the distance between point A and point B and everything. When it says like someone's standing at the top of a mountain, it's like, oh, they're at like, 4,100 feet, and the mountain's 40 kilometers away, and it's 6,300 feet, and it gets pretty confusing.
It gets very complicated. Plus, it's hard for people to replicate those observations. It's much easier to go to Salt Lake or something like that.
Yeah, and there's also a lot more stuff, right? Like temperature gradients and pockets of hot air and cold air and maybe a bit of fog, or between point A and point B, there's a hell of a lot more going on to try to account for. So it's less reliable, but it's still just it's just not explainable on a globe at all. So I mean, every single observation. But even the term black swan, I think we need to toss the term black swan. Right, the globers are the ones that need to find the black swan. Calling a long distance observation a black swan, and saying, "Oh, look, here's the black swan." Once everyone thought that swans were white, and then look, here's a really rare observation. No, every single observation is a white swan, as in doesn't match up anywhere close to what the globe should be, and the globers need to find us this mysterious black swan.
It's a super white swan. Every observation the horizon is magnitude farther than it should be on a. And
what is a magnitude exactly, Necros? Good to see you, man.
You never observe that horizon at for 6%, that 3 mile away horizon, point something mile away horizon. You never see that. Only if there is some extreme weather conditions, like it's foggy, some humidity in the air. At that moment, you can expect to see the horizon 4 miles or 3 miles. Other than that, on a normal weather day, no, it's always magnitude farther than you should expect on a globe. Like if it is always extreme refraction, if would have to give an excuse for that, it will always be refraction. Always extreme refraction.
They got one more rebuttal to that, actually. I hear this quite often, is CGI.
That's hilarious. Yeah, they do that. That's the mental gymnastics. The globers are really good at mental gymnastics. They pull some tricks,
I've heard that one a few times. I just deal with it by telling them it doesn't matter if you think it's CGI or not. You can just go out and run the test yourself. So, and Necros, good comments there. The thing is, I think your microphone might be clipping maybe every 6th, 7th word or something like that. Do you have a setting where you can set the auto sensitivity or something? Or did you not?
Refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers. Right? I challenge them, right? Because they're always like, oh, refraction. They have no idea. They just learn how to make that noise with their mouth. Right? That's the extent of their knowledge of refraction. We ask them, how does that work? They'll, light bends around the globe and it makes everything look flat. Like, what? Okay, globe earthers, show us a single observation throughout all of history where you've actually, the person claims to have measured exactly what's going on with the refraction between point A and point B, and it matches up with a globe. Good luck with that. Even the observation, right? We show them the black swan, what was previously called the black swan. I guess it's just another white swan. Right, but then they had this one that was taken on a different day from the same observer height, where it looks like the second oil platform is partially obstructed behind the horizon, and they're like, "Look, guys, this is the globe proof. This is the white swan. This is the oil platform's partially hidden behind the horizon." Well, actually, the horizon in that observation is 500%, more than 500% further away than what it should be on a globe. Okay, according to the globers' standard refraction, right? So they say it's a clear day, right? So obviously they would claim, oh, there's not extreme refraction because it's a nice clear day, because that's their argument with the other black swan. They're like, oh, look, it's a bit of distortion on the crane on the oil platform, but here's a clear day. where there's minimal refraction and it matches up with the globe. No, it doesn't. It's 500% further away. Okay, and they think, oh, the only reason that something could appear to disappear bottom up is because of the curvature of the Earth. Wrong again, right? Even their own subject matter experts will say that there are atmospheric effects that, such as sinking and inferior mirage, where something that would normally be visible appears to be obstructed from the bottom up, even though it's geometrically unobstructed. Right? And anyone can go to Google right now and type in what is sinking refraction. Okay, even your parrot normie Gemini AI is going to tell you exactly what I just said. Okay, so if you guys want to claim that things disappearing bottom up is due to the curvature of the Earth, you guys need to validate that. It's never been done by one person throughout all of history. There's not a single observation, even with standard atmospheric refraction, begging the question, standard atmospheric refraction basically increasing the radius of the globe by 15%, okay, which would allow you to see 15% further in standard conditions, like the one they call the white swan. Okay, find us a single observation and account for this standard atmospheric refraction and show us that it matches up with the globe.
That's why I like the 21-mile test, because you can basically just grant them the standard refraction and still be, 200 foot off.
Yeah. If we put that into Walter Bislin's, right, so there's a guy called Walter Bislin. He has an Earth curvature calculator. He's like an anti-flat earther. And he put in this begging the question refraction slider, which essentially just increases the size of the globe or the radius to try to make all of these observations work on a globe. Okay, for these types of observations, you have to slide that refraction slider up to the setting of 1. Okay, 0 being exactly what it would look like if the Earth were a globe with a 59 mile radius. Standard refraction being 0.17, right? From 0 to 0.17, that would be about 15% larger of a radius. Okay, once you slide it up to 1, Walter Bislin, even himself on his website, says there would be so much refraction, the Earth would just look completely flat anyway. Okay, so for all of these observations, you have to slide this slider up to 1. Like to basically 1, to have no hidden height over these distances. Right, so it's like, oh yeah, really it's a globe, but there's so much refraction in all of these observations that the Earth just looks flat. And then we're taking the observation during the daytime, during the nighttime, still looks exactly the same. We know the water temperature, we know the air temperature. Okay, it's not possible for this extreme refractive index gradient to be present to have these observations. It's impossible. And there's no evidence that it is possible.
Yeah, and we have so many of these tests as well. So, I mean, even if we granted them a couple, sure, it's refraction, you got us. What are they going to do with the other hundreds or even thousands of the tests we have done, people have done, including myself? I mean, it's crazy. There are so many bodies of water to do these tests on.
We're just asking for one throughout all of history.
Right.
That confirms the globe.
All right, we have a new guy here, I think. Axel, how are you? Bennett, is that Dr. Bennett?
Yeah, that is Dr. Bennett. I believe he's a flat Earth proponent.
I think he's a geocentrist. How are you, Doctor?
Oh.
Good to see you here, if that's you.
I think Joker's a glober, but most of the globers, he's one of the ones that's tried and he can't prove the globe. What about you, Nightwing? Welcome. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
What? Hello.
Hey. Your microphone's very low on my end. You can call me Nightwing.
Yeah, it's not just you. He's low for me as well. We can hear you, Nightwing. If you can't fix your mic, we will still want to talk to you. We have Raji AFK.
Yo, what's up?
I'm gonna go make some food. You take this. You got this, DJ.
What's up, Roggy or Rogi? Is it Rogi or Roggy?
It's Raji.
Rogi, welcome, brother. Welcome to the channel. What brings you into the Flat Earth channel?
Honestly, I'm just here to learn just to learn how to talk, but I'm just exploring at this point.
Yeah, cool. Well, have you looked into this topic in the past?
I have.
And how did you look into the topic? Were you watching some YouTube videos or what was it?
Scientifically, I'm still trying to understand on what basis do people believe that the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, it's not really a question of science, so to speak, right? Like science would be trying to validate cause and effect relationships in the natural world. This would be more about the question, like a geometry problem. So we're told the Earth is a certain shape and a certain size. Okay, so it's meant to be a geoid, an oblate spheroid with a radius value of 6,371 kilometers. Okay, right. So that's the claim, right? When we actually go out and test for the characteristics that would have to be present in nature for that claim to be true, we're not finding any evidence, any empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe. All right, so...
And what evidence do we have that the Earth is flat?
Right, so firstly, we have the evidence of everybody's everyday experience in reality, okay? But they tell us that the globe is so big that we would just experience it as flat anyway, right? Because we're so small, the globe's so big. So we experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, that's not proof of either, but that is a starting point, okay? And then when we go out and test the Earth, okay? So what's the Earth? What's the surface of the Earth mostly made up of? And the answer is water. Okay, over 70% of the known area of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. That's the claim. Okay, so when we go out and calculate over a large body of water how much curvature there would have to be for the Earth to be a globe, okay, and then test it, it's not present. Okay, so we're using long distance observations, we're using high powered lasers, we're using infrared cameras, and the list goes on and on and on. Okay, thousands of tests have been done. Every single test, the results is zero curvature detected.
Got it. Okay, so how would you explain about the gravity? See gravity?
Gravity, yeah. So this would debunk gravity. Okay, so if you have, say, you have 20 miles of water. Okay, to have gravity, you would have to have a certain amount of curvature over that distance. Okay, so you would have to have about 266 foot of curvature due to gravity. Okay, over that distance. So if you don't have that curvature, that debunks gravity. That debunks the entire heliocentric model. Okay, and gravity is something that you need to have the globe. Okay, so it's like, how can you have all of the water sticking to the outside of a ball? How can you have gas pressure and water on the outside of the globe inside a giant space vacuum? Okay, why don't we fly off into space and so on, right? Why doesn't our blood boil because of the vacuum? all of this is gravity. Gravity would be the answer. It's like the band-aid for all of these holes, right, that we have in logic and common sense and scientific testing. So yeah, gravity is needed to have the globe, and you need the globe to have gravity. Okay, so we can go out and test for gravity by measuring the curvature of the Earth, and yeah, gravity doesn't fit. It doesn't match.
Right. I'm quite new to this, but have you seen that video where they shoot a beam of light and over a distance, or a couple of distance of kilometers, the light gets sort of a curvature through it? Have you seen that video?
Like a high altitude footage.
Yes. No. It's not high altitude. It's basically they're just shooting a beam of light, and over a couple of distance, or a couple of kilometers, the light gets sort of.
Yeah. So there's a video called it's like a documentary on Netflix. It's called Behind the Curve, and there's a guy named Jaren, and they're supposed to do a laser test, right? But for some reason, Jaren, he broke the laser. Okay, so instead of just canceling the test, they decided to do it with a flashlight for some reason, and they did it at nighttime. You know, we can't really see any details in the video. We can't really confirm exactly what happened. But the person at the other end, apparently they couldn't see the light. So they determined that the Earth's a globe because you couldn't see the light. All right, so there's a lot of controversy behind that footage. You know, even Jaren himself says that wasn't how it happened. And then there was a lawsuit and so on. Right. Okay, so it's 50 seconds worth of footage. It's a very terrible quality footage. It doesn't show anything. So, you know, we've got teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over all of these huge distances, and everything's documented and filmed. Okay, so we have evidence that completely destroys that, little tiny 50-second clip from a Netflix show. Yeah.
So just to sum it up, you're saying that the Earth is not entirely flat. It does have a bit of a curvature to it, right?
It has hills and valleys and mountains and that kind of thing, right, over the land. So obviously there's elevation changes of topography over the land, but most of the surface is water, and we're not detecting any curvature over huge distances when we test over the surface of the water. Like, for example, if we shoot a laser over 40 kilometers, there should be over 400 feet of curvature over that distance, but there is confirmed to be zero curvature, just as an example. So yeah, we would be saying we don't know the shape, right? We're not claiming the Earth is a flat planet in the globe Earth version of outer space. We're saying that the surface area is measuring flat when we go out and actually measure the surface. And in that context, that's what we mean by flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the size or the shape or the entirety of how the universe works or anything like that, right? We're just going on empirical evidence and testing in the real world.
Right. Got it. I mean, it's a very advanced, it's a very vast topic for me to understand, in just a very short span of time. So yeah, but I'm building through it.
Yeah, exactly. It takes a long time to look into the topic, and it sounds crazy to everyone at first, but once you have a bit of a dive into it and actually learn what the flat earthers are claiming, and then look at the evidence backing it up, then you can come to your own conclusion. And we're not trying to convince people. We're saying, hey, look at this empirical evidence, use your critical thinking skills, and then weigh it up against the globe evidence and see what makes more sense to you. Yeah, if someone wants to go out and repeat any of our tests themselves, then that's also encouraged. That's what I did. I saw a whole bunch of these tests, and I was like, wow, these tests are pretty convincing. I should probably go and check it out myself. Okay, and I was fortunate enough to live right next to a giant lake when I lived in Australia, and we had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. And I was able to zoom in with my super zoom camera and see the shoreline 20 kilometers away on the other side of the lake. And I did it multiple times in different weather conditions, nighttime, daytime, and I could always see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So there should be over 100 foot of curvature over that distance. So yeah, like people can go and test this. And when people do, that's when they'll be like, hey, well, this doesn't make sense on a globe. And then you'll start digging into the globe history. And then you'll find that, okay, nobody's actually gone out and confirmed that there is any curvature. And that's not how the globe became a thing in the first place. It's not how it happened.
So
it was more conceptualized into existence. Well, not even into existence, but into a theoretical mathematical concept or a spherical
So I
coordinate
guess you
system.
also, yeah, hold on. I guess you also disagree with the fact that there are multiple layers for Earth. Like, there's core, and then there's a layer of stones and rocks, and then there's layer of water, and then there's land, right? So do you disagree with that? Do you think the Earth
Yeah, I
has no core
disagree.
at all?
I wouldn't know exactly how it works in this, if there is a center or how deep it is. What we go off is what we can validate. Okay, so the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug is It was called the Kola Super Deep Borehole, and it was dug by the Soviets, and it took them over 20 years. Okay, and they predicted what they would encounter when they dug down, and the deepest they could possibly get was 7.6 miles, which is just a little bit deeper than the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest part of the ocean. So they couldn't get far, and they gave up after 20 years of trying. They kept breaking their equipment, and they got all the predictions wrong. And so I would say that there's a globe model, like there's a model that exists that tries to predict what would be down each layer, and then there's the core and that kind of thing. But there's no empirical evidence to validate that that's actually true.
Right.
But yeah, most people think that one day, some scientists went out and did some tests and measured, the Earth to be a globe. That's not what happened. No one ever did that. Okay, it was conceptualized into existence, not or theorized into existence, right? Not actually measured. When we go out and measure, in reality, there's no globe present. Well, there's a ton of people in the chat, so surely somebody has a question or someone wants to present an argument towards the globe Earth or against the flat Earth. Welcome anyone new. If anyone has any questions, feel free to jump in. Welcome Axel. I see you rejoined. And if nobody's going to talk, then you're going to have to listen to me waffle on about random things. Okay, so we're running an event at the moment, and it is called Are They Really Lying About the Globe? So most globe earthers think, oh, flat earthers think everyone's lying, and all the scientists must be lying, and the professors must be lying. No, that's a straw man. Most flat earthers are not claiming that. Okay? Personally, I would claim that no, most people are not lying. They genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, it's something that was taught to them from a young age by people that it was also taught to from a young age. Okay, then it's reinforced throughout their schooling system. Okay, and they've never been presented an alternative option. They've never been out to actually test for the Earth curvature. And most people really don't know very much about the globe. Flat earthers tend to know way more about the fundamentals and the basics of the globe Earth than the actual globe earthers do. In fact, most globe earthers, they don't even know the size of the Earth, right? They don't know which way it spins or anything like that, for the most part, not everyone. Right? They don't know the motions. Some of them know the distance to the sun, whatever they can remember from their schooling, I guess. But most people have never really considered anything other than that. And it leads to the question of how did the globe Earth come to be a thing in the first place that was widely accepted as the true nature of reality? And quite often people think that some very, very smart Greeks, went out and conducted a bunch of tests and actually empirically validated that the Earth is a globe. Well, that couldn't be further from the truth, and even according to the mainstream, that's not how the Earth became a globe. Right, I'm going to post a picture in the side chat that does contain nudity, but it is not against TOS because it is art. Okay, it's a sculpture of Atlas, and most people think, and even in modern depictions, this is a globe that he's holding, and they're like, oh, look, the Atlas, he's holding a globe. Well, if you look closely at that, it's not a globe. Okay, that's a celestial sphere. Okay, so even long before people thought the Earth was a globe, it was a very symbolic thing, the celestial sphere. Okay, what's the celestial sphere? It's an imaginary or conceptual way of thinking about the way we view and can map out the celestial bodies in the sky, the stars and whatnot. Okay, it's probably due to the way we see. Okay, we see the same distance in all directions. We have like a hemispheric, like a dome of vision when we look up above our heads, right? The sky looks like a big dome, whether it be the clouds, okay, whether it be a plane going over the top of your head, it will appear to take a big arc, right? And if you had a plane, 360 planes going over the top of your head, and you mapped out the path, it would make like a big dome of vision, even though those planes are flying at the same height. Okay, they're going to look like they're doing a big kind of arc over the top of your head. That's the way we see. That's the way we see the sky. The clouds, right? Look down a hallway, the same kind of thing happens. It's due to perspective, okay? So they conceptualized this way of looking at the sky, and it turned into what is called the celestial sphere. Okay, now how did the celestial sphere become related with the Earth being a globe? All right, so I'm just going to read a little bit of information out here. Okay, so the celestial sphere came first. Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. The key thing to note is that the celestial sphere was an optical projection. Angles and motions of the stars were mapped around the observer, not around the Earth as an object. The coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. In this framework, astronomers introduced celestial coordinates to describe star positions. Celestial latitude and longitude, later called declination and right ascension, were angular measures projected on the inner surface of the sphere. The celestial poles and celestial equator were imaginary reference lines created by extending the Earth's rotational axis and equator into the heavens. But originally, this was just a geometric analogy, not a physical proof of a spinning Earth. The sphere, quote unquote, of the heavens was thus the first complete coordinate system built entirely from sky observations, not Earth measurements. Right? Then there was the transfer of coordinates, celestial to terrestrial, and this is how the globe started to become something that was theorized or conceptualized into existence. Right? So later on, philosophers such as Pythagoras, who was actually a crazy cult leader, that's another rabbit hole right there. Right? Most people think Pythagoras was a mathematical man, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I could get into Pythagoras. Yeah, that guy was basically, if they can confirm that he existed, the things they said that he actually claimed were kind of crazy. Right? So that was Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, etc. And these guys, they took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and perfect, quote unquote, the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below. This was the crucial step. The celestial coordinate grid, which worked beautifully for star motion, was projected downward onto Earth, creating a terrestrial coordinate system, latitude and longitude, which mirrors right ascension and declination. Okay, so the globe was an inverted celestial sphere. The Earth was then imagined as a miniature version of the heavens, a globe suspended in space with its poles, equator, and rotational axis matching those of the celestial sphere. Essentially, ancient cosmology reversed the reference frame. The observer, once stationary at the center of the celestial sphere, was now said to be standing on the surface of a rotating sphere at the center of the universe. The sky, once moving around the observer, was declared fixed, and motion was reassigned to the Earth. This transformation was purely theoretical. It arose from geometry and symmetry, not from physical evidence. The aftermath. A coordinate conversion mistaken for reality. Okay, so this is the delusion that that most people are living in up to this day. So yes, the globe-Earth paradigm originated as a celestial to terrestrial coordinate conversion, not as an outcome of ground-measured curvature or motion. This was a philosophical and mathematical mapping, not a physical one. Later on, navigational and astronomical practices adopted these coordinates because they were convenient, not because they proved the shape of the Earth or the motion of the Earth. So in essence, the spherical Earth was reverse engineered from the celestial sphere, a mathematical inversion of the sky's geometry projected onto the ground long before any empirical proof of curvature, motion, or a vacuum of space existed. This is one of the most revealing historical threads in all of cosmology because it shows exactly how the mathematical sky model became mistaken for a physical Earth model. So it was just a big philosophical leap, as above, so below. Okay, the Greeks inherited Babylonian sky mathematics and applied the Hermetic maxim, as above, so below. They saw the heavens as perfect, divine, and spherical, and reasoned that the earth must mirror this perfection. It wasn't an observation-based claim. It was a symmetry argument. Since the stars circled uniformly around fixed poles in the sky, the simplest geometric model was a sphere, but rather than confining that to the sky, the philosophers imposed it onto the earth. So modern cartography is still celestial in design. So to this day, the WGS-84 GPS and terrestrial mapping systems are built on that ancient celestial geometry. Latitude equals Earth's equivalent of declination. Longitude equals Earth equivalent of right ascension. The Greenwich meridian replaced the first point of Aries as the zero reference. The celestial poles still define the orientation of the coordinate system. This shows continuity. Modern Earth mapping is a descendant of a sky coordinate model, not a descendant of physical Earth curvature measurement. welcome to anyone new that's joined. Let us know if you have any questions. Welcome, Sammy.
Thank you so much.
What brings you by the channel, my friend?
Actually, I'm not. I have a channel, but I'm not making video right now. I'm so planning to, like creating content creation journey. So I'm thinking in this. So I need to
Excellent.
someone support like video editing, voice editing. I know like your voice editing. I need to like some like CapCut or etc.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, we have 2 live streams running right now as well, recording this conversation.
Mm-hmm. So actually, some kind of. Do you know video editing, brother?
Yes.
So which application are you using? CapCut or like CapCut or others like Adobe Premiere Pro?
I use Adobe Premiere Pro.
Yeah, my desktop configuration is not good. That's why I using first of all need like this CapCut. Is best for better for me. My PC configuration is not good. That's why.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's good. Yeah. Yeah, Premiere Pro can be very taxing on your computer.
Yeah. So if anyone learn about in Adobe Premiere Pro, so how much need, how month or how hours need for is good video editing skill achieve? Do you have any idea?
Your microphone's coming in a little bit low volume. I couldn't catch all of that you just said.
Okay. Sorry. I apologize. Okay, now my voice is clear right now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
it's good, man.
Okay, actually, I'm saying if anyone learning video editing, how month need or how hours need?
How much time will it need to learn video editing? What?
Yeah.
It takes a long time, bro.
It's a long time.
Yeah, it's
It
like one of the
depends.
most advanced technical analysis jobs.
Yeah, it really depends to what level you want to do it. I mean, you know, what I did, I watched, I found a really good free long course about Premiere Pro on YouTube, and I watched it about 5 times in a row. And then some of the information sunk in, and then then you just kind of go from there, start creating a project, and then, you know, if you get stuck, then you look up videos and you watch them, and over time you'll start to memorize the information, and you'll get better each time you make a new video. Yeah.
Yeah, I Broken Eraser or DJ. I sent you a little DM to remind you I'm looking for video editors, so keep it in mind.
Yeah, cool. Let me know some details.
Yeah, I will DM.
It's a very charging video editor. I do want to skill. So what do you think? Like lots of people saying in like in 2026 is video editing skill is decrease, and there are available in artificial intelligence. They can everything. So artificial intelligence can do
Yeah, it's AI is not going to help you get a video edited the way that you want it done. You know, it might be able to help speed some parts of the process up, and that kind of thing. But I don't think it's possible for AI to edit a video the way that you want it done. It's impossible for it to do such a thing. Right. Same with like illustrating a book or something like that. If you have a specific storyline and you try to get AI to do it, it's you have to hire an illustrator if you want it to be the way that you want it.
Like right now, current day, it's likely very hard, but soon it will be very possible.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, it's getting scary good. Yeah, like even with the music, that's getting out of control, and the videos, right? Some like 6 months ago, you could tell an AI video. Now I watch videos like it'll be like, just a random video. It looks like some old footage, and it turns out to be AI, and you're like, damn, they tricked me. I can't believe that's scary. And music, yeah, music's the same kind of deal as well. So. Yeah, super creepy. AI is getting creepy. It's going to get creepier. I don't think humans can comprehend to what extent AI is going to change the world.
People will stop learning how to do things and allow the thing to do it for them. And then overall intelligence of the human will decrease.
Yep.
Because no one's putting in the effort to learn anything. Everything's already supposedly known. Like, it's just right now, like, if I receive this question, then I give this answer. If the question is asking me to structure it this way, then I structure it that way. It doesn't know anything. It's just a search engine that's compiling information based on the way you ask the question.
Anybody in this group, in this room, are video editor? Who is video editor in this professional video editor?
Yeah. What what do you want?
Are you professional video editor?
Professional, bro. There's levels to this shit.
No,
I
no,
mean,
like I don't like. If you have a
it
video
depends how
editor,
much time you want me to spend. Like what?
okay. So how have been long are you stay in this industry, video editing industry?
Or if you want to learn video editing, you just have to study and try and don't give up. It'll come to you. You'll learn it fairly quickly, but it's just not easy.
All right, let's get the conversation. Oh, mic check. Yeah, let's get the conversation back on track.
Good check.
Sammy,
Mm-hmm.
do you believe that you live on a spinning globe, Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So I have a question for you. Would you say that you believe that you live on a globe because it's something that you were taught throughout your whole life? Or would you say it's something that you've actually investigated and you know for a fact that you actually live on a space ball? Belief or knowledge?
Knowledge.
Knowledge. So you've investigated whether the Earth is a globe. So what kind of investigative work did you do to confirm that you live on a globe? Because you would agree that we experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? As our everyday experience. But they tell us that we're so small that we don't see the curvature of the globe. So we experience the Earth as flat. Do you agree that we experience the Earth as flat?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so based on anything else other than what we get told and what we see on the TV from NASA or SpaceX or JAXA, okay, what evidence would you have that convinced you when you investigated that you live on a globe?
I see, I see, I see.
So, do you believe you live on a globe? This guy? Sammy?
I think Sammy's deep in thought. Well, Sammy's gone. Shit. Christian, you have taken his place. But I can hear echo. Have to fix that. Welcome, Drace. Good to see Drace and Cyclone have joined the channel.
Bro, is that your car? Is that a GTR?
Christian has the. Let me check. Oh wow!
Is it?
Yeah, cool.
Is it a GTR? Yo, what up, Christian? Say hello. Are you shy? All right, good talk, dude.
That's an eclipse.
Well, Sammy just gave up. He did the Homer Simpson thing and just like descended into the bush.
Yep.
Christian doesn't seem like he has any globe evidence. What about you, Nunez? Welcome. Well, Nunez also backed away into the bushes.
That's right.
And now we wait.
It's chill.
Well, did we get a bite? Christian?
No.
Yuki.
Welcome, Yuki. Yuki comes in here quite often and drops the little Pepe holding the coffee. Welcome. Must be a fan of the 24/7 channel.
Facts.
Well, you win a prize for your last comment, Yucky. There you go. A free emoji.
Bro, triangular? I mean, as long as you don't have a curve. Triangles are flat, yeah. What about Joka? Isn't he a round earther? Or he left? No, he's here. Caffeine Coder? You're a round earther, right? Clover. Yeah, I know. Do people understand this? Like, the globe versus flat, it does matter because we spend the most money for anything for space exploration, which is faking gay. The most money ever spent on a single project or exploration is space exploration. Alleged space exploration.
A lot of your entertainment comes from outer space too.
All right, what is one entertainment that comes from outer space?
Star Wars, Star Trek, Warhammer.
Bro, think about what you just said.
Battlestar Galactica. All that entertainment value from space.
From space or from a screen?
Same thing.
Oh, space is faking gay. You have no evidence for the modern understanding of space to even exist.
I have pictures from space.
Yeah, bro, this is my proof of space that, you know, Superman, Goku comes from space, aliens come from space. That's my proof of space.
Hi guys.
Got any questions on the topic? Yes, no, maybe so.
Or if America didn't spend trillions of dollars to NASA, you know, you might have some extra money left over for your country, wherever you live. Maybe we can help you out. But no, we send all of our money to NASA, bro. Sorry. No room for you.
This is funny. I was talking to Notebook LLM and showed it a video from Life is Short, and then had it make me what's this called? Let's go back here. Some kind of presentation here. It's a report or a video overview, either one. No, it's still generating that. It's the report. Yeah. So I just posted the PDF. It just spit out. It's pretty funny. Especially, I didn't say anything about, like, I'll just read you some of this. I didn't say anything about any secret societies or anything, but the video had nothing about anything like that. It was just pure optics. But then it's like, well, clearly they are claiming the Earth is curved based on optics. And so it goes on to be like, well, hermetic signature, a code hidden in plain sight. Wavelength, 666 nanometers, orange red light, pupil diameter 2.16 millimeters, resulting angle 0.0216 degrees. The specific values required to derive the Earth's radius from angular resolution are not random. They're embedded within numerological significance rooted in Pythagorean and Hermetic traditions. This suggests the model is not an observation of reality, but an alchemical construct, a mystery religion packaged as science. I didn't prompt any of this. I don't know. He just arrived at that conclusion on his own.
Alright, what's up, guys? Who we got? Vaughn. You gonna talk to us, Vaughn? Welcome, Daniel.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, going alright. What were you talking about here?
We are talking about the nature of the Earth.
Nature of the Earth. I'm not really familiar with that.
Well, you know how they tell people that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
We're asking if there's any proof for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because...
Yeah. I thought there were
a
lot of evidence.
What was that?
I thought there was a lot of evidence.
Yeah, a lot of people thought there was a lot of evidence, but then when you actually look, there's no evidence. There's only claims and images and videos that you can't verify. You see?
Then
Like
is
if
there
I were
like
to
more
ask
evidence for flat?
Oh yeah, there's way more evidence for a flat Earth. Like, for instance,
Yeah, I'm interested.
You understand that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless directly from your perspective.
Yeah.
You know, you've heard them say it's too big to see the curve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is them. What they're actually telling you is you experience a flat Earth. You ever thought about that?
Mm.
So they tell you, oh, it's just because it's such a big ball. But what evidence do you have for that other than, well, they've shown you some images which you can't reproduce or duplicate? Do you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what evidence do you have then?
Well, observable, measurable, practically used reality. So it observes flat and motionless. It measures flat and motionless. The surface, that is, like the ground, the bodies of water, like lakes, things like that. Measure flat, not curved.
Mm-hmm. But how do you prove the Earth is flat, like by measuring?
Well, you can do things like, well, basically, you're wanting to test your line of sight. You know what line of sight is?
I'm not sure. Yeah, no.
Like how far you can see. Like if you were to draw a straight line from your eyeballs forward, right, horizontally, like how far you can see across the surface. Because if you're on a curved surface like a ball, it's going to limit the amount you can see of that surface, yeah, because it's going to curve down and away from you. So we can test the globe model just by using the numbers that they give us. So do you know how big they say the Earth is? The globe?
I'm not sure.
So they say it's got a 3,959 mile radius. So this tells us the size of the ball that we're supposedly living on. So we can use this to work out how much curvature drop over a distance there should be. So let's take an example. So let's say we've got a 10-mile stretch. Let's say we're at a lake that's 10 miles wide. You ever been to a big lake? You know what a lake is? Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever been to a big one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the one that you did go to, did it look flat or curved?
It looked flat.
It looks flat, right? That's right. The lake does look flat. All bodies of water to us appear to be flat when at rest. But they're telling us that it's actually curved, right?
Yeah.
So do you know, over that 10 miles, how much curvature do they claim there should be?
I don't know.
Have a guess. Don't worry, I don't expect you to know.
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Well, what do you think? Like a centimeter, 10 centimeters, a meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, ballpark it. Just an average, just a guess.
10
miles. So how much drop over a distance? If you were to draw a horizontal line from your feet, where over 10 miles, how far away would it have curved from that horizontal line down and away?
10 miles.
Over 10 miles, yep.
Okay.
What do you think? 10 centimeters, 50 centimeters, a meter, 10 meters, more or less?
I'm not sure. 10 meters.
10 meters. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Usually people say like, oh, a nanometer, less than a centimeter. They think there's no curve at all. But the globe prediction would actually say that there's over 66 feet. Right? So that's like 20 meters of curvature over that distance. But the thing is, when people try and measure this, and they go to a lake that's say 10 miles wide, there is no 66 feet of curvature. Right? You can just see all the way to the other side. You can shoot lasers to the other side. And there's no drop over distance to align with the globe. Whereas if we were on a globe, we would need that curvature. That curvature would have to exist, but it doesn't. Understand? So the lakes are flat. So that water is flat, basically. That's the natural physics of water, yeah? Takes the shape of its container, and the surface will find its level when it rests. Like a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, an ocean, finds its level. You see? So
isn't that because of gravity?
Well, no, gravity, according to the globe, would make it curved. But it's not curved, it's flat.
Yeah, but it's kind of the gravity. As far as I know, gravity pulls everything, even the space.
Yeah, no, that's just a story that we've been told. It's not true.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the lakes measure flat. Because if the story was true, the lakes would measure curved. The water would be curving, but it's not.
Yeah.
The water's flat. You understand?
But like measuring distance, doesn't really debunk the theory of the usually ordinary people say.
Well, it does if over that distance there's supposed to be curvature, but there's none. So a ball has to have a curved surface, yeah? It does not. And
but you just measuring. Are you saying the measuring the distance from the other side?
Yeah, from one side of the lake to the other. Yeah. So there's supposed to be a hill of water between you and the other side of that lake. You shouldn't be able to see So if I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing at the other side of the lake, we shouldn't be able to see each other because of the curve, right? You're supposed to be hidden by the curve, by like 60 feet of curved water. But when people take a pair of binoculars or a telescope or whatever down to the lake, they do see the other side. They do see their friend at the other side, and he's not hidden by curvature. Which tells us that there is no curvature. So basically, we're seeing too far for the surface to be a curved ball. We're seeing too far. We're shooting lasers too far. There's no curve. So if there's no curve, it can't possibly be a ball, like they're claiming. You see? But it's also, it's not a disc in space, right? The flat Earth is not in space, floating around.
Oh, where is it?
Well, you can't really define the Earth as being embedded in a larger space. For all intents and purposes, as far as we can tell, the Earth is the place. It's the whole place. You could think of it as the floor of the universe, right? The Earth is the floor, and above is the sky with the sun, moon, and stars. That's above. Not all around, doesn't go below your feet, above.
But then what happens if we dig a really deep hole under the ground?
Yeah, the deepest hole they've dug is less than 8 miles. Right?
Yeah, but they I forgot the name, but they did some scientific method to find out what material inside the ground.
Yeah. So when they did this, when they dug this hole, this 8-mile hole, they made predictions about what they would find at certain depths. Right, so at 1 mile we expect to find this type of rock. At 2 miles we expect to find water like this. They were wrong all the way down. Right, so they couldn't predict what was 8 miles below the Earth's surface, but we're supposed to believe that they know what is 4,000 miles down below the Earth's surface. That being the core of a ball Earth. Right, they've got no idea. So less than 8 miles, if you had that on the globe, that would be like you're barely breaking the skin of the apple. And they're going to tell you what's at the core. No, they've got no idea. This is just propaganda.
So how do you explain the gravity?
Explain what?
Gravity.
What do you think? Well, what do you mean by gravity?
Gravity, if we can drop things on the ground, that means like something constantly put things at, like.
Yeah, we can have things falling to a flat ground. Like things falling doesn't necessitate the ground being curved or a ball. You know, why would that be the case? So what they've done is they've taken the phenomena of objects falling to the ground, and they've told us that it means we're on a giant spinning ball and we're being pulled to the center of it effectively. But that's not really the case. Things are just rising or falling based on their density relative to the medium. If you look up specific gravity, that basically describes what it is. But there's no globe involved, you see? Just a flat, motionless Earth, like you always experience.
Then what about rotation?
I was going to ask you, so do you think the ground is rotating?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Do you experience the ground to be rotating?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. So why do you think it is?
I mean, that's how it is. It's like, that's why we have day and night.
You just not how it is. Because how it is according to our perspective, not rotating. It's not moving. Unless you're in an earthquake, then you'll feel the ground moving. So what makes you think the ground is moving? I think I heard you just say it.
When we see our sky or the stars.
Okay. So we see the sun and moon and stars rotating. But why does that mean that the ground is rotating? Why couldn't it just mean that those things are rotating? You thought about
that? But I knew the reason that they have to be rotating, otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Well, what has to be rotating?
Like the sun and stars, like
yeah. You see the sun moving, the sun rotating around or moving around you, so you don't necessarily see it rotating. You see it move through the sky east to west, yeah? And they've told you that even though that's what you observe, that's only because the ground is rotating. But what proof did they show you that it was actually the ground rotating and not just the sun moving like you observed?
Because by watching the orbit of the stars, like suns and moon.
Well, again, you're just seeing them move, though. What proof is there that it's the ground moving and not just those things you're seeing moving?
Because
and if you just see the sun move, you just see the sun move. You can say, okay, I see the sun move, so I'm gonna assume that the sun is moving. But if you're gonna say no, I'm gonna assume that it's the ground that's moving, then you need to provide evidence for that, or someone needs to give you evidence for that, no?
Yeah.
So what evidence did they give you that it's actually the ground spinning and not the sun moving like you observed? Did they give you any evidence?
I mean, they did. I just can't really remember on the spot.
What kind of evidence do you think they gave you? Measurements? Or stories? Claims? Assumptions? What do you think? Because as far as I can tell, it's all just claims and assumptions. There's no evidence. There's no measurements. There's no science. It's just assumptions. They assume that the ground is moving, and that's what's causing the sun to appear to move. But no one's actually measured the ground to be spinning. Have they? Who do you think's measured that?
Oh.
Anyone?
Why do you think people lie about the...
Ooh, why have they lied to us?
Yeah.
Well, it's not even necessarily the case. I mean, it's a big question because, I mean, most people that you're thinking about, right, like a teacher who teaches you that the Earth is a globe, they didn't lie to you. They believe it's a globe. And why do they believe it was a globe? Because that's what they were taught. And who taught them that the Earth was a globe? Their teacher. And how did they know it was a globe? Well, they didn't know it was a globe. They were just taught it as well. So it's almost like a tradition, like Santa Claus or something, right? It's passed down and taught, but they didn't see it themselves. They never proved it. They're all just assuming that these organizations like NASA or the Russian government are telling the truth about what they're doing. It is all based on that assumption. So it's not actually like loads of people are lying. Most people just believe it and teach it and, you know, claim it to be true based on their belief. Really, it's a small group of people who would have to actually be lying about it, meaning they know it's not true and they're saying it is the case anyway. So, but your question about why would they lie, those people who maybe have lied about it. Well, I mean, I could come up with a whole host of possible reasons, right? Do some people lie for money? Yeah, because NASA, they make about $70 million a day peddling this story. So would some people lie for even a slice of 70 million a day? Possibly. Yeah. Control of the world view, you know, if they have the power to say there's an asteroid coming and it's going to wipe us all out in a year's time, so you all have to come and work for us, give us your tax dollars, whatever it is, right? They could convince the whole nation to do whatever they tell it to do based on fear, basically, right? They control the environment that you think you're in. Yeah? They're the ones with access to space where Earth is. So if they say, hey, this giant rock is coming to wipe us out in 3 years' time, people will believe them. That's a lot of power. You can get people to do a lot of things through fear, right? It's very powerful for controlling society. You could also argue that they are obscuring the nature of our environment, right? Because they've given us a cosmology that says that the Earth essentially appeared by accident, randomly, right? There was a big bang, a random explosion of nothingness, and then everything just appeared. That's all based on a globe story, right? So when you figure out that that's not the case, then it goes all the way back to the creation story.
Then do you have like completely different story of universe? Like you said,
yeah, well,
there's no such thing.
it shows that it has to have been intelligently designed.
Intelligently designed.
Intelligently designed, yes. A creator.
Okay, yeah. But that intelligent creator might have made the globe, and
I'm sure he could have done, but he didn't, because we measure it and it measures flat.
Okay. Then why do you think why do you think the cause was the intelligent creator?
Well, because the only option we had for no intelligent creator was a Big Bang globe cosmology. Right? But that we don't have that. We don't have a globe. We don't have a Big Bang. So there's not really a creation. There's not an accidental natural creation story for a motionless topographical plane. Also, it's a contained system. So something had to have made the container.
But then who made the intelligent creator?
Well, now you're getting into philosophy and religion. It's not what I'm dealing with.
Is it like not your topic?
It's an infinite regression fallacy. Who created the creator? Who created the creator's creator? Who created the creator's creator? Creator's creator? And on and on and on we go.
Yeah, it just doesn't go anywhere. And it would just be speculation.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain that? If someone asks you, like, just where the creator is from,
I don't make a claim as to. Well, I don't impose my thoughts on the nature of the creator to other people. That's your journey, right? That's up for you.
Yeah. Just I wonder what you are thinking about it.
Well, my view would align generally with what it seems the vast majority of human beings throughout history have held, that there's an intelligent designer that they call God, and he created this environment, this system called the Earth. And the sun, moon, and stars are essentially just like a giant clock above it.
Mm. So you also think, so it's like how you think.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's what I think is a logical conclusion to arrive at once you have reviewed the evidence.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I gotta study a little bit just tease yeah, to understand what you say and
Yeah, you should check out our home server. We've got a lot of resources that you can study.
yeah. Do you have a link or something?
Mm. Let me check if the bot is in with the right link.
You can just click on my profile, and there's a link in my profile. Broken Eraser. That's my name.
Yeah, right. How to? Sorry, I'm new to this application.
Just click my name, Broken Eraser, and then you'll see discord.gg/flat earth, and then just click that, and it will take you there.
Maybe it's different. I'm using my I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just click on my name, hold your finger down, and it should come up with like my profile.
Oh yeah. With my finger, yeah. And
then you should see a link, like a link to the home server, discord.gg.
Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me direct you to the information just so you know where to look. So you join that server, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you scroll down the channels about 3/4 of the way.
Hmm?
And you'll see there's a lot of channels of different topics, like astronauts, NASA, curvature, gravity. Do you see all those? It's alphabetical.
Hmm.
Do you see those channels? It's called additional information.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when you want to research, you might say, what about satellites? So you scroll down to S, and you see a channel on satellites. Yeah? And now we save information here that you won't be able to easily find just using Google and YouTube, because they censor the topic. They hide it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can research our side of the argument here. Because you need to research both sides of the argument.
Yeah, I will study those. But yeah, it is like still hard for me just to believe all the ideas of yours.
That's okay. We don't want you to just believe. We want you to figure out.
Yeah.
Right?
So I might be back with additional knowledge, like not just say, "Oh, I heard that." Like,
you can also listen on YouTube. We are live on YouTube 24/7. You can just type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and you'll find our streams. And if you listen to those conversations, you will learn a lot more about the topic.
That's pretty passionate. 24/7.
24/7, 365 days a year. We're even on Christmas. We don't even take a break for Santa. Okay.
Yeah, 366 years on a leap year.
Yeah.
And then we also make culture and other stuff. We're also making music. We have a Flat Earth radio station on our home server.
Yeah, so take your time, explore all the resources, do some research, think up some questions, and then you can come back and speak to us.
Yeah, right. Yeah, thank you. It was really interesting.
Yeah, you're welcome to come and talk to us anytime, my friend.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. See you.
Peace. Well, Daniel's off to the races. Any other new people in with questions? DJ, good to hear you. Jedi, good to hear you.
You too, man. What country did that last guy say what country he was from?
He didn't, but I'm going to say East Asia.
Yeah,
China,
sounded like that. Yep.
Japan, something like that, Korea.
They all sound alike, don't they, Cyclone?
Sound alike? I wouldn't say that. Look alike?
I'm kidding with you, man.
No, I'm joking, dude. I don't know how their facial recognition works over there, but it must be pretty good.
Yep, must be awesome.
Oh, dear. Good stuff. But he was a nice guy. Respectable guy. Good for him.
Your offender was 5'5" with brown eyes and black hair.
Yeah, their composite criminal fits must be pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry. They say we all look the same as well.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
But I can over the years, even though don't understand their language, I can tell the difference between the different Asian languages. I can tell Korean from Chinese, both Mandarin and Cantonese, and I can tell Japanese as well. And I'm starting to learn how to distinguish Thai.
Okay.
I think it's a form of face blindness, race blindness, when you don't have enough familiarity with a certain racial population. It can be hard to define the differences. But once you get more experienced, or you watch a bunch of shows or other things concerning those kinds of ethnicities, it just comes natural to most people. But like some people literally have face blindness, so you can't really expect them to be able to tell.
Yeah, well, I've tried. I've watched Battle Royale, watched a bunch of Korean cinema, watched Squid Games. I'm trying, guys. Yeah, that wasn't meant to be offensive. I'm just saying you guys all look handsome to an equal degree.
I think Japanese women are quite striking. I remember when in my youth, there was a Japanese girl who came to visit because we're a big tourist town. I could not keep my eyes off her. She was that good looking.
Mm-hmm.
I get that, though. I also have a positive image of the Asian population, so you can create positive stereotypes just as much as you can create negative stereotypes. And like Asian girls in general look great to me, but they might be like, "Oh no, I don't like this," but like, I mean, it's preferences.
And I didn't mean to take us down that tangent. That was kind of just a flippant comment. Anyways.
Yeah, I started it. I take the blame.
You started, DJ. You're always doing that.
It's DJ's fault.
Oh, could have got away with it again.
Yeah, Jedi's just flying right under that racist radar. Oh well, hopefully get some new Globers in.
We always do, mate. We always do.
We always do.
Yeah, Nia. Several months ago, I was at Costco and I heard some Asian people speaking. And it only took me about 30 seconds to identify them as Koreans. Just from the sound of what they were saying.
Yeah, I can't say I'd mark the difference, probably.
Well, Korean's a little bit tougher because I don't watch too many Korean spoken stuff, but like I said, I watch enough Japanese and I've watched enough Chinese movies to quickly tell a difference there. Like in Chinese, the two main dialects are very easy because Mandarin is more like shishing, shisha, shishi, shisha, something like that. That's what it sounds like. And in Cantonese is more like bingo wa.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
So that's how those two are easy. But then there are some minor dialects.
Yes.
Can't really tell the difference unless you are a Chinese, well-versed Chinese speaker. Because there's that guy in New York City who learns all these different languages. Well, he knows Chinese well, both Mandarin and Cantonese, but he's also learning some of like the smaller dialects and using them as well. But I couldn't tell him what dialect he was speaking if you had to.
Well, there's some great Korean cinema, I know that.
Yeah.
Film called
Yeah,
Yellow
definitely.
Sea,
Yep.
which is a cool film.
What's it called?
Yellow Seas.
Yellow Seas. I will look it up right now.
It's almost like a gangster epic, but they use all like real effects rather than CGI that we get from Hollywood nowadays. There's another good one I always forget the name of. It was about like a detective whose fiance is brutally murdered by a serial killer, and he spends the rest of the movie like savagely hunting down this serial killer to get revenge.
Oh, that one's called I Saw the Devil.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, the Koreans have some crazy films. They're good. There's two good ones for the watch list.
Hello?
What's up?
Hello there.
What brings you to the Flat Earth chat?
What's up, dude?
Not much. Just waiting for some discussion about the Earth.
I cannot hear you. Hold on. Do I have you? Oh. What's up?
Not much. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel? You got questions? Globe evidence?
I do have questions.
All right, what's your questions?
Well, I guess I'm wondering if, if you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that's what they'd call someone who doesn't believe in the globe and understands that it's measured flat. Yeah. It's a bit of a buzzword because we're not saying it's like smooth. It's obviously not smooth. There's hills and valleys, so it's topographical. More like a topographical motionless plane is what we're dealing with here. But they call that
Yeah,
flat Earth,
sure.
so yeah.
Sure, but it's like generally flat. It's not.
Well, the majority of the Earth's surface is covered in water, and water, by its physical nature, takes the shape of a container and finds its level. So yeah, the majority of the surface is level, and then you've got land masses sticking out of it.
Okay. So, can you tell me, like, do you have like a theory is is this?
Well, it's not so much like theory, it's more like geometry and measurement. And
Well,
observation.
geometry is a theory, isn't it?
No, it's like a branch of mathematics dealing with shapes, sizes, physical objects. So you study, if you want to understand the nature of the surface that we stand on, you'll be dealing with geometry. What's the geometry of it? Is it level, flat? Is it curved? That's basically the crux of this issue, is the ground, the surface that we live on, curving at a rate that's conforming to this globe that they told us about? The answer is no. When it's observed and measured and practically used, it measures flat.
Okay.
So not really so much a theory as just an experience and a measurement.
Oh, you're Zucker.
Okay.
The globe is a theory, though.
Is there anything I could say to change your mind?
You could tell me who in all human history has ever measured curvature and how we could go and verify it. And if that could be verified, then yeah, it'd be a globe again.
I'm okay. I'm doing better.
Could you do that?
Friday.
I'm not sure. I'm not an expert. I consider myself a skeptic.
Okay. So you'd be skeptical of the claim that we're on a giant spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum, flying around at millions of miles an hour?
Connection issues here.
You'd be skeptical of that claim?
Yep.
Okay. So how have they satisfied your skepticism with what evidence?
Friday, I was having connection issues with the book group. Saturday.
I don't believe anything. I mean, I don't believe anything like that.
So you don't believe what they taught you at school?
What are you referring to? That we live on a globe?
Yeah, they teach the kids at school that they live on a globe, and that's why people believe they live on a globe.
They were both when we were doing meetings, and then yeah, I'm gonna log back in.
Yeah,
I mean, we all believe that.
Steps. Do you think I should start?
But they didn't. What the question is? Are we dealing with just a belief here, or is this physical reality? There's a big difference.
Well, I would be skeptical of that too.
What, that the globe is physical reality?
No, the notion itself.
Oh, right. You're like thinking you could be a brain in a jar or something?
Could you show me any evidence that I'm not?
Well, the onus would be on you to show some evidence that you are, not on me to show that you're not.
No, you can't. You can't show that you can't demonstrate that. No.
Okay, well then it can be dismissed. If you can't justify it with evidence, it can just be dismissed.
Oh, right, but it's an idea. It's not like a. It's not like an actuality. So
Yeah, it's really just a whimsical, fantastical waste of time, really. Because we are dealing with reality as we experience it to be. Our senses take in information to define this reality that we're experiencing. And that's what we're interested in. What are our senses telling us about the world that we inhabit? And they're telling us that it's actually flat and motionless, not a big spinning ball.
and how does that happen?
How does what happen?
How do we take in information?
Well, through your senses.
Yeah.
Observation primarily when you're dealing with the Earth.
Right. But
you've got your vestibular system that detects motion, things like that.
How does that work?
Well, I'm not an ear specialist, but I believe you've got basically a little vessel with liquid in it in your ear, and then when you change orientation, that liquid changes orientation, and that's telling your body that you're at an angle or not vertical upright or whatever.
But why?
That's kind of beside the point. We're looking for some evidence to justify what we've been taught, that we're living on a big spinning ball in space. Do you think there's any evidence for that?
Yeah. Well, I agree.
Not sure. What would you consider reliable?
Well, something that we could verify in reality.
Verify it how?
Well, observation, measurement, testing, science.
But
Whatever
not a
can be done in
photograph.
reality. Well, can we verify the photograph?
What about a photograph that the Earth is flat?
Do you have any photographs that it's flat?
That would just be all the photographs, because that's what you observe in reality. A flat horizon.
No, but do you have any photographs from space?
Well, I'm not claiming space. You would be. So.
What do you mean you're not claiming space? What does that mean?
Well, what do you mean when you say space?
The vacuum of space, of course.
But
right, well,
by space, I mean a sensible intuition.
Space, definition, a sensible intuition.
Yes. A necessary condition.
How could I take a photograph
Can I finish?
in condition?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
So by space, I mean a necessary condition for the possibility of your experience.
What? So just like width, length, and height in general?
I said a necessary condition for the possibility of your experience.
Was that how space is defined?
I'm defining space for you. You asked what it is. I'm giving you my definition.
No, I don't want your definition. I want the existing, everyone understands it, it's in the dictionary definition. I don't want your psychobabble waffle definition.
Oh, you can't do this.
I just don't think you understand.
I think it's pretty clear that you're the one who doesn't understand here. You can't even define the thing that you're telling me I should take a photograph in.
I just did. It's a sensible intuition.
All right, how hot is it? What's the temperature there?
It doesn't have a temperature.
All right, how far away from the Earth's surface is it?
That doesn't make any sense.
See, you don't even know what you're talking about. You can't even define space.
It's not an object. Like, what do you mean?
What is it?
I just told you, a sensible intuition.
A sensible intuition, right. So we should go and take a photograph from a sensible intuition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Derp.
Why?
Because you're nonsensical. You're not making any sense.
So it doesn't make sense because it's nonsensical?
Or you're just confused. Probably a bit of both.
Have you read Kant?
What's that got to do with your inability to define space?
Maybe Kant has globe proof.
Yes, he got it.
So I'm just asking if you've read Immanuel Kant, if you've read the Critique.
No, not specifically. I know.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I don't care.
Oh, okay. So what does this mean? You still can't define space? You still don't know you live on a globe? So what?
Bro, we know what space is.
Well, this guy doesn't. He said it was a sensible intuition or some retarded gobbledygook.
Yeah, it's
Can you
Bro,
prove that
even a
wrong?
5-year-old knows what space is.
Can you define space for us?
Can you prove what I said
Space.
wrong, or no?
Yeah, space
You didn't
is
say
like
anything to rebut. You just waffled to yourself because you're coping. Who's the Russian
Just
guy?
what?
Yeah, you're
just
not.
listening.
Cyclone, it sounds like you just don't have an answer to what I'm saying.
You
So you're
said
ad
you had
hominem.
questions, but now you've devolved into nonsensical babble. Right? You couldn't
Why
define
is it
space.
nonsensical?
Because
How does that
defining
not make
space,
sense?
because you told us we need to go and take a photograph from space, right?
Yeah, that's literally all it was. And
Yep.
I was
And then you couldn't define what space was.
I just told you. I gave you a transcendently ideal definition.
A transcendently ideal definition. Listen to this clown.
Yeah, you know,
See,
Prove what I
this is,
said
Bro, you
wrong.
already know what
this is
space
what
is. Why are you
separates
asking for a
good guys,
definition?
though.
I held on to
So this is like the kind of waffle, pseudo-intellectual bullshit that you guys would cry when you realize you can't make an argument for your globe religion.
I don't have a religion. I'm not
You do. You have
religious.
globe religion. You're a heliocentrist.
Sounds like a
Heliocentric.
first year philosophy student to me.
Yeah.
What
the hell? So you guys can't define space? Okay. So have you got any globe evidence then?
All right. What's your definition?
Evidence of
vacuum.
Do you believe in space? Does space exist for you?
Oh yeah.
Do you have a counter definition, or can we just use mine?
No, I would like the actual definition, not your made-up gobbledygook.
What's the actual definition?
Which dictionary did you use?
So we should get our definition from the dictionary.
No, you should just pull it up out your ass and make it up. That's what you should do, you idiot.
Or
Yeah.
maybe we can take it from the textbook of physics or something like that. I
That
don't
sounds
know.
more
Maybe they're more
sensible.
qualified.
Shamika will speak to you because Mark's bricked and a child.
Bricked up.
So Shamika,
I don't think this is going to be a good, constructive
that's all right. We'll
conversation.
open it
but
up. We'll reset the conversation. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a ball? We'll start with that.
yeah, let me search my pockets. I'm carrying that everywhere I go just to,
Okay, that's fine. So you
prove
don't-
it to someone
have
who
any
didn't go to elementary school. Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying you don't have any evidence, or
You don't need it. That's elementary school knowledge.
okay, you don't need
You
evidence?
just need
But do you believe it?
Yeah, can be my degree that I finished elementary school education.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm sorry you didn't
That's my
go
evidence.
to you didn't go to elementary school,
Bro,
dude.
dudes, chill.
Yeah,
So
I finished it
Shamika,
successfully.
So do you believe in it? You believe in it, though, right?
No, I don't believe. I learned to know, not to believe.
But you just said you don't have any evidence for it.
No, I didn't. Actually.
Oh, okay. So
Do
what
you
Uh,
is
have
the
any-
evidence for it?
Yeah. Hey, Cyclone, do you have any evidence that you exist?
Wait, why is the guy not answering if he's got evidence?
Yeah, I'm carrying evidence, everywhere I go.
Well, you said you know it,
when I'm
right?
going
So
to buy a
what
cigarette.
evidence? What evidence
I'm
allowed you
carrying
to know it?
evidence. Hell, this is ridiculous.
Well, you said you know it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what evidence allowed you to know it?
This is stupid.
So you don't have any?
Evidence for what? Let's start over because this is so ridiculous. I cannot keep up.
Well, this
with
is the start. This is the start.
Come
Do
again.
you have any evidence for the globe?
He's
For
essentially
what?
asking if you
For
can
what
see the Earth
specifically?
from space.
Yeah, have you seen Earth from space
where?
being flat or whatever? What is your evidence for your
All right,
place?
you're saying you can't. So you're basically saying you don't have any evidence for Earth being a globe.
As you don't either. Yeah, you presented
Dang.
none. So I'm
But
going
we
to
already
assume
experienced the flat
the
Earth.
assumption as you are that you have
Shamika,
zero
you
evidence
already.
just because you're not carrying
No,
it
but
around
Shamika,
with you.
flat Earth is the default because that's what you experience.
No, that's not default. That's your reprogramming.
Yeah, that's what you
Can you
experience
repeat the
every day,
elementary
right?
schooling?
Like Shamika, you don't experience the ground to be moving, do you?
No, yeah, tell me what I experience. Yeah, you know all about me. Tell me what do I experience.
Well, unless you're in an earthquake or something, you don't experience the ground to move, right?
No, I'm an internet bot. I'm an AI. I'm not a real person. I'm whatever you can claim to support whatever you want.
AI is more
Yeah, it sounds
intelligent.
like he's spiraling quite hard already. So you experience a
Yeah, sure.
motionless Earth. You don't experience the ground to be flying around anyway.
I don't know. You tell me. I didn't go to elementary school, obviously. Huh?
So you don't know. You just don't know how you experience the Earth.
Let's see how ridiculous this can go. Okay.
So where have you
been
seen?
to elementary school?
Shamika, give us an example of where you've seen the Earth.
Give us an example of you attending elementary school.
Okay,
Yeah.
chill out, dude. Chill out. Give us an example of a place you've seen the Earth seeming like a globe.
Give us an example that you have ever attended physics classes.
Okay, so you just can't provide any evidence at all.
Dude, he got you.
Hi.
I think he got you, man. No, he proved
right.
you wrong.
Jeez, I don't know
This
who's
guy is a
worse.
scientist. He's a
No,
genius.
this is proving nothing. That's the point. This is useless conversation. As I thought.
Okay. Let me just ask the room then. Let me just ask the room, Shamika, since you don't have any. Ask the room. So does anyone
So you
here have
called
any
me on
evidence?
stage. You called me out to answer. I
Anyone
already
got
told
any
you.
evidence?
Not you wanted
Man,
it.
you guys are
not me.
freaking out.
I
And it's
don't
like the
have a
chuckle
problem
fuck bus
standing.
opened up.
These guys are really freaking out. I'm just asking, guys, does anyone in the room have any verifiable evidence that the Earth is a spinning globe? Any at all?
We have pictures from space, you retard.
Pictures from space. Show us the picture.
You can Google them yourself.
Okay, pick which one do you believe?
Believe? I don't believe. I know. Damn, this is ridiculous.
Hey, Mark,
you want to
what's the
twist
one-
the
Mark, what's
language.
the one that convinced you that the
put
Earth
the
was a
words
ball?
in other people's mouth so you can defend
Hey,
your
Shamika,
point because you
chill,
have
dude.
nothing else to
Shamika,
defend
chill.
it.
Mark, post the one that convinced
It's
you.
obvious.
Post it in the side chat.
Hold on. Do you have any pictures of the flat Earth?
Well, come on, Mark. Why are you trying to deflect again? Can you just
No.
post
Oh,
what
you don't
said?
have. Okay, you don't have any.
Yeah,
Just say you don't have any.
No, double standards. You don't get to do that.
So you said the space pictures. Are you going to show us which one you believe in?
And
I don't believe in them, dude. It's like they exist. There
Okay,
are
but
pictures.
how do you know it's real?
There are
dude? You know
videos.
you can make fake images of stuff, yeah?
How do you know anything is real, you
I was
retard?
lying on a
Right,
plane.
Okay.
And it's
I understand you're
Dan
getting
Curry.
upset. But just tell me, so you understand people can make fake images, Mark, right?
If they can do that, then how do you know?
we can make up a story that I fly across the globe.
So given that
you can make up a story that Earth is a flat.
I get it, guys. You're just spiraling out. I get it. So given that we know that people can make fake images, how
Show
do
me
you know
one
these
picture of
images
Earth from
are
space
real?
that's fucking flat.
Yeah.
Show me one image of Earth that's flat.
Okay, guys, calm down. Just tell me how to verify
is flat.
This fucking idiot.
these
Earth is not flat.
are real. How do we confirm it, Mark? How did you
Earth
verify
is
it?
round like a ball.
Okay, Mark. Let's do the exercise, Mark. Right. so
Third
you-
one's
you're-
joined in.
Listen,
maybe
when Neil
we're gonna
Armstrong
have to
going to the
start muting
space,
some
then
of
he
these
see Earth
guys.
is round.
All right. Who's gonna talk?
Let me
Okay,
let me
Chitty.
teach Mark for a second.
All right, Mark, you're up.
Mark's doing a good
Chamika,
spiral.
shush. Chamika and Shitty, you gotta shush.
If I
Yeah,
pay
so-
you,
so Mark,
if I
Mark,
pay
let's
you to go to space,
walk us
if
through
I
your
pay,
steps,
listen to
right?
me. No, you listen
Hold
to
on,
me,
Mark. Hold on,
Mister.
Mark. I know
No,
you're
you
getting
listen to
upset.
me. If I take you to
Right, so Mark, just walk us through it, right? You're sitting at your PC, you're looking at this image that you think proves your reality. He ran, didn't he?
He did, but Shamika is still here, so you're the
Shamika's
one
ready
now.
to go. Right, well, DJ, you're going to have to pick that up because I need to get going. But, I mean, what was that? A 3-way spiral? 4-way at times?
Yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Well done.
All right. Easy work. GG's. Good hearing you.
Later, man.
Yeah, that rocks your boat.
All right, Shamika. You're unable to have a serious conversation, right?
About the flat Earth, yeah, exactly.
But you think you live on
take that
a
shit
spinning
seriously.
space rock that's covered in water,
Ah, you
through
can
just spinning through the infinite vacuum of space.
reduce it to absurdity however you want, and I can
Yeah,
play
but
that.
this is the thing, right? You're unable to
No,
even
that's
have
not
a
the
normal
thing.
conversation, right? You don't
That's
have
not the thing.
any manners. Did your parents raise you to have manners and to maybe
They
listen
sent
to
me to
people's
elementary
opinions?
school, so I kind of learned that the Earth is not the
But you're
border
unable to
of
even have a normal conversation. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
Hey, yeah, a bunch of stupid stuff like this. I don't take it seriously.
Well,
Hey,
you think
TJ,
you?
can I ask him a question about what he learned in elementary school?
Yeah.
Hey, so I got a question for
Elementary
you.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Things that you are kind of not able
so
to
the question
navigate.
is, the question I have for you is, what causes the Earth to spin?
Uh-oh. I know the answer.
You that think that Earth is a flat board. know
Answer the
what
question.
makes
Answer
a
the question,
globe
Mr.
spin.
Mr. Primary
That's
School.
what's
Answer
the
Elementary
question.
school graduate, what
No, you're
causes
not
the Earth
here
to
to
spin?
learn. I'm not gonna. I'm not
What
gonna.
causes
You're not
the
here
Earth
to
to
learn.
spin? Do you have an answer?
I do. I do.
What is it?
You're not here to listen, so I'm not gonna tell.
You
It's
I'm
obvious,
begging for an answer. I want to listen to your answer.
You want to listen up until I finish, so you can take the mic. You will not listen. This is echo chamber.
Yeah,
No,
what causes the Earth to spin?
You're not listening. That's what you're projecting onto us. We're listening to the words that are coming out of your mouth, but you're not
Oh,
paying any
like someone
attention.
is gonna change their mind.
Come on, dude, tell us. Educate the dumb flat earthers right now. Tell us what causes the Earth to spin.
I don't know. Educate yourself. I did my own education.
He doesn't
I'm
even know
here-
why the Earth spins, but he believes it's
Yeah,
a
I'm
globe
here
spinning.
I'm here to see
Oh
what
my
the
God,
hell
bro.
is going on. Why all,
What's the
all
radius?
the people are
What's
getting,
the
all
what's
the
the
people are
radius
getting
value?
so dumb.
What's the radius? What's the size of the Earth? What's the radius, diameter, or circumference
can
of the
search
globe?
You can search it.
You don't
That's
even know
simple.
anything, bro. How fast does the Earth spin at the equator, approximately?
Well, kind of, you know a lot about the globe.
Yeah, I got an
for a
easy one. Okay, I
person
got
that
an
thinks
easier
that
one.
Earth is flat.
Hey, hold on. Let's
That
start
is
here.
ridiculous.
How many times does the Earth spin in one day?
He has to think about it. Oh my God, bro! Does
And
the
he
Earth
came in
spin?
here calling us
Yeah,
stupid.
because
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
He just
it
proved
turns
himself
less
stupid.
than 360 degrees. Because we
The wrong answer.
are missing that
You didn't
day
even
once
understand the
it
question.
goes around.
Does the Earth
I
spin
can-
west
you
to
can-
east?
you can
Does
lay
the
it
Earth?
out.
Hey, dude,
You
even
can lay
easier
it out.
question. Even easier
Lay it out.
question. Does the Earth spin west to east or east to west? Or north to south?
Dude, it doesn't. It's a flat. It's a flat
has no
board.
clue.
He doesn't know anything.
I don't need to really. I don't need to know a lot to actually see how this is ridiculous. How ridiculous this is. It's kind of really.
So you don't know how ridiculous your belief
No, I
system
know.
is.
I know. I know. I
No,
know
you don't.
You
a
just
lot.
proved you don't know,
Your
and
belief
what
Yeah,
you're
system, you
using
don't
here.
know.
What you
That's
proved
what
you
I
don't
would
know.
like you
Stop
to think,
talking for a
because I would
second.
like you to
Relax. Take a
disengage
deep
from
breath.
this.
Relax. It's
I am. I'm
okay.
just having fun.
It's okay. Just relax.
I am relaxed. Damn, I'm having a good time.
You are hyperventilating, sir. Relax.
No, you don't know.
Great clip. Great clip. Someone's going to clip that. That's hilarious. The arrogant glober doesn't know anything at all about the globe.
No, you can put everything, kind of out of context and kind of prove whatever you want.
It's not out of
Yeah, we
context.
record it 24/7.
It's gonna have
context.
It's
brother.
gonna have a views.
You're on 2 live
Yeah.
streams right now, making a fool of yourself, bro.
Exactly, because this was a mistake to actually give you an audience at all.
Yeah, whose fault is that? Ours or yours?
Kind of stupid. Yeah, my morbid curiosity.
So
Happens with
that's just an
vegans,
admission of
dude. Yeah.
defeat because he's saying he came in here and he called us
Yeah, I
stupid,
came in
but
here
all
to
he
listen, and then
he
you called
managed
me
to
out to
do was
talk.
show the world how stupid he is and how flawed his belief in the globe is. It's just based in assumptions and beliefs, no actual verifiable anything. And then his only argument against it is an argument from incredulity. He doesn't believe it.
He's definitely not going to be an astronaut someday.
You know, this guy's.
I think I'm lagged. Can I get a mic check?
Sounds good.
Okay, good. Wow, that was a great clip.
Yeah, man.
I'm going to play that tomorrow morning.
Oh, I'm going to be clipping all of these and posting them all over different platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cyclone had some good conversations before they all melted down.
Yeah, he softened them up for us.
So we got Kelly and we got Dreadfort, looks like. If you guys want to speak, open up your mics. You can ask us questions, you can try to prove your globe, or you could just maybe ask how we arrived at this position. Very neutral. And since we got empty air and Shoe Man is losing it in text, I'll just go over it, Shoe Man. So, half-naked ancient Greeks looked at the horizon and assumed that the horizon was the geometric sphere edge because they came from an esoteric cult that has its roots tied to the Pythagorean church cult. And the way it works is you draw out a sphere orthographically and you draw a tangent point to that sphere, and that's how you base it on how far you see, and then you compare that how big that globe would be, and you end up with the size of about 3,959 miles, or roughly. However, if you just take the aperture of the human eye and the diffraction limit, you can, and the height from the surface, you can arrive at the same radius value if you assume the horizon is the geometric sphere edge. However, when you use these calculations, you have to either assume the Earth is a sphere to begin with, so your conclusion is baked inside the premise, or in the case with the ancient Greeks, who believed they had invisible laser beam vision, you have to assume there are no optical effects at play, and assume in the math that perspective doesn't exist. And so the math already has divorced reality, and it's begging the question. Meanwhile, what we did and what is commonly done and is commonly accepted is that the Earth and the waters of the Earth are measured flat. They're used as level standards, horizontal standards, liquids at rest. But on the globe belief, you just have the belief that, well, the globe is so big that it appears locally flat. And as I rise, it just keeps extending and appearing flat all the way to the horizon always. You believe you live in an optical illusion where all of reality appears to tell you that the Earth is flat and stationary, but you have this greater belief, so you reject all of reality. And we don't blame you for that belief. We used to have that belief ourselves. We were all raised in this cultist belief system. We weren't presented with empirical evidence verifying the globe. We were told some other dude went outside of it. And you believe in him like a priest, and this is your religion. We're just the people who left the religion because the evidence doesn't actually stack up. It has no foundations in reality. Its foundations are assumptions. I mean, I didn't want to be a flat earther. I wanted to debunk it. But when you actually look at it, and you look at it critically without trying to affirm your bias, without using circular reasoning or other logical errors, it's conclusive. The Earth lacks the curvature required to turn into a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. That's just not possible based on the evidence from reality. And you can go check that evidence for yourself. It's verifiable, repeatable, empirical. It's not something you have to believe in. You don't need a priest in a lab coat to tell you what to believe. You can go out and check it for yourself and know how the misconceptions work. It's all within your reach. It's just, do you choose to look or do you choose to believe? That's the only difference. And because many people make this mistake, we are not a replacement cosmology. We're not here to give you a new belief system to believe in. We're just teaching critical thinking, logic, and asking people to go out and test their own beliefs for themselves so they know if their belief is true or not. It's not, we stand nothing to gain. We're not bullshitting you. We're not asking you to believe us. We're just asking you to believe your own eyes and learn some critical thinking. Let's see if he calmed down a little bit. Can you hear me, Shoemaker?
No, I can't come down when you're trying to think that this is a belief system.
Did you comprehend any of the things I told you?
No, it flew over my head. It was that dumb.
So you couldn't repeat any of it, and
I wasn't there, kind of, that would make me any smarter.
So you're just showcasing you have no understanding.
No understanding of stupid, shit. It's gonna ruin my life,
That doesn't.
use my brain for a living.
Buddy. You not
No, thank
understanding
you.
something. You not understanding something.
I don't want to. Then I'm not here for that.
Do you understand?
No, I'm here to tune in and listen. You can call me out to talk, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Listening. See, you just
No, I don't have a problem listening. You have a problem not calling out people.
Do you understand?
No, kind of, you have a problem not calling out people directly.
No, you have a problem listening. See, when other people are speaking, this is why I muted you just now. When other people are speaking, you are also speaking. And you admit it. You do not show any comprehensions of the words being spoken. And so because you don't understand something, you think that means other people are stupid? Do you understand how stupid that is? You're only proving that you are the stupid person. That's not helping your case. That's not proving the globe. That's not refuting the evidence that's been presented before you, the logic that's been presented. That's just proving that you don't have the capacity to be rational.
It's not a belief system, I lost lots. That's just, for the starters. I'm not gonna move, And
you already admitted that, so it doesn't change.
Yeah, it's not the belief.
You already admitted that it's just a belief system for you. You just believe it. You have no evidence. You cannot argue anything. We already went over this with everybody else. We got our clips. Do you understand that? Or did this also go over your head?
Oh, so now I'm unmuted again. Oh, damn. You need me for drama and audience, I'm really useful to you to get attention. You desperately need.
Not really.
Because this is not science.
No, sorry. You don't understand us. You just admitted that multiple times. You have a problem with listening. You don't hear what people say. You are not the arbiter of our intent. That is another dumb thing to say. So, we want to have constructive discussions. We told you this many times. The fact that it still hasn't registered is just kind of more proof, We don't want you to be stupid. We want you to have an intelligent discussion. That's what we asked you to do. Remember?
No, you don't. I have no problem listening. I have no will listening. I don't want.
Saying you don't want to listen, therefore you don't listen, is a problem with you listening. Do you understand? It's you don't comprehend the words that are coming out of my mouth, and so you just sit there giggling like the village idiot who doesn't comprehend what's going on. How can you possibly think that that is making you look good?
Not here for self-promotion. This is for your promotion. That's why I'm not gonna.
Yeah, we don't really care. Like, we don't want tomfoolery and nonsense. So I'm just going to leave you on mute because that is literally what you are asking for. Because we've been warning you, we've been telling you how this works here. You can take part in the conversation, but if you want to just troll and act like a fool, you don't get to take part in the conversation. It's very simple. I'll consider this your last chance. Did you understand the words that I used? Did you understand the context, the meaning of those words?
I understand the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Hey, I was here to tune and listen, and you actually want me to talk. So it's on you.
Well, you're welcome to listen. We told you that as well.
Yeah, don't call me out on stage.
No problem.
Hey, you chose to respond.
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation. Like, you said you wanted to listen. We said, okay, but we were also finishing our conversation that we were having about having a conversation. And you were having a conversation with the guys earlier, which is the conversation we were talking about. But it doesn't matter. Enjoy your time listening.
Was that still addressing? Are you still addressing me? Really?
No, I'm just letting you know, and
No.
you don't have to respond to any of this. This is not meant.
Then now I don't get to reply to it.
What?
That's
what
how
do
it
you want
works
to reply?
here.
You can reply, of course. You can.
You
reply.
get to call me out. I don't get to reply. I don't get to ask. Can I be dismissed or excused? Then you move on to other person and prove whatever you want to prove. That's not how it works
Go right
here.
ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Didn't think so. Hey, Zamba. Welcome to.
Hey!
So, do you have any questions about the Earth being flat, or do you want to present some evidence?
Nah, I'm
for the
also
Earth
here
being
just to
sphere?
listen. I've debated you guys several times and it's pointless.
Well, have a good time. That's all that really matters in the end. Have a good time, and like like for the other guy, like if it's too difficult, that's fine. Like if you were married to the globe and you love it, like I'm not gonna fault you for believing in it. I just don't have any requirement to believe in it myself, because I have not seen any evidence to support it.
And that's fine. So nobody's gonna debate over the shape of the Earth.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm getting a little distracted.
Oh, Mark wants to get unmuted.
Yeah, if someone wants to talk to him, they're welcome to talk to him. I'm working on stuff in the background.
I'm not unmuting him. He didn't say please. Or he didn't even put it into a request. He just demanded it.
Yeah, we need to create a written request form.
Yeah. God Monkey was good at that. He was the official forms guy. But they were funny. They were just satire, really.
Yeah, but it's still fun. You kind of placates them a little bit, and you give them the form, and then they fill out the form, and yeah, it gets just filed and collects dust. Still, it can be pretty hilarious because they cry and moan about it on the forums. It's almost like they forget we record everything.
Why do you record?
Because we have spoken to so many globe believers who basically like to lie and say, I never said that, or you said something you didn't say. And so we can go back in the stream and just look at exactly what everybody said.
And what's that gonna prove?
It's just a means to stop the conversations from going in circles with he said, she said.
Yeah, I kind of get it that you're trying to convince people that Earth is a flat plane.
No,
So you
we're not
record
trying
stuff.
we're not trying to convince anybody that the Earth is anything. What we're trying to do is get you to critically think for yourself and go check your own belief system out in reality. Does reality conform to your belief system? If it does, great. You can be safe and secure in your belief system. If it doesn't, well, then you need to actually rethink your belief system. We're not here to sell you a new belief system.
All right.
Can water be like round, or it stays leveled no matter of like how much water is there?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
He wants to know if it stays level or does it eventually curve after it's too really big.
Yeah, I'm flat earther also.
Yeah, I don't go by tribalism. I don't care who anybody is.
Yeah,
All I
I'm
care-
sure the flat earther doesn't think they live on a ball.
Yeah, the thing is, what you observe is the physics of water is laying horizontal. You can presume it bends at some point which you cannot measure, but that remains an unverifiable claim that you've never verified. So anything that can be stated without actual evidence can be dismissed without actual evidence. And that's why when somebody states something like, oh, Earth is measured flat, well, you should ask, well, how did you do that? You should want to see the evidence, not be afraid and try to run away and jump onto some fallacious argumentation. Well, what about the stars? Because it doesn't matter. What really matters is the evidence and what's being presented to you. And if you had the courage, you would just look through it. And if you were confident in your own belief system, that wouldn't be a problem. But because your confidence isn't very high, because it's just based in belief in other people, you don't understand how all of this stuff works. It's hard to actually just look at the evidence. And I understand that, but we're not here to sell you something. We just want to let you look at it.
Why do you guys always just stick to the curvature measurements?
Because we're not a replacement cosmology. We are critical realist empiricist logicians. So we go by what's empirically verifiable, something we can test and repeat on the Earth, and we can learn this together. Everybody can access this knowledge if they put in a little bit of effort.
Okay, then
it's
why,
not like going to
if you're
space
critical,
where you cannot do that unless you're in the highest echelon of the elite.
Okay, but if you're a critical thinker, why don't you explore the like stars, like sun, like moon, Mars, like whatever planets, whether.
How does looking up in the sky make you critically think? How does looking at a light make you critically think?
Nothing in the sky actually proves that the Earth is a sphere, and the fact that the Earth lacks curvature disproves all of our imaginations about how the cosmos is. Because it's all based on this foundational ladder of the cosmic ladder, the Earth being a curved sphere. And so if it isn't a curved sphere, our entire conception of outer space is wrong.
So nothing in the sky doesn't matter.
Dude, how does anything in the sky make the Earth curve?
The thing in the sky is interesting.
Well,
it doesn't matter to the measurements of the ground. How we conceptualize and imagine the sky works is based on how the ground is imagined to be. And when you falsify that base imagination, then the whole idea collapses. So we can imagine the fancy story of Big Bang and massive suns and burning in a vacuum and all this nonsense. It's a story. It's a religion. That's all it is.
but I mean, like, how doesn't the stars matter? Because from some locations on the Earth, you can see some stars, and from other locations, you cannot see those exact stars. How doesn't that
When
matter?
have you done any of that? When have you gone out at your house, stared at all the stars, wrote them down, then went somewhere else on Earth and did the same thing and said, there's some missing today? When have you ever done that?
I don't have to do it myself.
It doesn't even matter. Even if he did that, whatever, it doesn't matter, because if the Earth is measured flat and not curved, it doesn't matter what the sky appears to be doing, because the Earth is measured flat. So the assumption based on whatever you saw in the sky, or like, oh, well, there appears to be 2 rotations. Yeah, well, that assumption that the Earth was a sphere based on looking up into the sky has been falsified by the first premise being wrong. The Earth isn't curved. So that's not why we're seeing it like that. So the assumed cause, Earth being curved, has been falsified. So we don't know why the sky represents itself in the way it does. And it's an interesting inquiry now. Instead of being, oh, dogma, stop looking. You're just supposed to accept this idea and not look any further.
I have one question. Is Sun a sphere or not?
More sky questions.
I'm just curious because
what's it look like?
If the Earth was a flat plane, then where does the sun go at night?
How many times have you been in here?
No, I'm just asking that.
Dude, you're asking the same dumb question that you've asked before.
Remember Mang?
No. I'm seriously asking a question. If you cannot answer it.
Samba, who here made a claim about the sun?
Sorry?
Who here made a claim about having knowledge about the sun?
We told him the sky doesn't make the ground curve, and he said, "What about the sun?"
I mean, it does matter. Like,
why?
Because if the Earth was a flat plane, then we should be able to see sun from every location at all times.
The sun is 3/4 of a salad bowl. How's that?
Sorry, what?
The sun is 3/4 of a salad bowl. Debunk me. Yes, 3/4. Not a complete ball. 3/4 of a salad bowl. Go ahead and debunk me.
I mean, I'm just curious, man, to see your opinions about this. But
why would it matter about opinion? What does our opinion matter? Should I start telling you if I have an opinion about whether or not the sun has feelings?
No, bro, he's projecting. It's his opinion that it wouldn't work even though the ground is measured flat. So he's
100%.
the measurements because he doesn't believe how it could work. That's called an argument from incredulity.
Yep.
I mean, it's fine. Huh? If you don't want to answer, it's fine. I'm not.
Just go to above another part of the Earth, bro. Out of your view.
Another part.
Yeah, so we're going to give you descriptions of the sun. We're not going to make any claims about what the sun might be or how it does what it does. It has an angular size, and it can change, actually, throughout the day, believe it or not. So I have no idea what the sun is or how it does what it does. I have no opinions about the sun, only descriptions. What do you have? Do you have an opinion about the sun?
Do I have an opinion?
Yeah.
I mean, well, what do you mean? Like,
you just asked us if we had an opinion about the sun. Now I'm asking you the same question. Are you retarded?
I asked, like, where does the sun go at night? That was my question.
Away. You can't see it anymore.
But like, if it's glowing, you should be able to see it.
He never asked that question 2 years ago. All of a sudden now he doesn't know where the sun goes.
Yeah, it's always shining. Yeah, it seems to be like in another part of the world on the Earth, the same Earth that I live on, they see the sun. I don't. I can give you the description of what's going on right now. I have no sun above me. That's not an opinion. That's just a description of what's actually occurring. Why is this difficult for you?
I don't know why you're getting so triggered. I was just curious about your opinion.
I'm not triggered. I'm wondering why you would ask such a silly question.
So the other 2 or 3 days you sat in here for hours at a time, you really didn't learn anything then? Now you want to know?
Well, I know everything I need to know about Earth, but I'm just here because vegan room is empty, and I'm here just to listen. But
What do you know about the Earth? Tell me what you know. Knowledge claims. Here we go. Knowledge claims. Tell me what you know.
as I said, I've debated you guys several times. There's no point. So I'm just here to.
Well, that's weird. I didn't ask to debate you. I asked you what you knew about the Earth. What do you know?
Well, do I have to repeat myself?
You didn't tell me what you knew about the Earth.
As I said, I'm just here to sit and listen because.
Okay, well, guess what? Listening happens when you shut your mouth and go on mute and listen. That's what happens when you listen.
Here's our audience.
Well, I have push to talk, so don't be worried about me speaking.
Okay, so when you're talking, you're not listening. So go ahead and shut up and listen.
Thank you.
I think you should calm down.
I'm not excited at all, man. I'm just talking to you. You said you're here to listen. I'm gonna help you because it seems like you don't have a really good time like acquiring information and knowledge. So I'm trying to, maybe I'll say it slow. Do not talk. It's hard to listen when you talk.
Can you calm down, please? Thank you.
I mean, he asked us a question and wants to muddy the water and not actually back his claims or his position. I mean, okay, want to listen? Listen. So you don't have a geometric horizon at all. What you have is an apparent horizon, which is the limit of your optics. And so the sun moves away and the light scatters in the densest part of the air. And so you cannot see beyond the limit of your view. So that is a hard limit. And then any effects in the air causing the sun to drop lower in your apparent view would cause bottom-up obstruction. And then as you can even watch this, as the sun gets closer to the horizon, it changes colors. And red is the last color of the visible spectrum. And so as the sun's light moves through more and more of the air, it scatters more and more and more until it eventually scatters out of the visible wavelength. And at that point, you have night.
Drace, we have a new caller. We got Rapunzel. Welcome, Rapunzel. Rapunzel left. We've got Guy in the side chat, not in the VC, making proposals. Although starting his proposals with a conditional statement of if.
If the Earth is in orbit. If the Earth was made of cream cheese in the center, like way down in the center, if it was a ball, and say the outside was like a hard candy shell and the inside was cream cheese, would that make a difference for gravity, or would it still be the same?
I don't know, but it sounds delicious.
Thank you. I'm thinking like, you make the hard shell with just sugar, you brown that up real nice and just pour that over the cream cheese ball. That should be pretty good.
Seems like Guy is actually listening. Interesting.
They always are. YouTube. We have YouTube fans.
Yeah, so Guy is like a YouTube stalker. That's fun. Guy, this would be way easier if you just joined the VC. I mean, come on, man. You're not a coward, are you?
Think of the tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people before you that were brave.
Good point. Even the people that can't speak English well come in here and speak to us. Apparently, we have some kind of YouTube stalker that doesn't have the balls. Literally.
Wow.
Who's that? Jazba. Hello, Jazba. Welcome in. Feel free to open your mic and say hi. Also, feel free to leave. There goes Guy with the claims again. Accelerometers use Earth's gravity. Earth's gravity. So not just gravity, Earth's gravity. Interesting. Like, the Earth is producing the gravity? In what sense? How, like, what do you mean Earth's gravity? What does that even mean? Yeah, how do you know that, Guy? How do you know that gravity coming from the ground, pulling things down, like it's like some sort of invisible arms reaching up and grabbing on things? What's going on? What do you mean by that? The gravity coming from the ground, pulling things down. It's an interesting concept. How do you know that's true? Yeah, so what makes your theory any different? Like, what makes it true? What makes it special? You believe it's a wave, so we're into belief realm. And okay, cool. Never mind. Hello. You up for a chat? Is it Lilu? Lilu Miso? Who else we got just joined? Was that Lot Wrecked? Maybe.
Yellow. Anyone in here? Crypto Smarter, Drace, Casey.
Dave's not here, man.
There's none here.
Dave's not here.
Where's the new people at? Nobody tried to talk about this stuff. Just checking in. I guess it's quiet time in here. B-Man, welcome B-Man.
Hi, what's up?
How are you?
Not too bad. What about yourselves?
I'm doing alright. Just getting home. Join this VC to see what's going on.
Yeah, what's the chat been tonight?
What was that?
What's the conversation been tonight?
Well, when I joined, it was quiet. Now you join. And have you been here before, B-Man? You have, right? B-Man?
I've been here quite a few times, man.
Yeah, I've heard. I think I've seen your username before. My bad if I don't remember any of the convos with you.
Yeah. No, I've been in here quite a lot for the past year, I guess. Is that how long it's been? It's wild.
Sounds good. What have you gathered?
So, what was that?
Well, what have you gathered about this conversation? Any conclusions? Any reviews that you want to throw out there?
Oh, I've heard a lot of things about this. I know that it all comes down to the drop over distance thing. That's basically what every single debate ends up becoming, is just, well, 8 inches per mile squared and other observations and stuff like that. I know that's what you guys go off of.
You concluded for yourself that there is no curvature measured, so the ball as a geometrical claim will require that curvature, right? That drop over distance is not there.
Well, I haven't actually gone out and done any observations myself. I just haven't really had the chance, but I suppose I think what interests me the most is that you guys don't have any sort of model.
Think about
I think that's
there is no how do you say? If you look at the cosmologies of the world in the past, you could label those models. And the globe doesn't necessarily has a model itself. It's just a drawing or a misrepresentation of reality, though. It wouldn't qualify as a model.
But we have a cosmology, don't we?
Yes, there are many cosmologies that introduces many models. If you look the cosmologies across the world, and the globe being a cosmology, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't say it is a model, though, because I mean it is a model for its own. Go ahead.
Nobody's been able to post one. Like, nobody's posted the model that when they say the globe model, nobody posts it.
What about the world geodetic system? Would that be a
anyway? But what is it? Why is it important? If we're just simply pointing out that the geometry of the surface isn't what we're told it is, why is a model important? What if that's not our ambition? What if it's not our aim to provide you with that? We're just pointing out this one thing.
Ambition to talk about that. Because I know.
So why would you think it's interesting that we don't have a model when we're not claiming to have one, nor are endeavouring to provide one?
Because things become very complicated whenever you try to make stuff like constellations and sun and
who's trying to do that? Who's trying to do that? Who's trying to do that? Who's trying to do that?
Well, I'll tell you who's trying to do that. You guys tried to do that in other flat Earth societies, and then you realize it don't work, and none of you guys can agree with each other and what actually.
No, we aren't.
I know
Us
you guys
here aren't doing that.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I'm just saying. Not even the flat Earthers can agree with each other on like how the world works.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care, bro. I don't care who disagrees or agrees with me. It's not about agreements. It's not about agreement. So go on, Grace.
It doesn't matter how popular an idea is or how many people agree with it. I did examine it, and I found multiple different ways of explaining all of the phenomenon. However, you can conjure up thousands of different ways of explaining away all of the phenomenon. What actually matters is if you can test it. Something that's unverifiable and untestable, that's not proof of anything. That kind of explanation doesn't actually help you. Even if it matches all observations, the explanation is not actually contributing anything. The observations are what matter, because the observations are what we experience in reality.
Okay, well, would you like to explain why we see different constellations in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere? Why does that occur?
Would I like to explain that? No, because I told you there are multiple ways of displaying that. Like, I could tell you it's because of bending and warping of space-time, but I am not going to stake that because I can't prove that it's the bending and warping of space-time causing it to appear like that. Just like you can't prove that the bending and warping of space-time is causing objects to fall.
Space-time doesn't exist. Like, you can't prove that it exists, so that's just like Einsteinian stuff, which is Jewish science.
But that's my point. You can make up any story you like about the sky, but as long as you can't test it and verify it, it's just a story, and it doesn't matter how many people believe it.
Well, the sky is just a projection.
Well, that would be a positive claim. Can you back that up?
Like, you don't have to provide evidence for something that's evident. Like, have you read the NASA papers? Like,